brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground. to the playground.
Along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. And blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood, to ashes and blood.
down, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against the odds. We'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again. Awaken. Feel the rush, feel the taste. Wash away what used to be. Will you make your stand? The world in your hands again. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Turn the page and make it feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it with the pain? Wash it away and stand again.
LEC, I am fully energized to take on the action today because I slept like a baby. Thanks for that, Rogue. Never change. KC won versus G2 for the first time ever, and G2 lost their opening game for the first time ever. Are the winds changing? All I know is revenge is a dish best served ice cold. Just ask Yike. And did anyone tell Skumont he could actually smite objectives? Now, KC is taking on Movistar Koi today in our match of the week. The Spaniards, and one Canadian, had a banger of a first win over Fnatic. Now, I'm still wondering why Grabs drafted blindfolded on stage yesterday, but we can ask him in the upcoming episode of Duo Q with Fnatic. Also in Ready Check, my analysts and I are playing a game of Hot or Not. Let's get it.
And welcome to the first edition of Duo Q in 2025. We had a lot of roster changes and we want to find out how well our new duos know each other. So we're going to ask them a series of questions. I think Razork and Mickey, you've played before, so you're familiar with the rules. You're going to have two floating heads. The goal is to have the same answer. So let's see how you guys do. And of course, I have my co-host slash referee slash their host and their coach with me to maybe help me and elaborate in the answers that they're going to give us. Are you guys ready?
Yeah,
ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go. First question. Who is the best problem solver?
I'll have it.
All right. Do you agree, Grabs?
I think they're both the problem creators most of the time, to be honest. But
All right.
I guess I can see it.
Well, Mickey could solve problems here. Who has the best taste in movies or TV shows? Raise your floating heads.
Okay.
I was expecting you to, because I know that.
Well, it's obvious to me, but I assumed he was going to put himself.
I mean, I'm not really a big fan of anime, and I know he watches a lot of anime and stuff, so I will just put him because he has more knowledge, you know.
All right. Third question here. Who is the smartest about the game?
Oh boy.
Just close your ears, Grabs, it's fine. Who's the smartest about the game? Of course, it's different.
This
Yeah.
So
was
there's an ego thing.
this was ego
here.
thing. I had to
It
put
is
myself.
an ego thing. I mean, of course, we're a new team. There's lots, like some disagreements we still have. I would say politically they're both smart in their certain areas, and we
Yeah.
just have to combine.
We're gonna treat this
Yeah.
as a
Be our
therapy
answer.
session here, guys. I think. Who is more likely to be a good cook in real life?
Oh, that's mega
Who would
easy.
Oh yeah, you think so?
Yeah.
All right. Next question, guys. Who is the funniest? Are they funny? Are they funny players? Same. Razor?
That's right,
simple, yeah.
baby.
That's pretty easy.
I can see it, but more like not intentionally, you know.
Oh my
Like,
God.
that's funny.
It's someone to laugh at.
That's so rude, but they're just laughing at me, and I'm like, but why are you laughing? I didn't even say something funny, but they're just laughing at me. I don't know. They're bullying me.
Who? Oh my God. Who is the best Rizzler?
The best risk.
Who's got the best moves? All right. 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. I mean, it makes
A lot
sense.
of
I mean, that's
Rizzlers.
why they call them Rizzer.
Research?
Oh my
Nah.
God.
It's dark. Oh my God.
Nah,
Okay, maybe
bro.
you're funny actually. Maybe you're funnier.
Grabs, maybe you can help me on the next one. Who yaps the most?
In game.
Yaps.
You think it's a difference or what?
I think it's an easy one, yeah.
Okay, agreeing on this. And last question. Who smells better?
I don't know.
I have not smelled my
You don't
players
smell
yet.
your
No.
I mean, if we're talking right now, I don't think I smell very good, so...
After a
I'll
game, we
put
all know
Mickey.
that. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, fair enough.
You smell okay. Well, I'm not gonna test that theory. I'll let you just
no,
send me a
no, no,
report
You have
of
to trust us on
this.
this.
6 points. That's solid. Grabs, thank you so much. Razor, Minky, thank you. We'll see how the rest of the LEC teams do throughout the year on the next challenge. But that's all for us here. See you next time.
Thank you so much for that lore. Someone with a keen eye might have gathered that we shot that yesterday. So Fnatic were really good sports. It was right after their game. Fortunately, they weren't able to win. My name is Shaks. I'm joined by Dagda and by Goldberg to run you through the rest of Ready Check. And we're gonna do hot or not, just as a vessel to kind of talk about whatever we want to talk about from yesterday. We're gonna begin with the first one, which is something that I think we were all excited for before it even happened. It's Jojo Pyun's trash talk and generally his introduction into the league. What did you guys think? Hot or not?
I thought it was sick. Like I am
Hot or not?
hot.
Okay.
Definitely.
Mega
hot. In brackets for a North American import. Just because I can't give him that much because he's trash talk does too much. I can't actually like fully invest in it.
I don't mind it.
No, genuinely, I think he's sick. Like, not only do you have someone who's really capable in lane, who absolutely, like, let's be honest, smoked humanoid. Also, then in team fights, he was fantastic, had good control on the map. Like, he is looking like the import that you needed for this squad. Because my thought process was more when he joined. Like, he talked about it from MSI 2022. He was like, I want to roam more. I want to help out my team. These are the big takeaways I have from Shehu and Faker. And then I was like, well, this just works fantastically on this roster. You've got Mirwin who wants to play carries, enable him. You got Supa on the bottom lane that's going to be sick. But your like jungle support are already probably the strongest jungle support we have. Let's just add a mid laner that wants to slot into that really well.
Yeah, that's in-game,
By the
Dagda. I
way-
don't care about that. We're talking about the trash talk here being brought into the league, and this is what I'm here for. It brings so much more spice just coming off from a game yesterday, seeing a tweet immediately, how much attention that's gathering. I'm excited for Jojo against more European mid laners. I'm excited to see how they're going to respond to him as well, because they're not just he's not just attacking humanoid, he's attacking all of them.
He's attacking everybody. Yeah, it's true. And it's also, I mean, everybody can trash talk in my opinion. But if you're good, it's better because otherwise it's like, okay, why is this loser yapping? Yeah, like, but now he actually beat a humanoid. He had a great introduction into the league, and yeah, it's cool. It's delivering already.
In the Ashley Kang interview as well, she kept kind of prodding him to be like, hey, look, is NA better? Is EU better? Where did the mid lane stand? And he was still kind of erring on the NA side, and then he was just like,
that's fine.
Apart from caps. So I kind of want EU mids now to like rally together to be like, no, we actually got to put him in his place because at this stage he's kind of showing you up.
That's true, and we're known for a trash talk, so I think they should fight back, but you know, we'll see. Another hot or not is Noah and Jun to Giant X. Now, before we were already very excited about it, and I gotta say, yesterday, I mean, they didn't miss a beat.
I thought they were sick. Like the fact that you already started off with this insane control coming in the lane swap. They got the early kill. Like they looked absolutely fantastic. Like I don't know about you, GB, but I think they're hot.
No, I absolutely think they're hot as well. And you can see that Noah especially is feeling himself. He was BMing the enemy team, just spamming emotes and Ezreal as well. He wasn't afraid to go solo into their Nexus, fighting between two of the Nexus turrets as well, just to make sure that he could get them kills for himself. I think you're looking at a guy who's completely revitalized. He's feeling himself. He's confident, and he's not afraid of showing it.
No, that's true. I mean, it's like when the chips are down is when you start to wonder, of course, but it isn't the case yet. Do we feel like for GX, because preseason expectations already were that they had put together a really, really good team that was going to do well. But do you think it's going to last throughout, all of the best of ones, going into the best ofs then as well?
So I think the sleeper conversation for this team is actually closer, because a lot of the Giant X stuff that I looked at was like, Jackie's is sick, does get caught out in mid-game. And we still saw it a little bit yesterday.
Yeah.
But Noah and Jun kind of needed a direction as well on Fnatic. It felt like that mid-game sucked too last year. I think adding closer really gave them the understanding they needed in the mid-game of, hey, this is how we want to play the game. This is where we want to be on the map. Like, for the love of God, grab them by the scruff of the neck and say, you're coming here. And that's basically what he did the whole game. I think that's what really set them up for that early success. And even the early dives, a huge amount of that was coming from closer as well to set up Noah and Jun in that context.
Lots of it too, yeah. That's, I mean, good feelings about it.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think I haven't seen enough just yet because of all the issues we've seen, so it's hard to say, right?
It's like day one,
yeah, but like day one overreaction, absolutely hot.
Okay, Rogue gameplay, hot or not from day one?
Ah, wow, that's a spicy one you're bringing in here to the conversation. Yeah. I'm going to go
German
with a controversial take here. Not. That wasn't the hottest that we saw. I mean, it depends how you're thinking about it, right? They've already secured a win. They didn't do too many of those last year, so, that's a big dub for them. But I think in the way that they did it, with the players that they had, you saw Malrung, you see Adam, you see Execute, you're thinking this is going to be spicy, this is going to be high-octane action, and it just wasn't, right?
Dominate's tweet was hilarious, I do think.
Yeah.
I mean, are we being too mean because they did win? And Larson did say in the interview, in scrims we were too aggro, but you were reminding me, we heard that last year as well. Yeah. And we never saw it on the Rift.
No, I met the coaching staff backstage and like, scrims is going fantastically, this is going to be great, and then it never transitioned. Like, I have zero faith in this team. Like, hang on. So, can I borrow your glasses for?
You absolutely can, mate.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you. So last year,
so
they were like, hang on. Let me just go through. The problem for Rogue was first Shigenda, Finn, then Marcoon, then Trimby, then Advian, then Zolis, then Comp, then Malrang. Now not Malrang because he's actually back on the roster. So it feels like maybe it isn't the actual players is the problem, and maybe it's something more that's going on behind the scenes. Because when they get to the main stage, this is a team that does not function and doesn't want to play the map together. And when you've already got two of the most aggressive support and jungle in the league, you should be aggressive, and we're not getting that. And I'm kind of fed up with it at this stage because it's still the same thing. They did get the win.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They did get a win, right? So what if we're just we're like so obsessed with the way they have always played that we can't see that maybe they have improved a couple of things as long as they keep winning? But I don't know if I'm just...
I think it's been 2 to 3 years of this, and until they actually step up and say, hey, here is our early game, here's something we can do, I just don't have faith in them. And I'm happy if I'm wrong, but I'm still waiting to be proven wrong.
Okay, I have tons of hot or nots, but I'll just have to pick a few. Maybe Vitality, rookies. I want to say like rookies and new people coming in general. Yesterday, I think had a really good time, but I was most surprised, I want to say, by the Vitality rookies, especially the pressure that is on you if you're a solo laner coming into a team like this.
Yeah, especially Chayak. He was playing into Nuke's Asir, one of Nuke's comfort pick. When I was watching Chayak in the RLs, wasn't always fully impressed with him because when I was watching the games, some of the games he was gapped by Rika, right? Rika's coming in as the more hot prospect in mid lane. So I thought Jax, actually going to be struggling against a lot of the opposition he's going to be facing. But he wasn't. He was super hot yesterday. That Talia was fantastic, and he made a much larger impact on that game than I would have ever expected.
Yeah, a lot of things we didn't touch on because we ran out of time. Of course, KC, very hot. Mad Lions, Koi, we did. It was amazing. G2 and Fnatic, not that much for now. But today we're going to start with SK Gaming up versus Team Heretics, and we're going to send it down to the Marriott Bonvoy checkpoint for a pregame interview with Lore and Genax.
Thank you, Shox and Genax. Thank you for joining me ahead of today's game. Not what you'd expected yesterday to start this season, I expect, but I feel like you have so much you have to take care of, especially at the beginning of the new season. New team, new environment for you, being back in the LEC, new game, even new LEC format. How difficult is it to just make sure that everything is going to be clicking and on the right track when you have so many factors?
I think it's like really difficult to, in the beginning, start running, because there's like, as you said, there's so many things you need to take care of. So I think it's important to just set like a good foundation in what you actually want to do. And then if you fall on the way, it's completely fine. Like we did yesterday, I think we actually played a decent game, and then we did some mistakes, and then we lost the game, but it's completely okay. I think if we go in today with the same mindset, improving on what we did bad yesterday, I think we can easily take down Heretics today.
Then what was bad yesterday, if you can give me some examples?
We just wanted more than we should have gotten. Yeah, we just went too deep, and then they had the team comp with Esri and Victor that punishes us really hard, and at one point they outranged us, but yeah.
Taking a step back, it's interesting for you because you went to the LEC, went back to ERL, now back in the LEC with SK. What is going to be your main goal to make sure that this time in the LEC you make it count differently than the previous times?
I think I'm a very changed player to how I was back in the day. When I swapped from mid to top in the LEC, I think I became a bit passive. I was good in lane, but I was a bit passive. And in the ERL, I really found my footing in I play how I want to play. And I make sure that I have impact on the game. And if that means I need to go 0-5 to have impact on the game, I go 0-5. I won't be going 0-0-3 and hope my team wins the game. I will be making sure that I'm there.
All right, and focusing on the matchup you have today, Carson, a player that you know. Last time you guys played against each other, actually, it went in your favor. 3-0 from BDS Academy from last year. What kind of player is he?
I think he's like a player that wants to play carries, but I don't think he sets his team or himself. He sets himself up good to play those. Like he plays them decent, but I think he could improve in the workarounds. And for me, against him, I always pick like funny champions against him. Like last time I faced him, I played Mordekaiser and Nasus because I felt like with my experience, I can like put him a bit off guard when he's like trying to play his game, and then I'm just playing Nasus, throwing E's AP, and he can't do anything.
Well, let's see how you can surprise him today. Thank you so much for the interview.
Thank you too.
And good luck against Heretics.
Thank you.
Always good to hear from Gen X. Excited to have him back starting in the league, not just subbing in for anyone in a playoff circumstance, but a lot of talk about Nasus AP. I don't think we're going to get that today. I think it's a bit more tame. We did hear yesterday, though, that there were some questionable circumstances, some unfortunate circumstances before the game even started for SK.
So I heard from SK's manager that Gen X wanted to select Grasp, but he played a warm-up against his mid laner before, and he had Airy, and he completely forgot to swap, and ended up playing tank Jace with Airy. Didn't look the best. Hopefully he'll show something better today.
But he tried it. Now we know. Tank Jace with Airy, 0% win rate. Maybe not the ideal option.
Yeah.
Some room for adaptation. And maybe just day one jitters. Of course, for you, Jack Spectre, it's only day two. I'm Dracos, Jack Spectre. Welcome to the Cash Test.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited to be here. Both of these teams are, I think, more interesting than people maybe think. I think yesterday they had a very poor showing, but I think today they should be able to show quite a bit more. I really want to see some more early game aggression from Heretics than we saw yesterday. And from SK, I think they showed a better game than Heretics yesterday, but I think they can definitely do a lot better today. So we have Victor, first pick here from Heretics. I believe they picked that yesterday as well, yeah. And but Urgot hover here.
Yeah, so far, it seems like we're getting a general understanding of what is strong. Now, the Ashe hover is interesting.
Would be the first Ashe.
Yeah, because we expected it to be high priority, and it really has not shown up a lot. So while conventional tier lists and international games would indicate that it's this powerhouse pick,
so it's going to be the Varus again. So Heretics responded yesterday to the Varus with the Zeri. I think didn't look the best. They kind of just scaled until they eventually lost. And I would like to see something that can maybe match the early game aggression a little bit more, something alongside the Ashe or the MF, something that can actually have some early game pressure and fight a little bit. They also take the Galio, a really good pick into Victor, can get push against it, can tank all his damage. It's tank season, and we'll probably be seeing Team Heretics lock their bot lane here and maybe a jungle pick as well.
And a good limits test to see how well RKR, how good Reeker can play in the mid lane. The first few levels for Galio we saw in this matchup can be really tough. This is the matchup earlier that Gen X was practicing against him, which led to the unfortunate Airy. So hopefully.
Oh, the Ezreal. I like the Ezreal a lot. I think the Ezreal provides a lot of early game power. It provides a strong and good foundation for the bot lane, while also allowing for a lot of flexibility towards the second phase. You can either go into a range support matchup, you can go with an engage support, or you can try to do like more of a lane bully style lane, because Ezreal has one of the strongest level 1s in the game with his high attack speed passive. And it's going to be the Xin Zhao answer into Maokai. Not the best jungle matchup, but you really need to lock in an AD jungler against Maokai, because, I mean, not against Maokai, but when you have the Galio already, because going double AP and that low damage is not going to look the greatest.
And we saw the same mid-jungle duo yesterday from SK.
And it looked good.
It looked
until
good.
It didn't.
Really, yeah, and I will say, really respect to Isma and Gen X. I think that they both got a little bit of flack after that game because they got too aggressive. But I think a lot of the circumstances where they were willing to be more aggressive were why SK did look good. Did look like they had a fighting shot in that game, but obviously might have gone a bit too far in a few of those final moments. And see if they've refined that a bit coming into day 2. For both these teams, you said at the start, obviously hoping to kind of get a reset, hoping to show more, as neither team was able to, I think, deliver probably on the practice that they had brought into this season.
Yeah, I'm really happy that Heretics is changing it up. I think SK had more of the right idea. They just kind of misexecuted. While Heretics yesterday, it didn't look like anything. You know, they kind of just watched the game play itself out for 40 minutes until they eventually lost. And I want to see some more proactivity, and I think with this Ezreal pick, we're getting it. And it's cool to see that SK is then matching it with this really aggressive mid-jungle combo. And it'll be interesting to see, like, how will Camilo do? Because what I'm expecting to see is Isma should be camping this mid lane, because a big thing that Galio provides is usually it's not the strongest in the 1v1, but he's really good in 2v2s, and he's really good at setting up ganks for his jungle.
Definitely something to keep an eye on. Also what Sheo is going to do. I think Team Heretics, you said it, not the most active game. Had some pretty solid setups, trading objectives, right up until, you know, fell away, and they were unfortunately giving up an Otacon to Rogue. But for SK, Braum taken away now, limiting that option. See what Rahel wants to lock in here, whether it's for his mid laner or for his support.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if they go for the... It's going to be the Jace lock-in again. I mean, this is like very, very similar draft if they go for the Jace.
To be fair,
hopefully we see the grasp this time.
If you're SK, I'm guessing that they feel like yesterday the game was in their hands and that they absolutely could have won, and it wasn't necessarily the draft that was the issue, with some of the execution things, some of the rune choices perhaps.
And it's interesting to see as well, like Team Heretics went for the Maokai, and that was what they lost to yesterday, and it looked pretty good yesterday in Rogue's hands. I think Malrang was doing pretty well on it, and he had a pretty high level of pressure. And they're going to go for the Jax here into the Jace. So this is a matchup where Jax is kind of happy to just scale. I'd say he can be a lot more useful in the later game team fights than Jace can, just due to the fact that he has his stun, he buys so much time, and while Jace will be probably going the tank build and be pretty annoying as well, I could see the Jax.
Interestingly, Team Heretics are playing the exact same composition other than the Leona that was played against SK yesterday. So while the nameplates are different, functionally a very similar position. Leona is a bit odd, especially when Rel's on the table.
Yeah, I think for me the Leona's a bit weird, because when you think of Maokai, you think cleanse, you know? He has his root on his W, his root on his ulti, so you need to take cleanse regardless. And then you look in Leona as well, who doesn't really want to play against cleanse. And you also give the enemy pretty damn good Merc Threads value. You have a Jax that does a lot of magical damage. You have Maokai, magic damage. Victor, magic damage. Ezreal, a lot of magic damage. Leona, magic damage. That's a lot of magic damage, Rickles.
I think you saying it for the 5th time convinced me. But the first 4 I wasn't sold, but the 5th time you said it made it clear.
I'm a bit worried about the Merc Threads value here. They have gotten very nerfed, and they are more expensive than most things these days, but
you're giving them some outs that I respect. But obviously, still, tenacity remains.
If this was last season and they did this draft, I would be very, very disappointed. But I think with the state of Merc Threads, you can get away with going more AP. But can we?
You want me to pivot away?
No, can we talk about the Gen X?
Wait, we're getting now into our first game of the day. Everybody get hyped. Team Heretics versus SK. Gen X coming in clutch. I'm not sure if we can do it, so I'll do it. So if one of us has to get in trouble, it'll be me. Gen X quick to say, dang, I meant to take Aftershock this time. So we remade. So good sense of humor, obviously. It's a tough way to start the season with a situation like that. And we are in the midst of a pause.
Interesting to see the face rush Galio. So this is something that's been popping up more, and the idea is that you're just getting so tanky through your items anyways that the face rush allows you to kind of have that stickiness to stay onto people that Galio normally doesn't have.
Yep.
And I think For me, the highlight that I really want to look for is just how does SK play this mid jungle out? Are they able to punish Camilo? Yesterday, he looked fine. It was just a normal laning phase. But in this game, I think they're definitely going to be putting a lot more pressure towards mid lane. I think Loopy should also have roam timers to mid, and it should be like a game that's all about this mid lane.
Definitely the potential to be all about mid jungle. Calling out now Rahel, going for the Comet. So likely not the on-hit build we saw in our games yesterday. Historically, a pretty decent answer into Ezreal. The lethality Varus.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal and Varus are very similar in the fact that when Varus has played lethality, he wants to play also from really far away. One thing that Ezreal can't really opt into, which you'd want into lethality Varus, is lifesteal early on. It feels really bad to buy an early Vamp Scepter when you already have the tier, you want to buy the Triforce. So unlike something like an MF, which we've also seen yesterday into the Ezreal, who instantly rushes the BT and can kind of negate a lot of that poke, it doesn't mean that it's an interesting poke war between these two champions of who hits more skill shots, and both of that damage is actually going to last because neither of them can sustain it back up.
Definitely, yeah. No Enchantress standing behind them.
It's going to be a lane swap, it's looking like here. So this makes sense for Heretics because Jax is like probably the best, at least one of the best lane swap champions, as it's so hard to dive him with that E level 1. And Ezreal into Varus can be a hard matchup early lane. Like, you have a good level 1, but after that it can be kind of rough. Genax is going to be moving into the mid lane here just to soak XP, while Carlson is going to be bot trying to do the same.
See how much a chunk SK can get down. Carlson willing to concede some XP, doesn't want to risk losing that health bar. Clearly
he's going to walk up
a dive.
and then E the damage, and then hopefully get some the melee minions here. That's the goal, at least, of this. But he's not really getting it. It's hard to say. They did slightly buff the XP range.
Yep.
So in these lane swap situations, it can be a bit easier now for the top laner to get the XP. It's interesting to see that normally what happens is that Genax would do the same thing that Carlson is doing, just on top lane, that he would just try to soak XP from afar. But instead, Genax is actually choosing to go mid and then choosing to help with jungle camps, which is very similar to what we saw in Worlds last year, where the top laner just kind of roams around and looks to come and dive the enemy top laner.
The infamous level 1 Vayne roams.
Yeah.
From I think the TF level 1 roams might have been more effective, but now setting up for the 4-man dive, Carlson.
I don't
still
think
healthy.
This is gonna work out.
Grass proc still ready to go. Stend on the way. Only level 1 on the Leona, but a bit more CC doesn't hurt. SK hitting him with a thumbs up.
They're gonna choose not to take it. I think it's too hard, especially when Leona's there. Even without Leona, I think it. I mean, maybe they could have one-shot him, but it's hard against the Jax with the E. He can buy so much time and then stun you afterwards once you've got the tower aggro. It can be really difficult.
Interesting though, because what they've effectively done is Jace does eat some of the XP from mid lane, but gets Galio through some of those more difficult first levels against the Victor, goes bot, and then is in time to TP back to top lane. And overall, while they did concede a TP there, I don't feel like it was too bad from the side of SK in terms of at least they got Reeker out of those first few levels where, I mean, we saw yesterday, he just got bullied. He just really could not play until level 3.
Yeah, it's interesting how, like, this kind of changes the matchup a little bit, where when you're playing this melee champion into the range on mid, you'd expect the Victor to bully quite a bit until the jungle can start pressuring. But because the Jace is there obviously farming with him, then the Victor's just going to sit under his tower and wait for the wave.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting adaptation from SK, and I kind of like it. It's interesting to see, like, how much does Carlson catch up this whole wave, because it's looking like it's going to be very, very equal. And if so, I'd say both teams are kind of coming out of this lane swap situation thinking like, yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, it's not too bad, certainly from either side. Flacket able to reset, does get his tier, now heading back to bot lane. Same with the recall as well. See what some of these more standard lanes look like as we get further in. Of course, in terms of overall XP, very comparable as you highlighted. Flacket with a slight lead, GenX with a slight lead on either side. But across the board, overall, pretty even.
Yeah, very, very even game so far. Both junglers just kind of full clearing. And as you said, slight XP lead for Flacket, slight XP lead for GenX.
But now finally we get standard lanes.
Now we get standard lane.
I like this version of the lane swap in that, unlike many of the previous iterations of the lane swap, even as far back as 2015, no one immediately like obliterates a tower.
Oh yeah, so boring.
And then the entire game opens up.
I played an EU Masters where that was the meta. You just traded both towers. It was so weird. It was like a fever dream.
No, instead we get ganks like this. That was clean from Sten! The hard read, GenX. Feeling like Dr. Seuss after that. Team Heretics.
That was clean.
That was clean. And we said yesterday the coordination wasn't there, but the hands were.
Wow.
Certainly remains the case in day 2, as the coordination also coming in clutch. And Carlson, the Jax, yes, he only gets the assist. A bit unfortunate the Stent gets the kill, but still happy to have advantage. And GenX already had to burn the TP.
Yeah, that's huge. He loses a lot of waves from that, and I have to be honest with you, Dracos, I'm not too familiar with Carlson Jax. He was my teammate for all of last year, but he never really liked the Jax. It was a champion that, even when it was meta, he wasn't too big of a fan of it, but it's interesting to see that he just kind of picks it this game, and I want to see like how he is on it. You know, has he really improved on it? Because it was a champion that, even when it was really OP, he wasn't really willing to play it. So I'm excited to see, can he transition this lead even further? Because at Fed Jax, that's a menace.
Certainly is. And the kind of development you want to see for a player coming into LEC. First split on the starting lineup here. Hello. Nice backstep. Is forced to flash though. Reeker also trying to follow up. Gravity Field means it's a bit of poke back.
A bit of a random. I'm not sure about that. But very valuable to get the Victor flash here, because that means like now for 5 minutes he's playing this immobile mage into a Galio with flash. It's really, really easy to set up ganks here.
And that's what you talked about, right? The strength of this mid-jungle duo did require support as well. But now the question is, can the Victor play more defensively as needed? Team Heretics, unsurprisingly, seeing the grub started up, are going to start dragging. They do have bot push.
Yeah, it's going to be like a really standard cross map here. One team gets grubs, the other gets Drake.
Commit to it.
Oh, he's actually pulling off it.
Ismail's on the way down. They're just too far, but I think they started a little bit late, and obviously Maokai alone. It's a bit of a slow take.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward here. They drop both grubs and Drake. When you get the first blood, you're not really getting much of a lead on top either. The Jace is actually ahead of the Jax, even though everything happened. Not the best for her ethics here to get this Drake.
Sheo, maybe he can find the angle. Reeker, perhaps a bit of false confidence. Not sure if he saw Sheo in the area. Now spots him, can't just walk back, flash to safety, Arcane smash in. Again, good CC. So many resources given to Carlson, and it's paying off. The Jax finding the first kill, second one he's participated in.
Yeah, and Jax is really going to be the highlight of this game. I think it's not an easy Jax game to play. Normally you want to play Jax against these auto-attacking carries. He's really good into Xin Zhao and good into Varus, but they do have a lot of peeling tools against the Jax. But I think once he gets a few items and a lot of CDR, where he can actually just start jumping around and having his E nearly permanently off cooldown, he can do a lot of work this game, and I think his role is gonna be to buy space for his carries.
It looks like GenX not opting to go for the tank build.
Wow.
So
tank with area, native grass, baby. That's my region,
yeah. Man. I mean, to be fair, grass still solid on Jace. You highlighted it yesterday, right? Melee form, get the full value of the grass proc.
Yeah, so you start with the range form, and then once the auto lands, you swap to melee, and it's as if you get the melee grass proc, which gives you a lot more HP and just makes the grass way more OP.
But we'll see if this gives them a bit more of the damage that they're looking for. I think having two poke champions who aren't completely auto-attack reliant against the Ninja Tabby's Jax,
looking at it again, I think it makes sense to go AD Jace here because you synergize a lot with the Varus, and also because you already do have the tank in the Galio and the Rel, and it's like 3 tanks. I mean, I like my tanks, but
damage has to come from somewhere, and when Varus isn't building on hit, you need a few more members who are going to consistently do that damage, right? You don't want it to be, I think the curse of Varus this last year in the LEC was if you miss your Q, your teamfight damage is gone.
Yeah.
Now you wait for 6 seconds till you're allowed to play the game again.
And now you got a Jace doing the same thing.
But by their powers combined, every 3 seconds we'll have damage. Now though, 9 minutes in, goal difference not really massive at this stage. Small lead for Team Heretics, but of course the double objectives for SK.
This is looking like a really good play by SK here. Maokai is really far away from bot lane, and Galio's hovering with ulti as well. Curious to see how much they will let Flacket drop here, or if Maokai will just say, you're on your own and I want to go top. Because if he decides to just go top, it might be hard for Ezreal to enter bot here. And they're not really getting the strong sides trades they'd want here on Carlson. He'd really want to be chunking GenX right now, but they're going for the play regardless.
Root gonna
Jace flash and 10-second cooldown.
Follow-up is there, good damage. GenX not tanking enough this time around. Carlson already ulting. GenX gets a decent bit of damage back.
Okay, they are
Gets the
camping my boy
kill.
Carl. Carlson,
Well, the thing is,
we got to see some work.
The thing is, when we came into draft, you're like, Flackett, Ezreal, early game. This is where the power is going to be. We talked about the Victor. They need to go mid. But Team Heretics clearly...
I mean, Jace is also very vulnerable to getting ganked, and you do have setup from the Jax. I just thought mid was an easier target, but it seems like they've decided that Gen X is their victim.
Holy. Carlson, Sheen now completed. Unending Despair already there for Sheo, courtesy of the bit of extra gold that he has been able to pick up.
But I'm not quite seeing the lead that I would really want to see from this. I mean, it's like you have 600 gold lead on the Jax. That's not a whole lot. I would want to see that these kills are transition into a CS lead and transition into plates, but right now it's very like kind of empty kills.
Of course, no ulti for Jax either in this fight. Carlson has to be careful about this one. Burned it in the previous exchange. Team Heretics taking away at least one grub will deny the point towards feats of strength. But SK might just be happy to have a 4 grub up. Carlson now locked up, looking to find that shutdown. Clean combos coming in. Galio across the top. Excellently played. Ezreal does a good bit of damage, but Team Heretics over eager on the contest. Maybe now can try and turn it back. Vigorol doing a good bit of damage. Rieger now in trouble. Rahel running. Isma running. Team Heretics on the descent. Flackett ready to pop off. Fully stacked on the passive. Rahel taken down as well. SK a bit over eager. Team Heretics coming out on top of the extended play.
Wow, really solid counter engage from Heretics here. I thought it looked really doomed for them. It was a good engage by Loopy. He got onto 2 or 3, I believe, and they got the Galio ult on top of it. But then just the Ezreal ult, the Victor ult, the Leona combo, everything just layered on top of them, and really good turn by Heretics.
And that's the thing that you have to respect on the side of SK is you have so many fantastic engage tools, but if it means running face first into an Ezreal who's poking for free, if you're not taking that Victor early on, stopping any further value from coming through, you can see in that extended play.
Yeah.
Just works out nicely. So it's still tough.
It's still SK with the tempo lead, however, and they are able to looking for a dive
Knock up.
here, actually.
Taunt there, trying to use the gravity field to keep himself safe. Sheo, the ulti's going to get in, but it might be too late. Tower being tank stand on the way in as well. SK, we saw it too. Another overcommittal. Loopy running. Victor still alive. The flash. Oh! SK fans, close your eyes. Team Heretics.
What is happening right
now? Open. Gen X now also going for an exchange. Sometimes you just...
I mean, the play looked good from
really
SK.
good.
They had a tempo lead. They were first on the objective, but then it looked really good until it didn't.
A classic story in the game of League of Legends, but stand on fire this game, I think it's safe to say. He and Sheo, well, they haven't done as much together as a unit as you expect when we talk about, you know, the iconic duos of League of Legends jungle support. Individually, they've both made great plays around Carlson, and now he's been there twice to really deny the dives from SK.
Yeah.
Loopy can do the same thing.
This looks like a greedy recall from Carlson, but he's probably going to be fine with this slippery kit.
Now Sheo, second objective. Again, all 3 grubs for Team Heretics as well as the Dragon. One more objective. I'll get the feats of strength.
I mean, objective-wise, it's quite an equal game, but 3,000 gold lead at 13 minutes, that's no small amount.
No, and certainly for a team that yesterday, I mean, we talked about it, right? Both these teams had a bad start, but for Team Heretics, it just felt like such a slow game where they weren't really getting as active on the map. And today, it certainly has been punish heavy, but a lot more proactive plays, a lot more good looks, and the team coordination overall has been much better. Because yesterday, 5 players with pretty good hands, not always on the same page, very much a different story on day 2.
And I do think, like, if I'm Heretics, I'm thinking yesterday we didn't have the tools to play proactive. And now I'm coming into this game and I'm saying, okay, when we do have the tools, we can actually do stuff. And then you have SK on the other hand, doing the exact same thing that they did yesterday, making the same mistakes. That has to feel really, really bad for confidence and really bad for their overall game plan.
Definitely. And I think the thing about champions like the lethality bars, right, is it's entirely dependent on you landing those Qs. It doesn't have, I'd say, the same scaling grace as the on-hit in a lot of these fights against so many of these tanky targets. And Jax will be the problem. I didn't really expect necessarily to get to the game state where Jax would be a problem in a game like this with so much early game focus around what the mid jungle, the AD could do. But yeah, Jax is going to be a problem. I don't actually know who kills this champion.
Yeah, I talked a lot about how Heretics was very magic damage focused, but I didn't actually touch on that SK is also very physical damage focused. Because you have the lethality on the Varus, you're going to have the lethality on the Jace. I was kind of thinking that Varus would go on it and Jace goes tank, and then you don't really have that problem. But now you have 2 lethality champs with a Galio. Very low magic damage. So once we see this Jax getting Tabai, getting Zonias, and getting a lot of armor, I think it's going to be really, really hard to kill.
Ulti comes out from Rahel. Going to body block the follow-up. Nice backstep from Mahel. Gets clipped by the solar eclipse. Might now be in trouble. Flack going over the wall. Not going to be risked too much. Sten.
This play is just so weird. But SK, what do we do today? I'm not sure. Like, I feel like it seems kind of desperate that they're looking for these weird picks, just overloading on one side. I mean, when you're down in a game like this, you know you're getting outscaled. It can be...
We talked earlier about a little bit messy recalls. Reeker in that situation now. Team Heretics check. Find him. Force the flash at the very least. Does have the TP if he wants to reset. But the game, I think, quickly falling away from SK.
Yeah.
First tower going to fall. Feats of strength are going to go over to the side of Team Heretics. This is, I mean, an excellent position they've set themselves up in.
The worst thing you can do when you're behind like this is to try and overforce. Like when you start to play desperate, that's when you know that a game like this is going to be really, really difficult. Because you need to stay calm, and the way that you actually come back in League of Legends is by the enemy making a mistake. If you try to overforce and look for it, then you're just going to end up with plays like this that are obviously not going to work.
I mean, but again, it's so hard because when you have a lead, right? When you're this Maokai who's just going to build armor for the rest of the game, what would normally be a mistake is no longer a mistake when it takes the entire enemy team to kill you. You can take a bit more risk when it comes to phase checking brushes. You can take a bit more risk because your laners are stronger.
SK, I mean, Team Heretics has a very forgiving comp. You have a bot and a top that is very safe, and you have a Maokai that can phase check with ease. However, SK do have a lot of CC in their comp, so I would want to see them do like a proper overload, get a deep push on one side, look to use Varus ult, look to use Flash Rel engage, get a numbers advantage, and fight that way. Because if they fight with equal numbers right now, they're going to need to really outplay them to win.
Definitely. SK again. First on mid prio. Bot lane, relatively even. Top wave is going to be untouched by both sides. Team Heretics is going to be later to the play, but SK aren't really doing meaningful damage to the objective.
It's very slow. Then it's going to be able to find a good engagement.
He doesn't connect from Rahel. We're flipping it. 50-50. Isma. Leash, and there goes Shea wins the 50-50. SK.
They're so split. How do they fight this?
The hesitancy is costing them so dearly. Reeker is finally here. Loopy now going and trying to make a hero play. In the meantime, Galio instantly going to follow up, but he's only able to connect onto two, and it's the front line. The Jax still tanky enough to survive, but Isma's trying to follow. Reeker doing some good work as Rahel finds the angle with the arrows in the back line. The Varus finally getting some work done. SK, a messy start to be certain, but they get two in the process.
I really didn't like how SK split up there, but what I liked even less was how hesitant Team Heretics was. I feel like if they just went on Isma as a unit, they could have just one-shot him. But Flakked was alone frontlining against him, trying to kill him, which allowed Loopy to actually flash in and set up for this Galio ult, and he kind of suicide engages to set up the whole fight.
Again, we
like,
look
look,
start.
if Sten is going on Isma here, and fight, you know, like go in.
Look, ultimately, that hesitancy, the space Reeker's able to create with his Galio as well. Obviously, just the zone that taunt provides. But a bit messy for a team that had such a massive gold lead.
Yeah, these fights should be really in their favor, especially when it's equal numbers. But I think the hesitancy just cost them there.
Oh, this is Team Heretics spotting Loopy. See if he has to burn anything else. For now, it's just a Celestial opposition popped.
They do get set up on this Drake here, but you could see from this last fight as well that when the poke, really good poke from Ezreal was good, huh?
Yeah, Flakked. I think a lot of these clutch ultimates are hell.
And that's the thing when you're playing this like lethality virus into Ezreal, the virus has no way of lifestealing that, so they just have to drop the Drake when you take a chunk like that. And it goes the other way as well. If it's the virus that gets that poke on the Ezreal, then Ezreal can't sustain it either, and maybe they get the Drake.
Cut and dry. Able to find that angle. Doesn't always have to be the kill. The chunk enough of an advantage. The Cloud Drake will go over. Just a note for overlay this week. The timers for the Drake after that third Drake not functioning. So we'll keep you honest on when the next Drake is going to be spawning. But don't worry, it's not just your PC. It's a bit of an issue on our side. To get it fixed as soon as possible. That said, Team Heretics also won the 50-50 in the previous play, so they get a mid lane tower as well. I think safe to say tempo heaven here, having the time of their lives. So someone will go back and catch that top wave, but in a really excellent spot as we look ahead towards Otacon, spawning in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, and this lines up perfectly with Ezreal's 2-power spike here, as he's going to finish his Mermana, I believe, right after this wave, or should be very close to it if he doesn't have it right now. And once he gets that, then I think that's when Ezreal really starts to outvalue Varus in teamfights and should be able to really pump out damage.
Flakked. Waiting a little bit longer. We'll grab the red buff at the very least. Might have to stay for one more wave. But neither side appears to be too eager to set up for Otacon, who has, of course, spawned near the top lane, so it won't cost him. A lot of games where, of course, the difference between in 30 seconds and getting that second item spike.
He's actually quite far away from the Muramana. I thought he was closer because I thought it was the same gold as Rahel, but he is down 600 gold. So it's going to need a few more waves. Maybe that's a timer that they could punish, but this Otacon is very tanky, so it's an objective that you really need good setup for, and you need a really good angle to start it. You can't really just start it randomly, as it just chunks you way too hard.
And you can see here now why pro players love those champions. It's because they push mid-wave real good. RSQ versus Ezreal ult.
It's super obnoxious to play against either of these champions. They're just perma one-shotting
It's
these waves.
undersold because it's just not something you think about a lot in solo queue, right? But it's so important in pro play.
It just makes holding this mid tower so easy. You can see like the fact that Ezreal can hold this mid tower throughout, like for the last 4 or 5 minutes, just sitting there clearing the waves, actually allows for his team to play the game without holding his hand. Well, if you're playing something like an Aphelios on mid lane, you need your support to sit there with you, babysit you the whole wave as you clear every single minion.
Definitely nice to have a strong, independent AD carry, especially for Loopy and Sten, right? Who are both clearly guys who want to be looking to make those plays, find those angles. More vision set up from the side of Team Heretics. They did have that top push, so a bit more vision control over Otacon, as Reeker is at least threatening to cancel those recalls. Now, second item coming through.
Second item on Flacket. Big spike, but Varus is also looking surprisingly quite scary, nearly at 3 items. There's going to be a very interesting team fight. It should be like a long standoff where we just see who lands more poke, and whoever gets the poke gets the control and should have a large advantage going into the actual fight.
Luckily that blue buff is there. They're running incredibly low on mana. Already opting for early pen. Identifying the weakness that you kind of called out in this composition, that they are so heavily magic damage.
You see the 3 Merc Treads already on SK. Might be a Merc Treads for Gen X as well. And that just highlights like when enemies got full AP, you buy Mercs. You know?
It's just
it is
value. Also, I mean, unfortunate that they were not able to get the feats of strength, because the upgraded Mercs and that additional little shield goes a long way.
That's true.
In these fights and these poke battles. Now, however, the Otacon setup, the infamous 1-2.
I mean, I think the biggest, like,
Reeker caught out at least a little bit.
Oh.
Just punch backwards. Now the following mid laner just going to get taken out. Loopy, nothing he can do to stop that one. Isma also running. Otacon leashed briefly, but Loopy now trying to turn TP into hell. Excellent ulti to keep multiple members locked up. Isma buying as much space as he can with his own ultimate knockback. Flacket trying to finish the kill. A little bit more coming in. The reset, the extra damage coming in for the victor as well. Rahel has to get out. And Carlson to at least get some space for his backline. Shale playing with fire. Team Heretics.
Loopy really saving this play. I thought Riku would sure choose to flash the Maokai ult because, as we've talked about, they have so much CC. So that means if you get hit by one, you're going to get CC chained until death. But he ends up holding the flash, but Loopy really saves the play, getting some return kills, because if Galio dies there for free, that's probably just Otacon.
X. Big chunk. Obviously, Victor, no ult, but it really doesn't matter. It's 2 items. Has the blue buff. Free to just keep spamming.
You see here, like, once they get the Maokai ult on the Galio, then they can chain it into the Leon ult, and it looks super good for Heretics. If they just don't chase for Xin Sao now, they could go to Otacon, but I can understand their thought process. It looks like Xin Sao is kind of caught. They don't know Loopy's exact position, and he gets a really good flash engage over the wall, ends up turning the fight, and it ends up being a much more equal trade.
That over-eagerness, of course, often what we talked about yesterday, costing SK. Team Heretics also falling a little bit victim. Deceptive tankiness of the Xin. He's not actually tanky, but the ult does a lot of work to mitigate any pick you think you might have found. Again, we're in the battle for mid-prio. Rahel still not quite on that 3-item threshold, but at least clearly has that lead.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy to look at the 2 ADC items and see that Varus has such a big lead. I guess because a lot of it was spent on the boots upgrade for Ezreal, and he does also have a small gold lead, and also Varus, one of the big strengths of Lethality Varus is that his items are really cheap. But it does, like, you look at it and you think to yourself, wow, this Ezreal's far behind.
Reeker stunned up. Reeker gonna be in trouble here, most certainly. Ulti goes out. Nice movement, but there's just too many members in the area trying to flash, but the amount of CC brought to the table is too much. The Maokai ult coming in as well. Now Loopy needs to run. Plant. A little bit awkward.
It's a tough game for Reeker. I think this, I mean, they're going to probably try to contest the Atakan 4v5, but another time where Reeker gets caught here.
I mean, they already have midway pushed in. They're going to try to knock down tier 2. I don't...
They're going to trade it for Drake as well. I mean, it makes sense. It's hard to fight this 4v5, and they are already stronger 5v5, so...
I mean, it's such a tough call, right? You knock down tier 2, you get a Drake.
Yeah.
For a Baron, that feels fine. For what is probably Otacon into a Baron?
Yeah. That's the hard part with Otacon spawns at this minute, yeah.
This is the season where that trade deal does not feel good anymore.
Yeah. Because normally what you'd want to do is you just want to wait out the Otacon buff for the 2.5 minutes that it is. But since Nash is already up, what Heretics can do if they're smart here is just kind of ignore waves, just push out the waves that you have right now, instantly run start the Nash, and just play like psychopaths. Just go fight. Whatever fight is a good fight.
Certainly. And you have double TPs up as well. So obviously it normally takes some time to get back to the fight with the reset, but Carlson and Camilla can more or less be there instantly even if they do go down. Genex still doesn't have his TP available.
Yeah. I just really hope that Heretics right now are not scared to start a fight. I just hope that they just go start this Nash. You guys can skip a few steps. You don't need everything to be perfect. Just please get a good fight with this Otacon going.
Spotted Reeker in bot wave.
That's a really good chunk. Now starting the Nash is looking even better. I hope that they don't just play for tier 2.
Reeker still going bot, does have TP.
That's the start Nash.
SK just trying to get mid control. They don't really have good information on where Team Heretics are, but luckily that control word's so clutch.
That's a really good control word, yeah.
Pushing now.
They do have vision of it, but even though they have vision, I really like this from Heretics because one, they do it really fast. That's one of the nice things about Estral. And I think any fight here should be great for Heretics. They have great position and they have that
3K. Maokai ult to zone them off.
That's a free Nash.
Honestly clean textbook setup. Excellent use of the Otacon buff. Genex now caught out as well. Team Heretics still want to make the most, right? It costs them nothing.
It's really good.
They don't lose the buffs and the Baron's taken down. Now they can just chase down Isma as well. Looking like a 1-2 punch that might just end the game here. Isma taken out. Baron buff empowered Team Heretics.
You have Otacon GA buff, baby. Every fight is a good fight. Isma falls into the trap of thinking that he can go on the Jax. But with Otacon buff, he can just keep moving forward.
Easy call. Reeker gonna knock down another tier 2, but it's really just that consolation prize. Almost a 5,000 gold lead side Team Heretics, but Milo trying to get out of this one. They'll at least grab the buff.
I mean, he's dead, but he's not dead.
100 gold. They're waiting.
Oh, they're trying to wait
waiting. Okay. Don't quite want to risk him having his cooldowns or the mana to use them. So we'll take him out. 100 gold.
There was actually only around like 15-20 seconds left of the buff. So I was a bit panicked there to go for him because he did have no mana. So I would have liked to see if they actually committed to it, but would have to wait a while. I mean, they still have the buff now. Would be a bit too long, maybe.
I mean, the thing is that Victor's been a lot of times this game, but like he doesn't need that much mana to one-shot an 80 carry. Very strong champ at 3 items as he now finishes his death cap.
He's looking scary. A little bit scarier than this Galio, that's for sure.
That's a tough one for Reeker. Again, you talked about the sheer amount of CC. It means there's still some angles for SK to maybe play for a pick, but Team Heretics haven't been making too many of the individual mistakes or getting caught out, right? Only 4 kills to the side of SK.
Yeah, and it's gotta feel really bad when you feel like what you did yesterday worked, and then you go back to it, and it just goes even worse.
Yeah.
This mid-jungle is 0-8. They are not able to do anything right now.
And it's mid-jungle you talked about where they should have been able to kind of further extend that lead. They got the flash out, but then, of course, so much focus was put around Carlson on the side of Team Heretics that it seems like SK weren't quite able to press the advantage in the way that they wanted to. And as much as Carlson got all that attention, a lot of this game has just been, you know, better setups and some good overall team play from the side of Team Heretics. Sheo, ulti going, Rahel forced to back off. Will be rooted.
Oh.
Loopy now going in. Good combo. Really Galleons go over the top. Rahel also landing a clutch arrow. Maybe a bit over eager. Victor trying to turn it back with an ulti of his own. Isma off to the side, though, just gets one popped. Ulti animation. Dies in the middle of it. Definitely not ideal. And in the extended fight, Team Heretics can just continue to poke, continue to chip away at this base. Sheo.
They just don't have the damage rate because this looked like such a good engage from Loopy, but they're not able to do anything.
One inhibitor's going to fall. Second to follow. Baron buff still there. 25 seconds. Double cannon minions. SK will hold on a little bit longer. Team Heretics don't want to get too eager here, but the angles for good fights are few and far between because, yeah, it did look good.
We got a TP behind from Jace here. They're trying to make something happen, but they do have Nash recalls.
They do have items. He's not going to one-shot Sheo.
It's nothing, I'm afraid.
I mean, he's full. Look at, I mean, just look at the armor.
Yeah.
Red buff healing coming in.
And now Heretics is just gonna look to use this top wave to play for third inhib. Probably gonna ignore this dragon as they just wanna try to accelerate the game.
A couple of these moments, I gotta say, it's not all perfect from the side of Team Heretics. It still looks like they're very much in control, but some questionable recalls, I think, for both sides.
They're reading a lot of the recalls and messing up their tempo, which is making this game a little bit clunky at times. But when you have two inhibs like this and you have a really good siege comp with the Maokai, the Ezreal, and the Victor, it should be really easy for them to just go top, put down the Maokai ultimate, and poke.
And anything short of a wombo combo just isn't going to do it, as Loopy is caught here. None of the damage from Team Heretics is present. Of course,
chase them forever.
Now you've got Flacket coming in. Should just be able to finish the job quite quickly. Pops his red pot, extra sustain just in case.
Oh, this is a disaster for SK. Now they lost their only real engage into Heretics as they're going to siege for this tier 3 top. Probably SK is just going to have to drop it and look for a Nexus defense.
Look, pretty cut and dry from Team Heretics. They found the picks again. Able to push this forward. Flacket popping the red pot means that any poke that does land from Rahel doesn't feel impactful.
Can't help but feel that like SK's game plan this game looks so desperate. It's like they don't really have a clear idea of what they want to do, and they're just looking for random picks, and then they keep getting caught while doing it.
Well, you talked about kind of the telegraph mid-jungle, and it just seems like Team Heretics did not let them get that edge, and now Flacket just been unassailable in these fights. The 80 carry mid lane threat, sheer amount of space generated.
Yeah.
Carlson as well now, a big problem.
They only need a few Astral Qs to land, a few victories, then they should be able to start seeding these Nexus towers.
A little bit more poke. 31 minutes in, 60 to 51.5k. Should be an easy close here. Drake on the table if they want an exit objective, but it is about getting things started. Big catch. Loopy now trying to lock up Carlson as well. Maybe they can get something done, but the Flacket is the one that they need to take out of the fight. The Ezreal for now untouched, slowly peeling back, continuing to poke. Carlson going golden, gives himself a bit extra time. Rahel desperate to finish the kill. Doesn't have the angle to get anything more done, but Flacket just continues to fire Qs, but in the meantime, sniped out. Carlson taken down. Team Heretics slowed for now. No Nexus towers falling. SK hold the line, but the Ezreal in the meantime, not enough to finish the kill.
This game feels really weird. I feel like Heretics is like playing better macro kind of and playing better game, but SK have been really good on the engages. Like Loopy and Isma are finding really, really good angles, but it feels like it's just not enough. Like even this defense, it's like, yeah, guys, we can farm triple in it. But it's still going to be, enemies going to go to Nash, and they're going to come back to your base, and they're going to do it all over again. And as long as Camilo now has flash, I mean, he had flash before, but let's say he just, you know, flashes the engage, it's going to be pretty easy for them, I think.
I appreciate your unintentional PM. Well done. A quick check after you said it. Whoops. Yeah, also, of course, has the arm guard, so should be in a much better position in the fight to come. This is, overall, though, it still feels like end of days for SK. I don't know if the next item spikes are really going to be enough. Jace is strong at this stage of the game, but no one's going to give him that angle for the infamous like hammer form Jace flank where you're able to just one-shot a carry.
To be fair, to cope it to the max, if SK do that again, then I'd say the game is like, maybe even
okay.
Favorable for them even.
So right now it's Team Heretics favored.
Yeah.
Heavily. And if they get one more miracle fight.
One more miracle engage. Just one
more to get it to even.
Just don't quit before
and then
that
one more
last
after
win.
that to
win
get it in their favor.
Yeah.
They probably win at this point. It's late.
But the thing is, Heretics can play incredibly slow because they have the Nash buff. So
They just chill.
If they just S-key and stand in front of them and throw their skill shots, then the minions will do their job for them. So it's SK that really needs to find something. Isma looking, not able to get up.
It's tough. He's operating at arm's length. Ulti goes out. Rahel not going to get locked up. Loopy is there to body block, but has to dash out. Nexus towers falling. Again, Team Heretics, like you said, just taking their time. Now finally Flacket starting to go in. Rieker able to catch Flacket off on the side, but he still had the cleanse, trying to back away. The Ezreal getting lower and lower. Rieker now running out of base, but it's all falling to pieces. Rahel still standing, but the Nexus will fall. Team Heretics not playing for kills, playing to end the game. First win in the 2025 winter season.
Much better game from Heretics here. Really happy to see them bounce back and that they also changed up their draft a little bit. Kind of disappointing to see SK just go for the same again and doing even worse.
I mean, I understand the logic. They obviously did change some of their decisions in terms of overall builds, but a lot of the same issues weren't able, I think, to most likely bring what they showed in practice to stage today. So credit to Team Heretics for adapting. Vote for your key player of the game, of course, at LEC on X. Sheo, Camilo, or Stend.
It's got to be Sten or Sheo.
Yeah, Sten and Sheo, very good.
Camilo had the good stats.
The recalls were questionable.
Yeah, but it's also like, I don't know, when your support and jungle are feeding you kills as a carry, you don't got to do much, you know? You just got to press your
That's
button.
all it took. That's how my solo queue experience is. Anyway, players, first bow, probably not the last of this season. We're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, Lore is standing by with Camilo.
And hold it tight. You are my home. I know it now. Don't let me go. We're safe and sound. I see your beauty shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Sound on and feel my heart. We're never lost, even when I'm gone. Like circles on from near and far, above the flower bed. As we watch the stars, and we'll never be lost.
No, instead we get ganks like this. That was clean from Sten! The hard read, Gen X. Feeling like Dr. Seuss after that. Too late, tower being tanked, Sten on the way in as well as K. We saw it, 2. Another overcommittal, Lupe running. Victor still alive, flash! Oh! SK fans, close your eyes, Team Heretics. Rahel running, Isma running, Team Heretics on the descent. Fika ready to pop off, fully stacked on the passive. Rahel taken down as well. SK a bit over-eager, Team Heretics coming out on top of the extended play.
And welcome to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in for the very first time with Team Heretics. Camilo, thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on grabbing your first win in the LEC. The approach you had yesterday and today was kind of similar. What was the difference today?
I think the main difference was...
Hi, Larson. Sorry.
The main difference was what we wanted, like some picks that we prioritized or not. But there wasn't a big difference. We were confident that our draft was already okay yesterday, and that the problem was more that we were a bit nervous as well yesterday. But overall, our draft, we were confident that it would be good.
Almost perfect KDA. What happened?
I griefed.
Yeah, you griefed. Great performance, though, for you, and nice that you managed to grab your first LEC win. I have to say, from all the roster changes in the offseason, I was not expecting to see you in the LEC. What are you doing here? How did you end up here?
I don't know. I wasn't expecting to be here as well.
All right.
But I appreciate the trust that my coaching staff and my comrades put in me as well. And I have some really good stuff that can help me, like Nayas or Machuki. So overall, even if it's a big step, I would say that I feel pretty confident for the moment.
Yeah, completely deserved, of course, and it's amazing having you in the LEC. How do you want to be defined as a mid laner? What is your goal going to be? How do you want to shine?
That's a pretty hard question, actually. I want to be able to do everything at a great level, I think, and can that be a Swiss knife for my team? And also probably my goal is to be the most dominant laner at the end of the year, though it might be a bit hard, but we will see. And I think that's it for the moment.
If you keep on putting in the work, for sure, that's going to happen. We'll check on these goals later in the season. Camilo, again, thank you so much for the interview. Welcome to the LEC. And Shox, over to you at the analyst desk for more on that game.
Thank you. No desk. We don't need no desk. I'm really happy for Camilo and for the other rookies on Team Heretics after yesterday. You know, this was a very convincing win, and I think the little lapses they had in some of the fights is something that I can very, very easily forgive looking at kind of Yeah, the mountain they have to climb when they come into the LEC.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're still going off the same game plan, though. You saw how many resources would put up towards Carlsen. We saw the same thing when they were playing against BDS. This time around, though, it's like the rest of the map weren't just collapsing and they weren't just trading objectives and doing nothing. They actually had a good idea, well, at least trying to get on some of the objectives. I still think they're lacking in, oh, we have a gold lead. We need to be the first setting up the objective, and then we start doing that. I think it's nerfs. I think it's rookies. I think we're giving them time. But hey, a win already this early, I did not even expect that.
A lot of rookies are given time and don't win at all.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
This is great.
Yeah, but I do agree. I think it's just getting to grips with the macro, and especially when a huge amount of the game has changed as well. There are certain things that you should be doing, like resetting early to set up, and I think Jack even called it on the broadcast as well, was just you need to be there in time. And if you're not going to be in that position, well, then you are going to find yourself struggling to set up team fights correctly, which is where we saw them kind of lapse in judgment at some of these occasions. But it's still great to see them pick up the win here when so many people were doubting Heretics in this.
Let's dive into a couple of those fights then. If you say lapses in judgment, some also that they did well. What would you like to show us?
Yeah, I think the big one.
We got two.
We got two, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can do the Grub fight first. I think that's the most successful. That's going to show some of the actual strength that we saw coming out for them, because I think that it's at least one of the fights where they are the one retaking, right? Once again, they're moving the members over. So as I said earlier...
What's difficult here in this setting?
Well, the difficult thing is, once again, they're the one who's late on the objective, right? So as we just roll out the clip, you're going to see that, well, SK's also is going to be having a lot of issue in terms of actually finding who to focus on. But Carlsen, having that lead, is willing to send it. You're looking at Gen X right now, still clearing over the mid lane. Rika is in a fine position as well, but they're still answering waves. So that means, despite being late, Team Heretics has become the team that actually starts off the objective.
Yeah, and I think this is where you actually get to see what does work out relatively well for them, which is the carries are in a safe spot. Flacket and Camilo are able to stand in behind their relative tanks and then continue the fight forward. Also, this ultimate from Victor is getting so much damage done as the rest of SK try to follow up. But we'll see a very different style in this next fight, but it's so important for Heretics that ult went their way.
Yeah, I think that's the entire point where it looked like they were putting so many resources into Carlsen, so like subconsciously in the team fight, SK is just focusing Carlsen. They've used everything to get him down, but Camilo is just there playing a busted-ass Victor and making it work.
I also think Sheo deserves a little shout out here. It is a hard situation to be in when I feel like, especially as a jungler, he was in a system in BDS, a system that worked really, really well also because he was a big contributing factor. But I think he was the perfect orchestra master, the conductor in this game, you know. Almost every single Maokai ult was perfectly angled. It set them up, and I think he did tons of work here.
And I think it also speaks volumes to the improvement and work he put in last year, because one of the big things we saw on BDS was that Labrov tended to be that big engage tool, and Sheo kind of had to learn the ropes with that last year on BDS when we started to see a lot more of these tank junglers being played by them, where he wasn't just able to go, hey, I'm going to be that secondary engage tool, and now he's bringing that to Heretics as well, where he gets to be that shining light when it comes to these fights and engages.
What about SK then? 0-2 on the week. They can still save it with a win tomorrow at least, and there are 3 weeks of regular season, but on the other hand, that's already 2 losses in only 9 games you're going to play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of hoping I'm just seeing a different form of SK, not in terms of what they're bringing, but also in terms of their champions. I've seen Gen X now 2 times from Jace, not impressed. I've seen Rika be changed to play Galio when he was actually smurfing in EMEA Masters. I think as an LEC viewer, as you're looking at Rika right now, you're thinking, oh, he's just the same. He had improvement in ERLs. He was better this time around, but now he's on the big stage again, and it's not showing through. It's looking like a Mad Lion situation again.
Yeah, you get judged on that, unfortunately, right? And if 2 times isn't the charm, not a lot of people even get 2 chances. I think that's one of the things that we're going to have to track throughout this regular season.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I think the fact that you're not getting to see the growth either from him and a little bit as well from Gen X, it feels like he hasn't really got to show his stuff as well. I think it's a bit heartbreaking, but you have to step up. You need to start playing a bit more of these carries. And if you are, you're playing side lane, give him resources on a carry, he'll be able to do much more.
Yeah, 2 teams that did get off to a fantastic start yesterday were Rogue and Giant X, and they're playing each other after the break.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he
don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New towers, new objectives.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the winner 2025 LEC split. Rogue and Giant X standing just ahead of us. I'm Dracos again here with Jack Spectra. Look, game one, some ups and downs, but some excellent punishes from Team Heretics to take the game away from SK. Now it's going to be interesting to see if Rogue have what it takes to take down Giant X after Giant X had a pretty stellar game yesterday. How you feeling?
I'm feeling really good. I really like this Giants lineup. I've been a huge fan of Noah and Jun. I think Noah has a really great work ethic. And I also worked with Giotto, the coach of Giant X last year. And for me, he was one of the greatest coaches I've ever worked with.
That's a lot of optimism. A lot of people skeptical, right? Given his overall success record in terms of where his teams have finished in the standings. We've got to hear that you have that faith. And obviously going up against Rogue. Rogue, slow, controlled, Rogue time kind of game. But I will say one person who I think didn't get enough praise in the midst of messages about how slow the game was Adam, who generated so much space. You brought this up on the desk as well. So I'm curious to see if now that he's on blue side instead of red side, if we still get some of that signature flair, or if it's going to be a bit more restrained given the context. But we are trading power picks like it is nothing in this draft. Corki traded for Rumble and Vi. These are champions that have just been basically perma'd the first 2 days.
Very interesting to see the Estral kind of respect ban to Noah yesterday. And this is a classic combo here where you have the Vi plus Rumble. It's like a super strong combo because you set up the Rumble ult with the Vi ult, and it just creates a really good synergy. But the Corki as well is so OP.
Look, the Corki flex, we've all seen it, we've all experienced it. Why is this champion allowed to do so much damage?
It's not a flex because in EU it's bot, and in Asia it's mid.
Okay.
I don't know.
It's a theoretical flex.
Yeah.
If we get to first stand, if it's still good by the time we get the first stand, maybe there'll be a flex. With Azir locked in for Larson. Once known as the Emperor, might still be the Emperor. We'll have to find out. Obviously, a champion that we saw yesterday, still really powerful. And right now, GX are getting a lot of
I would like to see, I think Silas here sounds, I mean, it's like kind of spicy, but Jackie's on Silas, so it's going to be a treat.
Yone?
Ooh, Yone. I like that a lot too. I like that a lot too.
Obviously, with the hit to Blade of the Rune King, Yone was taken down a few notches, but remains the pro play terror that he was.
Matchup is so obnoxious.
It is incredibly obnoxious. But I think Rogue, right? Like this is pretty ideal for the slower pace of game where you have this Corki, you have this Azir, you have a very traditional tank in the jungle. On the opposite side for GX, you push your R buttons and people are dying. Like the three of these champions push R, you can take out an entire backline if you get the lineup right. So need to see if they're able to find those angles, how they use some of these picks, and also what the top lane matchup is going to look like up against this Rumble.
Yeah, so I would expect here Giants to ban out, they're going to ban out the Poppy. I was thinking it would be Cassandra Renekton, as Renekton's kind of been Adam's go-to blind pick. I don't think he'd normally go for anything too crazy since he's blind picking. He might even play a tank. I have not seen Adam play many tanks. I mean, he picks it more now than before, but he's not the biggest tank player either.
But people are just really excited about gods. They want more gods, or gourds with the Renekton included. Kaisa, I really like how GX are drafting. I know you're already hyped on GX, but Kaisa with a team like this.
That's a very hard laning phase into Corki. This is a swap.
So look, you're the AD carry expert. You want to tell me this is miserable, I believe you. But as someone who has played
it's a crazy good call
and seen top sides like this, Kaisa's not getting any support or peel. All those champions are going.
But she doesn't need it.
Yeah, but
she
that's
just
the
follows
point.
it.
That's the point. You're not gonna put a Jinx here and leave her to die in the back line.
I mean, what you'd really want is like either something that follows the engage or something that's like has some self-peel, something like a Saya, something like an Astral. Renekton, I told you.
There it is for Adam, the R champion coming through in Gourds. Execute.
And then the blind pick support is probably going to be a Rel or Leona, I presume.
All I'll say is that when I tried to sell this roster to people, I brought up Execute's Pike many times, and I wanted at least once this year. Right now, I don't think it's what they need.
I think that champion is very bad right now, I'm afraid.
I know. That doesn't mean a man.
I said Rel or Leona. He hovers both.
Leona? Are you looking for more credit? Am I not giving you enough credit when you say anything? I can call it out more formally.
Well, I'd assume they either answer with Alistar or Rel here.
1 gold star for Jack Spectra. Well, I think you're probably right. I would say Rel. There's no way we're getting a Galio support.
It could be. It's not terrible, but I think Rel is just better.
So we have two compositions. On kind of the rogue side, we have what I would call, like if you had to say League of Legends composition, other than Corki, who could probably be replaced with any number of champions over the years, this is like, that's League of Legends right there on the left-hand side. That is classic. This could be any year of League of Legends style composition. And GX, this is a little bit more of the modern spice when you include things like the Yone and the Kaisa.
I love the GX comp. I think it has so much playmaking potential. All of the champions have the exact same identity. They want to jump in. They want quick, fast fights. They want to get like a huge wombo combo. While Rogue, they got this kind of slow, I don't want to say boring, but front to back, want to chill and scale. And I'm really excited to see if Giants can make things happen with this comp. They do, however, it's ironic that they want to make things happen because they have a weaker bot lane, a weaker early game jungler, and a mid that gets pushed in.
And that's something we're going to have to track, right? Jackie's obviously pretty solid performance yesterday, as was Noah. On the opposite side for Rogue, a bit more of a team game. Adam, I think the real standout for me, at least in terms of the advantages he was able to generate for the team. But RGX able to weather kind of some of these difficult laning phases. Will we see standard lanes?
I think this should be like right up the ballpark for Malrang because he has strong laning phase. He's playing against like the weakest level 1 jungler in the game. It's super common to either late invade or look for some early game cheese. If we see Malrang full clearing, then he's a changed man, I believe.
I mean, after yesterday, I'm wondering if he's changed.
He might be a changed man. He was not doing any cheeses yesterday.
I don't know if we can get Twitch chat up, but if we get a poll on it, how often have we seen Malrang full clear? Has anyone ever seen it? Maybe it's a better question. This is the level 2, you know, crazy Jarvan player. But he was there on Rogue. He did that on Rogue.
Yeah,
that joke doesn't even make sense.
It was like back in the day. I don't know.
It wasn't even that. It was that long ago.
It's gonna be a fun feast.
5v5. Jun walking in, flash in, execute. Things started. Closer's just gonna walk away.
That's the aggression Rogue needed.
Look.
Just fight.
He's not gonna look back on that flash fondly because no one flashed away from him.
It's an aura flash.
was...
He needs to make his presence known.
He did make his presence known. And he has Hex Flash, so in that
Wait,
sense, he's building
I just
value.
realized what
now
happened.
it's a late lane swap coming out. There's a lot of
It's
TPs
not
down in
really
the bottom lane.
I mean, it's a lane swap, but it's...
It's a flip.
It's, yeah, they're just rotated.
Okay. So we're going to have more or less the expected laning phase. Downside for a lot, of course, is that he doesn't have TP. Adam was able to walk down. This is going to make things a little bit funky.
Yeah, I think this is going to be really bad for Giants because I mean, they wanted to take this fight level 1 because they really wanted to lane swap themselves. But now they're going to have to lane the 2v2 that they didn't want to lane, and Noah got zoned off of XP level 1 because his support was mid.
This is very awkward.
Oh,
Rook
no,
gonna
no,
connect,
no.
trying to interrupt. Noah just getting completely and totally chunked.
I don't think he can catch this wave, and Vi can't stop her jungle clear to cover.
Cleanse. I mean, the thing is, they don't have information on Sejuani. They can probably assume that Malrang is moving top to bot, but if he's there, they die.
I think you would just flip it here.
As
but
Noah?
you don't. No, as Rogue. I mean, the thing is, Leona doesn't have flash Q. If Leona actually had flash right now, the dive is super easy. You just flash Q as Leona, and it's a one-shot. But without the flash, it's a lot harder, and looks like they don't end up going for it.
Get the cleanse out at the very least. Noah's still holding on to his flash.
But he's still in such a rough state. Like, what do you do now? You can't really walk up because Corki can just W in.
And this is the price. You said it, right? Yeah. Every champion on this team has the same identity, but that identity doesn't happen in the first 3 levels, right? Yeah. You're just suffering against this Corki, outranged, outdamaged. In the meantime, Jackie's at least doing okay in the 1v1, has kind of had the assured isolation in that one, knowing the junglers are moving down to the bottom side. Closer there to cover. Jackie's at least able to get to level 3.
The problem as well is that since you're playing with the Vi, she can't really help you until level 6. So it's not going to get any better for Noah and Jun unless Patrick and Execute kind of misplay and are not able to maintain the pressure, which it kind of looks like they have. I don't know how Noah and Jun managed to get a kind of free recall here. And Rogue is freezing. This is not looking as good as I would have hoped for Rogue.
Running away. What's the logic here on the freeze?
I would have wanted them to keep pushing, keep Noah locked under tower, then you slow push, and you just keep poking Noah on every single CS. But now the game looks kind of nice for Noah. It's down like 1 or 2 CS. It's whatever, you know? Then if that's the price I have to pay to play Kai'Sa into Corki, I'll pay that price every day of the week.
20 gold, yeah, it seems like a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
But now finally going to get the recall, see what this looks like once he gets a few more items under his belt, closer farming comfortably. You can see the mid lane, typical for Larson, and now anything that Jackie's able to do in this mid lane, just extra credit. Lot potentially in trouble here. It was Adam. Yes, he died for first blood in the game yesterday, but it's important to note how much pressure he was able to kind of absorb and how much he was able to get done on the map. Has had more time in the isolated 1v1, might try to get aggressive. But really at this stage of the game, despite so it's kind of just an emotional roller coaster, I think, for Rogue fans. You start with highly questionable flash into insane trade, into not really being able to get more out of that trade.
I mean, if I'm a Rogue fan right now, I would be feeling kind of sad because from what I saw in this early game, if this was a better team, I think Noah gets punched much, much harder than this. And he is still going to be down, but I would really like to see that either Noah gets dove or this CS lead, like, they really choke him out to make this game really, really hard for him to play.
And we'll see. Rogue yesterday weren't taking big risks to push their advantages. We'll see if that's something that's changed since that day 1. You know, might have just been those first day stage jitters. Obviously a roster that has just come together, even though a lot of these members have played before. Adam getting zoned off.
One thing that you can see from this lane swap that's interesting is that Lot ends up having a bit of a XP lead from the fact that he was able to TP down first. So he's always been kind of fine in this matchup that can be kind of hard for Rumble early game. And overall, it's a very, very close game, which is, I think Giants are really happy with that.
This is the thing, right? We talked about the early laning phase potentially being difficult. It's really, if Yone, as well as the Kai'Sa, are able to walk away scot-free, it's not too bad. And we're going to get the objective trade here. I still think I personally like the 3 grubs more than I like the Drake, but the fact that they're trading even with overall weaker champions is a bit difficult.
Yeah, a lot of the time when you see teams go for this trade, it's not really that they're choosing one objective over the other. It's just kind of like, you ask yourself, can we fight or do we want to fight? And the answer is no. Okay, we trade.
Push back, good. Tower there.
He's
One
dead.
more shot. Jackie's the W!
That was a nice W.
I mean, bad to get caught.
I mean, it was he kind of
really bad to get caught, but credit.
But kind of nice mechanics, you know, like
I mean,
Bounce it out.
okay, no. We have to give credit to Larson. Larson, instant reaction time, good ult. Now the dive may be coming in. This is what you were waiting for. They wanted to take down Noah. Good interrupt coming in from Jun. Backing away. Zenith Blade there. Q a little more volley. First blood. Patrick able to flash out. Rogue clean on the dive.
Yeah. This is like, it's hard. I think Fnatic, Fnatic's resting Noah and Jun. I think of Fnatic. GX played that dive pretty well. Noah instantly cleanses. Jun cancels a lot of the CC, but there's just too much damage, and Rogue played it well as well. It's a clean dive.
Well executed. Now closer coming in the mid lane. That's the level 6. Oh, flashing in. That didn't connect at all, but it might not matter. Again, they pushed their R buttons. Larson caught out, and I will
Perfect
say,
gang. Clean.
Clean gank. In the end, that's all that matters. Did you just scream when he missed the Q flash?
I mean, it was like...
Jackie's in trouble.
Instinctive.
Now has Q3, can try to dash out. Closer there to cover, but it does not matter. So the return
That's the
kill,
Malrang execute right
the
there.
1-for-1, and I gotta say, Rogue not afraid to fight fire with fire here. They punish the mid lane play. Larson almost getting the kill on Jackie's already. The top dive coming through, and the weaknesses of this GX composition are being exposed a bit here by Rogue.
And this is the Rogue I wanted to see. They're making proactive plays. Malrang and Execute, I think they have like really, really similar game styles. They just want to fight, they want to create plays, and they want to play hyper-aggressive. And I'm really happy to see them actually making things happen together. It's a little bit sad that Sejuani's gotten both kills, but I think if they keep this up, they can keep snowballing in the end.
You say that, but when she finishes that heart steal, no one's gonna be sad anymore. They'll have the
heart steal.
We saw it yesterday from.
Actually, yeah, I guess everybody's going heart steal these
heart
days.
steal. I'm really not convinced, but
she's actually down quite a few camps though, which is, I mean, that's kind of the price you pay for making
but
these.
this is the thing. When you bring Malrang to a roster,
he should be down camps.
I want to see peak Malrang, which
Yeah.
means getting active on the map, and if that means sacrificing
kills,
yourself a
not
little
camps.
bit, yes, it means sacrificing yourself. It's worth it.
And that's what Rogue needs as well. If they don't have a player like that, then it's hard for them, I think.
It is hard.
It's another dive, exactly the same setup as last time.
No ult, does have flash. Probably just walks into Larson to try to stop
might try to
crashing.
Oh, they got a TP
here. Q3 has to be respected. Rogue just going to back away. Execute really not scared at all. So essentially free TP, really.
Yeah, this is a very reactive GX that we're seeing. They're not really able to create any plays of their own, and they're just kind of having to be pushed and pulled around by Rogue.
Oh, but ulti coming in from Malrang off to the side. Good initially onto Lot. Lot does have an ulti of his own. Larson pushing back. Rogue, again, confident on the play. GX punished.
Wow. It's a really good play by Rogue, but I have to wonder, was Lot a bit tilted here? Or like it's because he TPs, so he feels like he should make something happen? Or it seems very weird from an outsider's POV because your mid laner's already recalled. The play is over. So what are we here for?
And walking forward, it is a bit tricky. But ultimately, again, credit to Rogue. Spotted out.
It's a really good
too far up.
This is the Malrang I wanted to see.
Well, and this is the thing, I think in games where we've seen this from players, we've talked to players about this in interview, when you're maybe feeling frustrated or plays and going your way, sometimes you just autopilot, and you don't anticipate that Malrang's just going to stand in that bush for no reason for 15 seconds. Because if you don't walk forward, there's no reason for Sejuani to be there.
That's true. That's true. Really down.
True. I like your use of repetition. It's strong. Really reminding me when we are in full agreement here.
Well, I'm curious to see Noah and Jun. I think really good, but kind of known for their mental issues. Will they be able to bounce back from this tough early game?
And it is only a 10-minute game thus far, and now the play already kicking off. Rogue getting everything that they want, but at least Noah trying to turn it back a little bit. Patrick taken down, shut down there. Adam now getting a bit more damage. Now this is impossible for Jackie to do anything. He's going to try to Q3 out, but the stun is going to be there from Malrang. It might just be out of range. The flash as well. Ulti into the Q3, into the flash to the safety. They won't be able to proc the frost stacks. But it will be 6 grubs to the side of Rogue. And GX looking a little bit shakier today. Again, a big contrast from day one where it was total confidence. Makes sense that Rogue took that Ezreal away from Noah, and now the Kai'Sa is just a weaker champ, and GX suffering a lot because of the decisions they made in draft.
You can see there from how Jackie's gets out that I think, like, mechanically this game he's playing very nice, but he's kind of always ending up in these really awkward positions where the best thing he can do is survive.
Yep.
And I think once he gets to Blade of the Ruined King, that would be when I would start to look for some actual power from him, because right now he's going to be just kind of staying under tower against Azir and not doing much. But I really wanted to see more from this Vi. She has hit the level 6 now. I'm hoping on the next ult we can get a Kai'Sa ult, Rumble ult with the Vi ult and really get something going.
trying to punish. Of course, this is the downside. Rogue have been starting so many plays of their own, haven't really given the opportunity for GX to start anything. Forced to respond as Rogue are pushing these waves first. And
again, it's so reactive. They're just watching Rogue do their play, and they're not really able to do any of their own. And a lot of this comes from Patrick being much stronger than Noah and being able to get that mid-pro.
W now going in. Execute going to try to find one. Trying to get another one in the meantime. Jackie's has to go back and try to Q3 out to Zadie, but Larson has already pushed him back. Jackie's locked up. It's clean from the side of Rogue.
That was really clean by Execute, actually. He predicted the Yone E forward with the Leon ult, so he got stunned. And Jackie's has nowhere to go. He dies. This is a very clean game from Execute and Malrang. I'm really impressed.
I just got to say, day 1 to day 2, this is a glow up.
Yeah, wow.
This is a glow up from Rogue because this is the dream. When you try to sell anyone this roster on paper, you talk about Malrang, Execute, making plays, 2 reliable carries, bringing the damage, and that's exactly what happened here. Boom, you called it out. Goes right into the solar flare. Massive feels bad from Jackie's.
I do have to say though that part of me feels that this draft was very greedy by Giants. Like we talked about it, they have a weaker early game jungler. They have kind of 3 losing lanes. I mean, top is like whatever, but mid and bot are just going to be suffering. And I think against Malrang and Execute, when they're able to punish these sort of, like the fact that they're just stronger, it makes it look really hard for Giants to play the game.
Definitely. This is such a difficult position to come back from again because you're going to be walking into a team fight against an Azir that's ahead of clock or ahead of schedule, against the Corki that's ahead, just makes so many of these situations feel impossible. We mentioned it with this team a number of times. They have the angle with their ultis to make these picks, to fight, you know, to pick someone off before one of these big exchanges. But the big question for me is Rogue in this commanding position. How do they continue to push this lead forward?
I would really want to see them like just having deep push on sides and then moving on one lane and looking to break top and mid tower. And I think they have really good non-committal engage, which is like super OP in League of Legends. I just want to see Sejuani throw ultis, I want to see Leona throw ultis, and just kind of fish till eventually you get the, I don't know what it's, wait, you know what the fish bites?
But
you get the bite.
Until they bite. Yeah. That was not, my English escaped me there. I'm sorry. I wasn't intentionally using or embarrass you publicly, but it might have worked out that way. So sorry, Adam. Oh, aggressive in the 1v1, able to get all the health back up. Level 11 coming through, but doesn't mean much because he already popped the Dominus, flashing away. A lot will be flashed to pursue. Flash forward. Solo kill from Lot. Had a solid game yesterday, but wasn't necessarily the center of attention today. Finding the solo kill versus Adam. Adam on his Renekton, nonetheless.
That kid's good. He's good. Scrimmed a lot against him last year, and I felt like he had a really diverse champion pool, played a lot of different champions.
He's going to be able to finish. It's like he has barrier. He has barrier. Barrier is the only reason that man is alive. Patrick, of the Yordles and robots, he comes out on the top this time, but barely.
Did I just caster curse him?
Yes, that would be, yeah. That's how that worked. He was going to live.
Well, he has a very good, he has a lot of unique champions that hopefully we'll get to see.
I mean, he almost killed Patrick there.
He did.
He almost killed a 4-1 and 2 Corki.
That's pretty crazy. That's top lane roll for you, baby. To be fair, Corki did go melee.
He did. They did walk into each other with their respective flamethrower versus Gatling gun. Gatling gun wins, apparently. Who would have thought?
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to RuneScape duel them, you know? Good, honest League of Legends.
I never played RuneScape.
You just push a button. There's not.
There's not much playing.
I don't want to undersell it because I'll get flamed, but really, it's an insanely simple game. Now, take a look back at the 1v1.
Oh, the little pro view here. That's some good clicks right there. I like the patience that he waits for the, like, a lot of players, they would kind of panic. Okay, let's see, this Corki, let's see the melee mode. Okay, to be fair, he phase checked him, so it's like, he can't really not go melee. The only thing is he could have flashed a lot earlier, but probably he's not expecting that much damage from Rumble, which I can kind of understand. I mean,
game has been paused. Officials upset at Jack Spectre for caster cursing Lot. No, we'll give you the real reason. You'll see it at the bottom of your screen. Shout out to the team behind the scenes for giving us this wonderful, wonderful overlay. And of course, to our friends at KitKat, have a break at the KitKat. You can see the updates, and as well as the time the most recent update came through. Peripheral issues. The officials are investigating. Now I don't even have to, like, I can just read the screen, but you can also all at home read, so maybe I just don't even need to say anything.
What if they can't read though?
We're in a brand new world. Well, I mean, we got a lot of different languages here. We are the English broadcast, but maybe we should also have it. You want to translate into Spanish? You're a Spanish speaker.
To translate like the pulse text?
Yeah, but it looks like we might be getting back into game, so maybe not this time. but I want to show people how proficient you are in a wide variety of languages.
Rogue ha empezado pausa.
Good job. I'm not trying to sound condescending every time we speak to each other, but I do feel like I'm your school teacher.
I don't know if pause is pausa. I just clicked like booty.
That's the beauty of being up here with someone who doesn't speak any Spanish. Is, I can't really call you out. I have no clue. And
free Herald layer, I guess. Or
GX. Ooh. Some hesitancy from GX there. 4 members flying in, ready to go, but decide it's too close. They don't want to risk the 50-50.
It's hard to contest there. They have to catch the top wave as well. Well, this is really nice for No, getting some love taps here to the mid tower. He might even be able to finish it. If he gets this mid tower, this is a pretty big mistake by Rogue. You really, like, mid tower is the most important tower to hold in the game. You really want to hold it for as long as possible. And normally, when you have the stronger ADC, that means that you get to hold the tower the whole time. I'm not sure what exactly happened for Patrick to be so delayed that Noah just got to hit it for,
I guess, spent seconds. Kind of used too much of the tempo that they had to take Herald. Yeah. He committed too many resources to it.
Going to be rewarded while getting the mid tower with this Herald.
Noah's small chunk on mid lane tower does not outvalue the Herald. It would have been nice if he was able to finish it. Is not. Charge comes in, not even used. So they can mount up and go for a second tower if they want, or pivot this to a different lane. Excuse me. But just going to let it be that single charge. Might have been able to save it for more value elsewhere, but I think the second they throw it down, GX obviously backing away, so.
I think we barely touched on feats of strength this game, but I'm pretty sure went to Rogue, because they have 6 grubs and the Drake.
Yep.
But it is
3 towers and GX has 0. Yeah.
That's true, yeah. It has to be them.
Yeah, they have all 3 of the feats.
Quick maps.
Feats of strength.
Quick maps, Drake.
Of course, the Triumphant boots, so the boots that you passively get the upgrade for, are not currently showing up on our HUD, but you will see the tier 3 boots if anyone does purchase them.
All you need to know is they got a lot of armor on those tab eyes. I mean, plated steel caps.
Plated steel caps. What's the evolve form called? Quick quiz? Super plated steel caps, because I can't answer this question.
Really?
No, it's not super called super plated steel caps, but Medic asked for grace yesterday and asked for the same.
Might be like steel treads or something. No, I think that's the Merc Treads one, maybe.
Giga Mega Steel boots.
I don't think there's a Super or a Giga or a Mega in there. It looks like it's anime power.
I'm going with 90s anime naming conventions. TP here for GX. Looking to find an angle to contest. Again, super hard for them to approach. Execute already starting. Trying to find the side angle. Jackie's across 3, but goes golden. Larson buys a bit more time for himself. Is he going to be able to make his way out of this one? But already, GX taking over in the fights is exactly what they wanted from their composition. Rogue had better setup, but it did not matter. 3 members caught by CC. An instant follow-up from GX.
That was so clutch by Jun, because it's so often that you see when you get engaged on, you just think to yourself, I gotta get out. I don't want to die. But Jun understands that if they're trying to auto-attack me to go on the CC, that means I have an angle to actually engage, and he turns it around and sets up the fight beautifully, and this showcases how beautiful the wombo combo is from Giant X. Everybody just uses their spells together, and it's an instant wipe.
And this is the danger, of course. If you get far enough ahead, you can really mitigate the threat of a wombo combo. You can kind of have a proactive setup. You can limit the opportunities for the enemy team to use it, but GX weathered that early game storm. Not super gracefully, mind you, but they did. And now that they found that single fight, the game starts to feel very, very difficult for the side of Rogue. Because if their carries are ever caught together, or multiple members are ever caught together, GX just get to start the fight by blowing up two members of Rogue.
And I feel a bit bad for Execute there, because you might think that like him going on Jun is bad, because a lot of people think like going on the support is going to be bad. But when you're playing against like a wombo combo team like this, what's really important is that you pull the trigger first, that you're the one going in, so that they can't actually engage on you. So Execute has the right idea here, but he actually doesn't layer the CC chain, so Jun has this perfect angle to flash ult in as everybody's trying to reach Jun.
It's difficult, right? Just a slight miscalculation, most likely due to the Merc Treads coming through from Jun. That little bit of tenacity, the eternal bane of Leona players.
And speaking of, we asked the question, how will Noah and Jun look after this tough early game? Now we are at 20 minutes, Noah's up 30 CS, and Jun just did a beautiful engage.
So it's not too bad.
They're back.
I think maybe they certainly have the gold lead, that much we can say. Patrick remains scary though, as does Execute, so still need to play this out flawlessly, but you've evaded the portion of the game where you are just objectively weaker. And now with so much CC on this team, Noah's life just gets easier. He doesn't have to face check Patrick. He can just follow up on whatever engage his team finds.
Yeah, it's Kaiser. Sorry.
No.
It's Kaiser right now. I'm super happy.
Yeah, like, you kind of just get to fly in and take credit whenever anyone else makes an engage. You're like, guys, I'm helping. Whereas if you're Corki or Azir, you're fighting for your life in every team fight, not to get caught by any CC.
Oh, there's a Bible, there's a Rel, there's a Rumble.
You're kind of like praying, like maybe they'll go for my mid laner this time so I can do something in team fight.
I mean, you do see actually the Zonias from Larsen coming out here to kind of respect these threats. And that makes it, I mean, it's nice for him, but what that means is that Vi is probably 100% just going to ult Corki. So it's like, target off my back, target on yours, buddy.
They need an 80s on yes already. That's my firm belief.
I would love that.
It might be toxic though. I'm not gonna pretend like
we need 86 buffs.
You're so emblematic of every ADC player. You acknowledge mages are better, refuse to play them, and then complain that your role isn't strong.
That's just life in a nutshell right there.
Sure, sure. You can change or you can ask other people to change for you, the ADC way.
Yes, sir.
Now GX, feeling a lot more confident. It's clear. After finding that initial engage, you can see Lot bottom of your screen already pushing in, forcing Adam back. 2.5 items. And also some strong laning choices as well with the Riftmaker.
You can see here like how easy for Noah it is now to just get these mid prios, and it's actually Patrick that needs to stand all the way down at his tier 2 to catch the waves. And this makes it so hard to contest either side of the jungle, and Noah's making a really intelligent rotation here down to bot lane.
Flash in from Lot. Full committed here, trying to find the flash. Instantly, Noah goes in, finds the pick on the side lane. GX descending on that tier 2 tower. Rogue now forced to respond.
And now normally you would hope that Rogue would be able to maybe start Nash or something when the ADC goes bot lane. But that's the power of mid prio. When you get this mid prio, you get so much free time to do whatever you want. And Noah recognizes it's a volatile top matchup. I can go there, I can kill him easily, I have a lot of damage. Beautiful.
One of the strengths of Kai'Sa, right? Historically, we usually talk about it with champions like, you know, the Nocturne, maybe Rengar if you want to go really far back, but just the side lane threat that a Kai'Sa can have, and kind of the oddity that it is for Kai'Sa to have mid-prio. More often, like in a world of Ashes, Kallistas, and Varus, Kai'Sa having mid-prio isn't something we always talk about, but that is kind of the strength of Noah in this game state and the fact that they have been able to mount this comeback. Now, it doesn't mean the Rogue are out of this, certainly not, but the game went from, you know, kind of playing on their own terms. Now they're kind of forced to respond to whatever GX throw at them.
Yeah. The hard part for Rogue now is that you're not playing against champions that it's really easy to go on. It's ideally, as Rogue, you would want to try to engage on either Kai'Sa or Yone, as they're the two main carries, but they're so slippery that it's going to be really difficult. While on the other hand, it's really easy for Giant X to engage on Rogue's carries because they have point-and-click engage and really good follow-up with Yone and Rel.
Definitely tricky. Rogue yesterday just sort of called out Team Heretics. Went for a quick objective start. Now they're not in the same position. They had 3 Drakes yesterday, forced the threat of a soul or leveraged the threat of a soul to just take this Otacon. But this is an incredibly crucial objective. Trinket laid down, Patrick clears it.
I'm curious to see like how Rogue will play it here. They do have full control, but Renekton's kind of stuck on mid. He could look for a flank or he could look to TP to his team. I think flanking might be hard because they have really good collapse on him.
And this is tough because while Otacon is clear, the pit vision, the river vision is still fine for the side of GX, so they're really not concerned at all.
Looks like Lot's looking to solo the Drake out. Not sure how fast he's doing it. Should be pretty fast. It's 3 items.
3 items.
Yeah. So good. So this is, remember the Heretics game yesterday?
Yeah.
I think this is what it should have looked like, where the person with TP is the one doing Drake, because then you can easily just join in, right? Like Rogue actually now can't start the Otacon. They still need to secure more of an advantage.
And again, the big thing that I think people often don't appreciate about Otacon, although Medic did bring it up a few times yesterday, is the resistance shred from staying in combat with it, because it doesn't feel like it does a lot of damage, but then Rumble ults you and does 30% more damage with an equalizer, and you start to appreciate how devastating that debuff can be.
Yeah.
Overall, though, Rogue,
they're
just going to go for the cheeky start. Larsen pushing in top wave. Closer can walk down and check. Sweeper there. Noah going to see it. 10K getting further and further away. Rogue. Is day 2 going to be exactly like day 1?
They might be too late.
They're going to get this. There's no way they can get in. 3K, lower. They just have to deny Closer. Closer already backing away. GX, that moment of hesitation.
Well, I completely jinxed it.
You did. Your Caster Curse abilities are impressive. Rogue, for the 2nd day in a row, just sneaking Otacon. And respect to them, the confidence in this play. Now they can start Baron. Now they can go for the Psycho fights. And again, your Wombo combo, you have 1 shot in that shotgun. it's not enough for 2 fights.
Yeah, this is where I worry that Giants might feel a bit nervous here. That like this feels like a lose-lose position. Gonna have to find something
Trying
good
to body block. Patrick poking. Any damage they get to stick. Now the follow-up. Clean wombo combo. Closer immediately in the back line. Everybody withdrawing.
Oh my god.
But they're just getting stuck.
Okay, is Jun the GOAT? Or are Rogue not flashing Rel flash ult with 5 flashes up? I mean, well played to Jun, but guys.
You're such a pro player. That was the craziest thing I've seen all season.
It was a crazy good engage, but then I see 5 flashes up. Look at this replay now and think about the fact that there are 5 flashes up.
Respect. Well, they didn't flash. Maybe they wanted to save them for the respawn, but I don't think they expected to get instantly aced and lose all control of the Baron. So in an insane turn of events, GX completely demolished early game, find a miracle comeback, Rogue find an Otacon, and then they're back in control, and then immediately just get wiped again. And now I think GX are winning. 3.7k feels pretty damn convincing. They got the Drake as well in the previous fight, and you know, Otacon 40 extra gold per kill with all the GX. I don't think it matters.
No. I mean, Jun is clean though. I don't want to take away from Jun. That was a really crazy cool engage, and it was like a wombo combo. I mean, it showcases exactly how they want to play fights.
I mean, this is the kind of the threat of this team, right? Is that if you push your buttons good, if you're confident on your engages, when you see the angle, you go for it. It's so clear. Like, you don't need to even speak the same language. I see anyone in this room sees Rel hit 4 people, you push all of your buttons. It's the cleanest, simplest form of communication in League of Legends.
Yeah, and now it's going to be really easy for Giant X to just kind of play 3 lanes here. Because their carries are so slippery, as we talked about earlier, it's really hard for them to engage on either the Yone or the Kai'Sa. Mid tower, Rumble, deep push bot, rotates into mid. They continue playing 2 lanes. It's beautiful.
Plain to see. Again, the constant looming threat. Less non-committal engage, certainly, which might slow things down a little bit. Larson now on 3 items, Patrick on 3 items too. Once the buff fades away, though, this 5k gold lead is still just going to mean so much.
It's important to note, though, that the game isn't blown fully open yet. Like, the thing when you get these kind of early Baron Nashers, you typically only get tier 2s, which is, of course, really nice for the gold. But it's when inhibitors break, that's usually when the game really breaks open. So Rogue still have a good chance. But we need to, you know, flash Rel ult.
Sure.
And get a good first engage going. I think that's what we really need to see, because again, this fight was actually kind of similar to the last one where Execute tries to go on Jun, but the CC chain is just not there. I want to see a fight where Rogue really locks down Jun, so he's not able to go for these engages, and then everything else just looks so smooth. Because what Giants need is they need this one explosive engage to set everything else up, and if they don't get it, it's going to be really hard for them to play.
And it's difficult for the next few minutes, of course. You've had Baron pushes in most of your lanes, which means likely GX are going to have better vision control, although you can see Rogue grouping up, contesting what vision they can, but keeping an eye, calling out that flank from Jun if he's able to find it, saving some of those key cooldowns, especially for Malrang, right? The Arctic Assault to leap forward to interrupt that dash.
Yeah, I mean, the thing there right now is like Soul is going to spawn for Giant X, so we really need to see Rogue. They're probably going to look to contest through bot, because when you have a weak queue,
locking him closer, Malrang, again,
gets
Solar
the flash.
A little bit late, but they do get the flash, as you said. Flash in, Execute now locking up. They're going to full commit to the play. Everybody going in. Larson untouched. Patrick trying to get more done in the meantime. Jun now locking up Patrick with the 80 carry, but there's Noah. That's the range of the engage. Larson, however, remaining untouched, trying to find the space. Jun can't even get on top of that Azir. Jackie's trying to make the difference. Larson locked up. Goes golden, gets a bit more time. Adam on the flank. Is it enough? Larson needs to dash out, needs to stay standing. Adam a bit more healing. The Cole, the Meek. It's a scrappy fight. The ult completely whiffs. Larson getting his flash out. Jackie's now on the chase. So difficult to match this under the extra movement speed. Larson's going to get taken down in the end. GX stand tall. Jun falling up on Adam. Slice comes out. He's trying to buy a bit more time, but likely that the Drake will fall.
It felt like a really over-forced engage by Execute, but Adam did a lot of work in the back line. He was actually able to kill both the Kai'Sa and the Rumble. But it's going to be the Soul going over to Giant X, so I mean, they're the real winners of this fight. But it was cool to see that a fight that looked really bad in the beginning, they were able to kind of scrap it out to make something good out of it. But with the Soul, that makes these sort of scrappy fights 10 times harder for Rogue.
Definitely does. Execute will come through for Adam.
You can see here, like, Execute wants to go on Lot, but Lot has a good flash to answer the Leona E flash, and then it's just so deep. And now they're trying to chase into the equalizer, and you see Patrick like, what's he gonna do here? He's trying to follow the engage, but he can't really. And then Adam is just wrecking havoc on the back line, which kind of saves the game. It was a good thing for Rogue in this fight.
Yeah, definitely was. And I think this is the difficulty of, if this was a closer game state, if they hadn't conceded that Baron, they might have been able to fight on slightly better terms where a Rel ult on top more or less one person isn't enough, isn't sufficient. But the chain CC from Closer, from Jun to take Patrick out of the equation, Larson not doing enough damage at this stage of the game to really solo carry the damage burden in that fight, and it just leads to, in the extended play, Yone coming out on top. It's just, you know, it's not surprising. It's what this champion does. You're not getting away from him.
Yeah, and if this fight, as you said, if it was 10 minutes earlier and Noah was the only damage threat, Noah dies, they could probably win.
Yeah. But
given the fact that Kai'Sa and Yone and Rumble all are so incredibly strong, it makes it so hard for Rogue. They really need to find kind of a miracle fight.
At this point, certainly do. Last few fights going in the favor of Giants. Mountain Soul, Noah, and this is, you know, one of the best feelings as a Kai'Sa player, right? The luxury items, the fact that you can just build Zhonya's and still do damage. It's a similar story for Yone too, who can also just build defensive items at this point, has all the damage that he really needs in these fights, and it makes it so much harder for Rogue to find those decisive picks. It's already hard enough to lock down a Kai'Sa with Cleanse, or Cleanse coming up shortly, but when she also has Zhonya, when Yone also has all those additional defensive stats, the angle for Rogue to get a pick is just not really there anymore.
Yeah. Now Giant-X is going to be able to take back this Nash vision that Rogue got. They were able to hold on to it one wave as they got the prio with the Azir mid tower. Well, yeah, this is fine here, I think. And now the problem is that
ulti out.
I'm trying to set up the Nash, but
Q3.
They're not letting me.
They're ready to fight. They're at least threatening.
Yeah, but this is not a really spot where Giant-X can fight due to this Azir tower on mid. I think it's better if you have Rumble and Kai'Sa clearing this mid wave and then running into Nash and trying to fight on River.
Oh no, we're 5v5.
Yeah, now it's going to be... I mean, now the Azir tower is gone. Now I can see Jun getting a really good engage here.
Q3. Adam not really taking much of any damage.
Rel has flash.
This is big. Jackie's might try to stack his Q on the Baron. It looks like that is going to be what he does. Normally a weakness of Yone. We don't see a lot in pro play. Obviously, without a creep wave there or a minion to hit, doesn't really have a good way to get Q3 before the fight starts. Jun now trying to find that engage. Looks like a solid start, but all the damage onto Adam and Malrang. Not ideal targets. Patrick and Larson untouched for now. Jun, not the fight they were looking for. Getting a bit impatient. Cleanse already down, and Noah hasn't really done any damage back in return. But Jackie's and Noah trying to hold the line, trying to be the difference makers. Patrick and Larson remaining untouched, however. Double carry threat from Rogue. Still standing. Execute still standing. Rogue setting their sights on the Baron. Jackie's and Noah, can they make the difference? Because it's an incredible fight from Rogue.
Wow. I mean, here you could really see, like, exactly what Rogue needed. They needed to find the engage on the first target. Jun looks for another flash engage, but this time, Rogue is ready. They're not stacking up. They're not giving him the good engage, and it looks decent at first what Jun is doing, but the engage is on Renekton and Sejuani. And they are so tanky at this point that GX can't really follow Jun. He ends up being thrown to the wolves, and then Rogue is just able to start running them down. As you can see here, Jun is really desperate for something. There's not really anything here to get. I think he thinks maybe he can get Larson, but Larson's actually playing really well max range. And this way, there's no real follow-up, and they just run him down. Beautiful ult from Execute here, and it's a clean fight from Rogue.
Carries untouched, right? The Dream.
Yeah.
Able to walk away from the Wombo combo, and not only are they able to walk away, right? Your front line is still there.
Yeah.
And again, Rogue have found the fight, they found the Baron, they're going to be able to even up the gold, at least mostly. What was once a 5k gold lead, now down to 600. This game insanely back and forth.
It's a fun game. It's entertaining. Yes. I mean, like, it showcases really well the strengths of the two comps. If GX gets this good snap engage, they can wipe the whole team fight. But if they don't, the front to back is very favored for Rogue.
Definitely.
And we missed it a little bit there, but Execute tried to go for a really like fast flash play on Yone, like flash queuing him. It was kind of cool, but he didn't get him. It's like a a good attempt. Like it's very Hilly-esque, I feel like, to execute.
I mean, look, even when he was known as Jonghoon, if you know execute, formerly known as Jonghoon, he would go for the bold plays, and you have to respect it. Closer looking for that flank of his own. Jun waiting to find that angle. He's going to be able to lock it up. The follow-up is there as well. No one on the backside, but he's going back into your tower. Definitely not ideal, but it might not matter. Malring still standing. Larson protected by that tower. It's going to be big. The knockup coming in from Jackie's is clutch, but the rest of the team trying to defend him. Larson needs to get the hell out of there. Jackie's able to find the kill. Lock clutch with the Rumble ulti. Rogue now retreating. Jackie's.
What is going on, Dracos? I lost track of Noah in that fight. Like, there's just so much things happening, and it looked like a good engage from Closer. And then at one point I thought Giants just lost the game, but then Jackie's actually able to kill Larson, and it's okay. It ends up being a very equal trade, but what a messy fight.
Larson death cap. Elder Dragon in 17 seconds.
This looks so good for Giants, then it looks so bad for Giants. I thought Noah died, but he's in Sonia's on top of 3 melee champions. And then I think here, after Noah dies, oh, this looks like GG. Jackie's gonna die, Larson's gonna end the game. Instead, Larson dies, and it ends up being 2 for 2. And we got an Elder Drake.
We go again!
And Noah's dead for 10 seconds, but so is Larson. But he has the teleport. So this allows Rogue to start the Elder. And Giant X is gonna have to contest a 4v5.
GX walking in. Jackie's does have TP. Is immediately going to TP to get involved in the fight. Does not have Q stacked, crucially. But they don't really have damage or follow-up here. They're just trying to get a bit of poke down. Larson now in the area. Patrick waiting over the wall. Closer hoping to find that isolated target. No barrier for Patrick, but it might not matter. 7K getting on Closer, trying to find his way to the pit.
Good fight by Closer.
Stop him! Closer not able to steal, and in the end it's Larson who secures the Elder, and now it's all falling apart for GX. As strong as your wombo combo is, it does not matter in the face of an Elder Drake. GX on the retreat.
They have the bot wave. They might just look to end it here, Dracos.
One final push could be. Although the rate this game is going, who knows? Maybe even Elder's not enough. Might require another Baron.
They don't have Rumble ult. If they had Rumble ult, it would be really easy to clear this out. But without it, it's going to be really hard. Especially since you're playing against so long range with a 0 Corki. It's going to be hard for Giant X here.
Heroic engage. Jackie's there making sure to pay as much as he can. Good start to the fight. Jackie's Q3 going through ulti onto multiple members. Noah meeting the backside. Larson about to get taken out. Larson taking off the board. Noah still standing. Patrick resurrecting. Noah going golden. Lodge just needs a little bit more time. Judd finding the CC to clear a bit of space for Noah. Adam trying to flash and finish the kill. He's desperate to get the dragon buff down. They'll take him out. And now it's 1v1. Lot versus Malrank. Board.
They did a 4v5 against Elder. How are GX getting these fights? Jun is a miracle worker.
We see it
How
here.
is he getting? Okay, I need to see. Corki has flash. Predict has flash. We are never flashing real flash game.
Lockdown is there. Noah gets into the back line.
I mean, Noah played this fight beautifully. Really good Sonys right after he pops the GA. And then is able to pick up the Renekton as well. I can't believe it. I thought the only way that they could hold the game here is just by clearing the wave. But instead, they somehow managed to 4v5 against Elder.
I don't know what to say. These were supposed to be your starter games, Jack. We were supposed to ease into your caster experience. But you're getting the full. Who's winning?
I don't know. I mean, it's anyone's game.
It's
at this point.
38 minutes in. I don't think a 2K gold lead matters. It's all down to
it just depends on execution. Yeah, exactly that.
All right, we'll keep our eyes on the setup for the next objective. 30 seconds left on Elder, but it's only Malrank who has the buff.
I don't want to be toxic, but I really need to see Rogue carries flashing engage.
It's a fair call out.
Because I don't think Patrick is flashing this game, apart from on the Rumble fight.
He did flash on the Rumble fight. Give him that credit.
But Jun is playing amazing. I'll take it away from him.
I mean, I think the supports this game on fire. 0-3-14 for Execute, 0-4-15 for Jun.
The one overplay on bots from Execute that was like a bit desperate, but other than that, really good instincts, really good aggression. Love to see it.
Especially compared to yesterday, right? A much faster pace of game.
This is a bit awkward for Giant X. Someone needs to recall and catch this bot wave.
It's going to be a lot. And that's kind of going to give permission for Rogue just to step up. The second they see this Rumble, they can just start getting incredibly aggressive.
They're going to get full control of Nash here.
They're going to obliterate this Nash.
You'd really want that Lot recalls much earlier so that he's actually able to push it and then move for the spawn of the Nash. But they were there really early for the objective.
There's another wave coming as well.
Now Lot is recalling. I think Rogue should just start it, to be honest.
They're hesitating a little bit here.
Slow and steady wins the race, as they say.
I mean, it's difficult. Neither team, both teams know that the next team fight likely ends the game. Even if Rogue have more of their base, it does not take a lot to knock these towers down this late in the game.
Death timers are so long at this stage. I mean, it's 40 minutes. Flown by. It's been a fun game.
Definitely has. Rumble, though. I get a full build Rumble.
They're getting really good deep push on this mid wave. I want to see them transition that into deeper vision. But Execute actually doesn't have any wards, so he's going to choose the base here most likely, or he chooses to stay, but in which case they're not going to have the greatest vision setup. They only have two, 3 pink wards.
Malrang over the wall. Noah with cleanse.
This is a great angle from Malrang here. Might not be able to find the angle, yeah.
Lot has no defensive items. They might be able to one-shot Rumble before he can ulti, but he's already walking out of the mid lane.
Noah has cleanse, but it would be not a bad play to just use the Sejuani ult or the Leon ult just to burn the cleanse.
It's tough though, right? You don't want to throw it out if you don't get the cleanse, or if they force a fight while your ult is down. Closer immediately going to start. Patrick locked up. Noah goes straight in and try to force it. Lots some good damage down as well, but it looks like Noah's been locked up for a brief moment, and now Execute is zoning him well. Malrang going in on top of that. Larson untouched. The Emperor himself holding it down for the side of Rogue. 3 members still standing. Lawton closer. Not enough to take the fight. Rogue, where do they want to go next? They have Baron. They can do anything they want. Looks like pushing it down mid, trying to end the game.
They're going to try to end. I mean, Lots, I think, should be able to clear this wave out. It's very strange. I don't know. I think they should just go to the Nash. They only have 2 minions here. They do have another wave coming, but
they want to push it. I mean, if GX try to contest this at all and they find another kill, they probably just end.
Yeah,
Add them up
actually,
at 33. They have TP.
Yeah, maybe
26,
right
32.
Here. They might just be able to.
Death timers on the right-hand side, counting down.
Closer is looking to try to take the next wave.
Trying to body block for the minion. It's not enough. Execute zoning closer. I mean, they have 6 grubs.
It's 10 seconds.
That was a year ago that happened when they got 6 grubs. Do they just want to end it? The problem is Execute is getting so low, they have to be careful. TP is also up from Jackie's. No ulti, though.
Elder
Closer just threatening. If they can delay recalls, they get better setup on Elder, and they might be able to do something. Luckily, Larson has the passive, can set up the Sun Disc, and gives them a bit more space.
I think this is a big mistake from Rogue, though. They could have gotten the Nasher for free and then used that to pressure for the Elder, but they really wanted to end the game there. And maybe it was possible if they were able to play a little bit more aggressive and actually get a dive going on the Rumble. Now it's awkward. Execute still hasn't phased and is sitting on no wards.
Rogue on the back foot, most certainly. Patrick has been able to recall and get a GA.
They're gonna get control over either objective. They're probably gonna run into Elder.
Excuse me, GA cooled him back up, of course, had it previously.
Close on a crazy flank here. Is Rogue gonna look to cross-map the Elder for Nash? Are we going to 50 minutes for this?
Objective trade! No fight, no 5v5s. We tried that. No one is. We can't decide who wins based on 5v5s. We're going to trade objectives.
Yeah, and the upside.
This is my favorite game this season.
Yeah,
this is insane.
Crazy game. I mean, the thing is, you might think, okay, Rogue are noob. Why they go for Nasher over Elder? Elder better. But the thing is, Execute had no wards, and he was half HP, and overall, it was very hard for them to phase check back into GX's vision when you don't have any wards of your own. The thing with taking Nash is that it allows you to just buff up the waves so that, hopefully, Giant X won't be able to use this Elder for anything. And what Giant X is hoping for is just Jun flashes in again, and they just dive.
You're such a Jun salesman this game.
Well, he's been selling himself this game.
Yeah,
Have you seen his stages?
You're right. You're just here to amplify. You're just here to hype him up. Pick Malrang and Execute. See if they can find a counter engage. See if they can just stop this push from coming through. Have to be careful not to get too chunked out here.
Kaiser W's are starting to do a lot of damage as well. It's difficult. But you can see how it's like, especially with the sides as well of Giant X, that's the most difficult part here. If their side lanes were a bit better, they would be able to pressure much, much harder here. But I don't think we're actually going to see anything with this Elder.
I mean, we're going to see, look, top wave already, but a bit late.
Yeah,
bot wave isn't responded to at all, so that's at least a minute before you're going to have multiple lanes pushing.
They're probably going to get tier 2 top, but playing for Inib might be difficult. They will probably have a 10-15 second window before the Elder expires, where Jun can look for some magic, and that's what I would look for as a GX fan.
We'll see. 1 minute, 20 seconds. This is the tier 2 you talked about, right on schedule.
So they won't play on this wave, but the next wave is the one that they can look to break the Inib on.
Trying to stack up. Jackie's keeping Q3 stacked. Trying to. Has to be taken.
It's too difficult, Dracos. They just clear the wave. Yeah. There.
I mean, Adam can also just TP bot and threaten to end if they overcommit.
He could not.
Like,
why? You know, like, we traded Elder for
okay, I'm just saying you're new here, but every time you think that no one's going to do something completely psychotic to end the game, you haven't been watching enough LEC, man. You've been keeping your eyes elsewhere. You've been watching too many ERLs. If this game does not end in a backdoor, I owe you something. I don't know what.
Sure.
I owe you something. Kit Kat, Red Bull, something.
And if it ends in a backdoor, I owe you nothing.
What? It's the worst bet we've ever made. All right. Again, dead even. 46 minutes in, 42 kills in this game. Rogue have taken 8 towers. They can keep racking those numbers up if these inhib towers or if the Nexus towers keep respawning.
Noah just sold his boots for GA. I wish he sold Kraken instead.
Flash from Adam. Rogue uncertain here.
Noah's going to be incredibly slow here. Look at the turtle moving.
I think he's trusting the ulti to bring him home.
True.
Rogue backing off 4 members here. Adam ready to cover. Again, basically dead on even objective respawn timers for Elder Drake and Baron, which means we might trade objectives.
If Rogue wanted to do something funny, they could make this game last infinite. Just keep doing that again and again and again. I don't know. They could set a world record.
I did talk to you about the Legend of Rocket versus Origin. That was more than 80 minutes.
Yeah.
We're only at 47.
They could do it.
I don't know if they can. I don't know if the game. I don't even know if that's possible in League of Legends anymore. Lockdown on the closer, decent. Don't want to overcommit, however.
I mean, the thing is, even if actually the same trade happens, if Giantx is able to push out the side lanes a bit better, then they can actually use the Elder to make something happen.
Yeah.
So it's really all about waves at this stage of the game. You can see now that Rogue is able to take a really aggressive pathing down mid because of this bot wave and because Yon had to push out top. And they want to play for inhib.
Yeah.
This is a very scary spot where Giantx could get a crazy flank.
Yeah, he's on the side. Closer looking, Execution's trying to zone the buy away. They're trying, hoping, just to get the inhib without losing too much in exchange. Happy to have that pressure point, the waves that you talked about. Don't want to overcommit for the fight. Jackie's not quite able to E over the wall, but does get a quick Q3 down.
It's really good marking by Execute here. He understands his role. He just wants to not let closer get this engage because he trusts his team will flash the Rel flash ult.
You can see the entire 4-man stepping up there just so Patrick can get down 1 or 2 autos on the inhibitor.
I thought Jun would send it there, to be honest.
Likely to fall. Jackie's Q3 back. A bit of hesitancy from the side of GX. They lost an inhibitor. That's going to cost them.
It's kind of useless, I'm not going to lie to you. It's like, because you're going to contest through mid anyways. Yeah, and you clear minions so fast at this stage. If they get the bot in him, however, that's really, really valuable. Because that means that whenever Giantx wants to contest either Elder or the Nash, that they're on a huge timer. Because it's super easy. If you want the game to end in a backdoor, you want Rogue to get the spot in him right now.
Like you're setting the stakes for every possible fan. GX fans, Rogue fans, people who just want to see a backdoor closer.
For fans, you want to see a fight right now.
Yes, you do. But there's a lot of posturing. And again, you can understand hesitancy. One, you know, as many good engages as Jun has had, as many good moments as either side has had, people only remember the last engage of a game like this.
That's true. I still remember the Sven flank.
It's got to be respected.
But it was like the game was lost anyway, so he just got flamed for no reason. Feel bad.
I appreciate that. I think you're a little late to defending him, but I appreciate that you're trying to make your case. Engage onto
Malrang
one, bit of poke onto Malrang, but doesn't cost too much again. Jun not burning too many major cooldowns, just gets the ignite down. Fishing. Ulti, but Jun's still quite a tanky boy. Nice dash back from Adam.
Game's on a knife's edge. Everybody's super scared of 1 CC as they know that that's all it takes.
Pushing. Ooh, Rogue getting shepherded out and split up a little bit. This is awkward, but Noah's incredibly slow. He has to be careful about stepping up.
Bro, he turtled, bro.
It's a 15-minute game. It's the longest game in any Tier 1 league. You have to stop calling people turtles. Go. I hear a chance for fight, I think.
See, I told you, if you're a fan, you want the
Q3
fight.
from Jackie's looking for the angle. Locks it, goes golden. The engage is denied, and that might just cost them. Now Rogue turning, Patrick untouched. Closer getting chunked out, execute a little bit too far, gone. Jackie's ready with another Q3 of his own. Rogue holding the line. They get a lot of cooldowns, they get a lot of blinking health bars. Mauring flashing forward, smite down, off to the side. It's Yone trying to chase Lot. Closer now going in. Larson trying to go for the pushback, but it doesn't do anything. Another kill going down. Larson taking out the fight. It's an absolute mess with Patrick. The one still standing carries versus carries, but Jackie's is still alive. Crucially, GX are winning the fight.
What is happening? All of these fights are so chaotic. There's so many micro fights happening. They're not gonna backdoor. Yon is pacing. It's all good. They're gonna collapse.
But they're trying to draw the attention. Noah locked down. Patrick trying to Patrick, but Closer trying to buy a bit more space. Noah goes golden, but he's just locked himself down for another round of cooldowns. Patrick now needs to get the hell out of the base. Noah going down. They're both just trading GAs. Jackie trying to hold the line. Bit more time. Patrick dead. Knockback by Jun is good. Shutdown is good, but they've taken them away from the objective. It's 35 seconds to execute Larson spawn. They should probably still be able to take something.
Noah just gave me a heart attack with that ultimate. Why did he do that? It ended up working out, and they might be able to get the Elder. It's 20 seconds on Azir. Does have TP, but they don't have Smite. Oh,
Malrang over the wall.
He's not gonna steal it, is he? No way.
No, he's...
No, Jackie's
stop
here.
it. Stop it. You're going to cast your curse.
No, but Jackie's is gonna E over the wall and take the plant. Or we're not going to do that. What are we doing, guys?
Adam on the way.
Take
Betting it all here.
Take the plant, please.
One reset.
Jackie's E over the wall.
X flash over the wall.
Okay.
Locking up the jungler, trying to take him out of the pit. But Malrang's in the pit. Can they burn it down in time? They're just getting shredded to pieces. No one's focusing on the objective. 2 members about to fall. One taken down, Larson off. In the meantime, 5K on the objective. They don't have a smite. GX will secure Elder. The second Elder of the game. Again, the longest game of any Tier 1 league. Welcome to EMEA, folks.
What is this game?
Wave in mid. No TPs. Wave in mid, no TPs. Everyone rooting for backdoor. Take a breath.
Okay, Noah got his... Oh, actually, I just realized that the Nexus Tower respawn for Dynex. That's a new feature. That's cool. But Noah just sold his GA for Rabadon.
Yeah.
So now he's gonna do real damage. He's gonna do crazy damage. This is like unironically insane damage. All he needs to do is just relax, get into gamer position, do not ulti in to 5 people, and he will carry the fight, I believe.
All right. I don't know what gamer position is, but those feel like
It's like
pretty
try-hard
straightforward.
position.
Okay. Simple instructions. GX, set up for a victory lap. Rogue, set up for a backdoor, baby. Could not end any other way.
I mean, Rogue are playing really well here around the waves. So now, I don't know how much they're going to be able to get off of this Elder because bot is pushed in so deep, and they're also going to be able to push in mid.
Top's not really in a good spot either. Only a minute and a half left.
They're going to have
Elder.
It's going to be very similar to the last Elder, where they have around 15-20 second time window before the Elder runs out, where they can look for an engage, but the game might not end here.
All right, Berlin, if you can hear me, who thinks we're making it to 60 minutes? 60 minutes, anyone? All right, I mean, people are ready. We're here to go the distance. None of us are going home. We're all going to live here now.
This is my job.
And no disrespect, this game has been incredible. It has been back and forth. I'm not trying to say that as a meme.
You might think, like you hear Rogue Giant X, 60 minutes. Do you think you're saying?
This game has been sick.
Yeah, it's been insane. 500 CS on Noah. That just looks wrong.
Does it work with Sivir the way it works with Kite? Does it same?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe. I mean, she's one of the few champions that when you sell boots, you actually get to buy like a crazy item. Because she has like both AD and AP items to buy.
GX, looking for an angle here. Likely to knock down this tower and an inhibitor as well.
15 seconds left on this Elder here.
They might need to send it. I mean, with 15 seconds, they might be able to get 2 inhibitors?
Yeah.
10?
They want more, I think. They might not. Maybe they only get 2. The mid wave is really far away.
They're going to disappoint all those people who cheered for 60 minutes if they end it too quickly.
They're not going to. I mean, the Elders run out. They still have Nash. So they're going to probably able to break this mid. They might not even break the
thing
mid
is, when the objectives are synced like this, you don't even get anything with the tail end of your... It's just now or never.
Yeah, Rumble
Ulti, but a poke on the Larson.
They have so good wave clear. They can't... Wow. So, we got Elder and Nash, and we got 1 minute.
55 minutes! It could end any time. Any single mistake, any single misstep could end this game in the blink of an eye. And yet I feel deep down in my heart You know, I can almost like hear the fishing quick shot in my ears. Just old time. We're not gonna bring out the clown noses. This isn't that kind
Legacy,
of game.
Dynasty.
Legacy, Dynasty, Kings. I can hear the old era. Reminders of the past.
Reckless. Michael.
But now 55. All right, we're setting up for another objective.
100. Doesn't that just look wrong? 100,000 gold.
Yeah, it looks wrong.
Probably Noah has like 40,000 gold. 30,000.
Yeah, probably.
That's good.
I mean, supports might hit full build this game, which is wrong. We can't we can't let them think they're allowed to build all the items.
I don't know how June is so far behind in items on. Has he just been buying a ton of pink quartz?
Maybe.
Need a less to investigate that.
05, 20, 04, 18.
Not a full item actually. I mean, it's the warding item, I guess.
Yeah.
Actually, that's a smart purchase by Execute.
It's probably paid off, yeah.
Yeah. You can store the pink quartz in there.
Got 3 of them right now. Okay.
60 minutes later.
2 versions of this game. One, someone messes up side wave control so completely that, you know, they just give an objective away for free.
The side lanes
No, I'm just saying, not in the context, I'm saying that's like one of the ways that this game could close, and then someone gets an objective.
Like how I thought you meant like the story of this game.
No, the story of this game is insane back and forth fighting. Rogue doing well early as GX tried to figure out their comp, or tried to scale into their comp, then they team fought, and then Rogue team fought, and then back and forth like that for, I don't know, 20 or so minutes.
The fights have been very interesting because there's usually a lot of these like kind of micro fights happening. Like normally in a team fight you see everybody kind of fighting as 5, but in this game it's like Noah is jumping in one direction, Adam is flanking in another, and suddenly usually they split up into like 2 or 3 sections, which is really cool to see, to be honest.
All right, caught out a little bit here. Ma coming in for Patrick. Nice adaptation, seeing just the sheer amount of AP coming through from Noah, and Noah being the consistent member of the enemy team who's diving onto him.
Does feel bad though. You sell the feats of strength, and he doesn't get anything. So maybe they should like put something there. Just to honor the people that got feats of strength and then made the game 60
Maybe you
minutes.
can just get +5 MS. Maybe you don't even need the boots to get the movement speed. Or do you want them to have like a shiny gold star?
I mean, like, I don't know. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, good.
Imagine if you literally have an aura. Okay, so Elder's up in 20. Rogue has a hard time entering here.
They have no mid control. This is super awkward.
Yeah, this.
I mean, GX are just going to walk in.
Their pants on Adam.
Adam, getting aggressive, taking way too much damage in the initial trade for very little. I guess does buy time for his team to zone him off. Noah goes in. He's so damn slow that they're just going to chase him down. Noah flashes out. Adam down. 75-second death timer.
I was thinking to myself, will Noah go for that ulti there? But then when he didn't go for it, I was like, thank God he didn't, because he might have died if he did it. But then he did it super late, but it ended up working out.
Okay, Noah, no ultimate, but he can still poke, and this is the thing, at this point in the game with this much AP, he doesn't even need
a lot of damage.
he doesn't need as
He
much.
procs the Banshee of Larson, that's huge. That means
Jun
that
off
now
to the
Vi
side.
can ulti.
Surely this is it. Jun ready to go for the
Jun has
wall.
a crazy good angle here.
Insane combo, he's just waiting
But
for
he
them to
doesn't have
stack
vision,
up.
I think.
Back into the brush, he's hiding.
I mean, they get the Elder for free.
I mean, they're so happy to just have Elder.
They get the Elder for free.
Into
and
Baron.
this time, their waves are actually good.
Okay, they have Soul, they're gonna have Elder, and if they want Baron, they can have that too. Surely, this will end the game.
And Adam's still dead for 30 seconds.
Jun's just going in.
Jun has had enough. Jun is taking matters into his own hands.
Back. I mean, he gets lost in his ult, that's huge.
I mean,
I think they just push.
Flash ult for it.
You just end. One more fight. Yes, Berlin. That's the energy I love to hear. One more fight. Jackies, combo. Doesn't really get too many people. Execute going in. Larson still a touch. Patrick still a touch. Reset now coming in. Closer trying to follow. Keep him in the ulti. It's not going to mean too much, though. Patrick getting lower and lower. Surely it's enough. Jackie's still standing. Larson about to get taken out. Patrick doesn't have damage. Adam is alive. But it's too little. Too late. Or is it? Adam in the middle. Trying to finish. Then he didn't do the next. And that's the game will end. 59-15. First GX. Absolute banger.
Holy moly. That was insane. Just beautiful engage there by Jackies. Just pulls the trigger. He says, I want out of this game. It's been an hour. Get me out. I don't care if you guys want to fight or not. And he took it in his own hands, and he made it work.
I mean, you got to respect it. So many good options, but the 3 you have this time around, Kia player of the game, at LEC on X, Lot, Jackie's, and Jun. I mean, Jun. Yeah, you're the... But I mean, across the board,
enemy flash key.
I got to say, like, credit to GX, made the Wombo comp work. big change from day 1 to day 2 rogue. We keep seeing this rogue every day. I'm going to be one excited.
That was a good rogue. That was a good rogue.
Across the board.
I like that rogue.
Thrilling game. We're going to be going to a break, and afterwards, Lore will be standing by with closing. Ulti coming in from Mountering off to the side. Good initially onto Lot. Lot does have an ulti of his own. Larson pushing back. Rogue again confident on the plate.
Go to I don't know if he's gonna try. No. It's nice. Go Lake. You guys smurfing. Keep it up, okay? No. Nice. Look at burning. They're burning. Burn. Corki no flash.
You're trying to body block. Patrick poking. Any damage that gets to stick. Now the follow-up. Clean wombo combo. Closer immediately to the back line. Everybody withdrawing. Oh my God. But they're just getting started. It ends up getting leased for them.
They took their sweet time to get it, but in the end, GX gets the win. And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in with Closer this time.
Hello.
Thank you for finally joining me and finally ending the game. Do you have one word to describe this one?
Disgusting.
Disgusting. Okay,
Disgusting
let's
game.
go with that. I think we can all agree. It takes time at the beginning of the season to things to get in motion, so I'm going to be merciful with you guys. Of course, the next team's gearing up for the match of the week, but I have a lot of things to ask you. What were you thinking? What were you thinking seeing the clock ticking? 40 minutes, 45 minutes, 50 minutes, an hour. What goes in a pro player's mind when things run for this long?
I think after like second Elder and we still can't end the game, I was like, this is just embarrassing.
Oh my God.
But honestly, I'm just happy we didn't lose. Like, we are 2-0, you know. I think we played pretty bad. They played pretty bad too. So, I mean, we just have to step it up for next game.
Yeah, but in the end, it's still 2-0 on the scoreboard for you guys, so great start to the season. I've heard great things about GX in scrims, so I'm taking things are going well for you so far. Maybe cleaner games in the future.
It is going well for us.
All right.
Let's not count today. I think, I mean, we are still 2-0 and we play KC tomorrow.
Yeah.
So if they are 2-0 as well, we can see who will lose their 0 first.
I mean, the next matchup is going to be interesting for sure. Do you have any prediction for the next game, actually? Movistar Cars versus your former team. I see Vladi looking at you. Don't fail him.
I think Vladi will carry. I think KC will win.
KC will win. We'll see about this in a few minutes. Fans are happy, of course. Closer, thank you so much for the interview. Congrats on ending and winning this game, of course.
Thank you very
And
much.
we'll see you tomorrow for Game 3. Shocks, over to you. For more on that game, the next one, I'm not sure, actually. Take it away.
It's Spain against France. I think just there is so much rivalry going.
If there's one team that we don't want to lose again, it's them, Koi.
Well, I think they have like Caris, and I think he's one of the biggest talents that are coming now.
It's going to be quite a close match. I think KC has improved their team a lot.
The spot is out! Super is down! Listen to this crowd!
with Yo-Yo coming, they are a better team.
Jojo is bringing a lot to their team.
100 Thieves have already lost 2 men, and it's not stopping there. Sniper wants his hero moment. Instead, he gets slammed back into the wall and beat down into the ground. A double kill for Jojo.
I want to prove that Casey's going to be better than Koi this year.
This is going to be a game that everyone is going to fight.
We're going to win, and we're going to just play better than them. We're going to crush it.
These fists ain't just for show. Come on! Who's next? This is the coil before the strike. Let's settle the score. You'll want to get a close-up of this. Like the ivory serpent, I don't back down when it comes to family. You pick a fight with them, you pick a fight with me. Hometown hero coming through. Mom's fought for me since I was born. It's my turn now.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
GX and Rogue made us wait for it, but we didn't mind. It was quite exciting. And maybe the track put you to sleep, but we're gonna wake you back up because it's time for our very first match of the week of the 2025 season. And who else but Movistar Koi versus KC. Both of them won yesterday, and that's always a fantastic, I think, red carpet like run up into the match of the week. It's a little lame when the one didn't win, but they are, for me, two of the most impressive teams coming out of day one.
Yeah, and two quick hits. It's over G2 and it's over Fnatic that they won.
Yeah.
KC had never beaten G2 before. They managed to do that with their old jungler. And then, of course, with Movistar Riders, Movistar Koi, I'm mixing in those two organizations. But Jojo Pin, fantastic appearance.
Yeah, I think there's two of the most exciting prospects that we've seen come through. And I'm excited now to see how they're going to face off against each other.
Yes, and Jojo, we've talked about it already. He brings the spice. He also went on OTP and made a tier list. And he made a point to, as we will see in just a second, put his own team, of course, in the very first tier. But as we will see very shortly, KC down at the bottom in the eliminated tier. So he's not afraid to keep the spice close to his chest, both in-game and out-of-game.
He did not see the format video. There's only 2 teams getting eliminated first, but, you know, I mean...
It's true, maybe. Yeah, he's like, all for you.
Yeah.
Crap. Anyways, there is a big storyline here across from it. We heard it in the video already. There is some personal beef to be settled, not in the least in the bot lane. Goldberg, you have a lot of experience with the ERL scene and with that epic, I want to say, Supa versus Kalist EM final.
Yeah, I mean, the 2023 final was probably one of the best EMEA finals I've ever seen in my entire life. Had the pleasure of casting it at the time too. And Supa versus Kalist was just fantastic. I'm just going to let you listen to it.
Sets it up with the winter's bite.
Or not.
But my point is just here, the crowd was absolutely amazing at the point, and Supa and Kalist, it looked like Kalist was going to have his number in the beginning. 2 games went to KC in the beginning. It looked like he was just straight up the better AD carry, but then Supa managed to take it to all 5 games in a game where it just went to absolute madness.
He did, but it was KC and Kalist that were triumphant. So for Supa, he did get to the LEC faster, also because Kalist wasn't eligible yet, right? But that is something that I think he'll want to show his revenge and show you have only just stepped onto this LEC stage. I already played a final here.
I think it's also the fact that Kalist came in with so much hype, whereas Supa nearly felt like he didn't get as much hype because he was under the shadow of Kalist. So I think especially now that he has the extra year in the LEC, I think Supa will really want to step up and show, hey, look, no, I am the actual AD carry that you should be trying to focus on here. And I think that's why a lot of people are seeing if Kalist can now run back what was the EMEA Master setup.
And a little discussion you were having amongst yourselves on the desk about Alvaro, if he is the best support in the league. Of course, this is 1 game sample size, but also just kind of the history of what he did show last year. Is this something you're looking at in this match?
I definitely am. So the reason I was kind of saying I think he's starting to look like the best support in the league is Mickey just hasn't been having the performances that he regularly does. I think Jun was the other big candidate for me. Now, after the games today, maybe we have to reevaluate Jun's tier list here, but I think the Alvaro has been pretty consistent even when they were at Worlds as well. We start to see a lot of great stuff from him. And yesterday, he was the defining factor for me. Consistently catching out Mickey in positions that he shouldn't be in. The engages were great, but even the understanding of when to engage. He was very happy to just sit on the side, put pressure onto the enemy backline, but never actually engage and cause an absolute ruckus there. So that's where I think Alvaro is really starting to come in to a really special support and one we have to keep our eyes on.
Who's winning then? It's a great match between, I think, 2 of the fan bases who have finally kind of rivaled the G2 head. How do you say that? Hegemony? I don't know. But the might we've seen in terms of the fan support they bring, even last year already, it's only stronger now, and it's only going to get stronger as they do great. As I asked, who's winning?
I think KC's winning straight up. I actually think they have a really good track record against the bot lane. I mean, we're talking about Alvaro. Last time Takamas looked this good, or looked good rather, actually, was in the EMEA Masters. It is rough to say he had a rough year last year, but I think this is just KC's time.
Mad Lions Koi made jungle support too strong.
Movistar
They've
Koi.
been absolutely insane.
Movistar Koi, indeed.
Movistar Koi.
You know, we're just trying to get used to it, but it's going to be a fantastic matchup. Hopefully it takes as long as the previous one did. This is your match of the week.
Well-deserved match of the week, isn't it? Because Movistar Koi and KC both defeated the behemoths of the league yesterday. I'm Mysterix, big introduction to Nymera, who's joining us here in winter, and it's a pleasure to have you. Another LPL cast. They just keep bringing it back in, eh?
I mean, last time we were casting, the Shy qualified for Worlds,
Oh
so it's a
my
bit of a different setting.
It's been 5 seconds. We already talked about the Shy. Well, there's a couple of players on this squad that we can talk about the Shy, because Kana and Miwin both have that same energy. As we're straight to pick and ban for our match of the week, and I think the most exciting thing about this Nymera is the fact that these two teams yesterday, as I said, beating Fnatic, beating G2, both fantastic teams in the league, and we expect them to be top teams in the league as well.
Absolutely, and you know, these two really are the new era of the LEC, and you can absolutely hear the energy with it. So as we go into this first bit of the draft, of course, we've got a lot of our standards being removed. The Vi and the Skarner really have warped a lot of the drafts across the world. That's what we've seen so far.
Yeah.
Now the question is, you know, what is going to be let through? Something like Kalista could actually be very powerful here, so you're seeing that in a lot of different drafts.
That's a good point, isn't it? Because again, normally we see things like Victor let through, which is actually the final ban by KC on red side, and you mentioned it, you hit the nail. You're already here 2 seconds. You get us our first
Locked
pick.
in, brother.
Oh my God, you came to play, didn't you? On the other side, you know, Varus is something we talked about quite a lot here on the broadcast. Ashe is something as well. Where else do you want to go?
Well, there's a big decision which Karmine Corp need to make now. Do you want to match lanes, or do you want to lock something in that you will lane swap away from and deny Kalista some of that power? It's been a big question across the world. Something like that core key, of course, can be flexed between mid and bot. Both these players, of course, can be very, very familiar with that one. I would imagine it can be putting towards that bot side, though, and maybe looking towards a lane swap, though, just to avoid that Kalista. It's too hard to be in lane one.
And do you now see the Maokai as well and say, well, that's also potentially a double/triple flex? We saw Maokai top today, actually, coming out of the LPL too. So Shanji from NIP piloting that makes me think, well, that could get a little spicy as well as KC locked that in. Now the other question is pairings that come through for Koi and how they want to match.
Absolutely, because you can just say, all right, full lane dominance, especially with something like that Maokai as well. The Renata gives you a really good ability to say, all right, you're going to heavy engage with the Maokai. We can do exactly the same, or the opposite to that. You throw out that Renata ultimate and answer it in the same way. Kasante also great at answering that Maokai ultimate. So already KC, that Maokai is their big go button. 2 great answers locked in response from Mobstar.
First Renata as well. Remember, we've seen the Kalista absolutely 0 times because it's been banned quite a lot. 7 bans so far in the LEC. So the fact that we're getting this duo come out from Super and Alvaro when they have been lane dominant, when day 1 has been great for this 2v2, is nice news considering that Miwin is going to be that supportive element, his second game at Kasante in a row.
Varus locked in. So good amount of range for Karmine Corp so far. And I think that's really important because I think the trap which you can fall into now is you want to dive onto the Kalista when they've got that Renata, and throwing your bodies into the fray just doesn't work against Renata.
Yeah.
Renata turns you against each other, and that ultimate really turns the team fight around. Now I'm looking at things which can really pile on from range at that point. Maybe stuff like Rumble needs to be removed from Koi right now, because I think that Karmine Corp would love to have that in there. Anything which can kind of throw stuff at Kalista, but not their bodies.
Remember again, I mean, we're down to 85% AD with what is it, 80% AD, 20% true damage, whatever the core key ratios are. We don't get AP anymore, so we're looking for an AP source at least for KC to add on top of that, as well as Orianna is taken away, which might show you a little bit what they're concerned about running into the matchup.
Yeah, trying to remove again. Another one of those kind of like minefield champions. You run into them and they punish you really, really hard. Shockwave's very good at that. You could also see something a little bit longer range like the Azir we saw in that last game. Of course, it does really well when the game goes long. Sadly, it didn't work out for that last game, but at least it went long.
A 59-minute game to really utilize Azir. God damn.
They really made us wait for this one, didn't they?
I just loved, looking at some of the LEC chat, people referencing Helm's Deep, one last time, one last ride. Like, that really felt like it. I mean, it took 59 minutes to get here, and hopefully their drafts don't disappoint since we waited so long, as the Pike is one takeaway from KC in the meantime. I wonder what else adds to the minefield you were talking about that KC really care about.
A couple of different options. You can go for like very full disengage and have stuff like Viego, which can kind of ult backwards, or you can go towards something like, I mean, obviously Koi don't have themselves that AP damage right now to go towards something like a Zyra if they want to do something very different in that sense too. Lots of different options. I don't think that pigeonhole too much. That's good. It takes the pressure off in the second round of bans and just says, okay, yes, we're losing some mid laners, but we do have flexibility elsewhere. We're not really sweating just yet.
There has been a lobby issue, so the champ select will slow down a little bit as well. I think they're catching back up, just so you know at home. That's why this ban is taking a little bit longer as well, so I'll update you if there's anything further. Seraphine! Okay. Okay. Placeholder or serious? Either way, it's gone. I mean, to be fair, Seraphine, we have had a lot of bot lane mages as well, and even pairings in the support position, so not too surprised here when we talk a little bit about AP damage and how it might need to slot into KC, as I know you also talked about the range of this composition and what value it adds in as well. I'm wondering, what What else do you slot in that rumble you talked about? I mean, I guess, yeah, again, that's range.
It's something which is a damage threat without going melee range of the Callisto, which typically not great for your short-term health. So that one's going to be locked in fairly easy on that one. You have the Maokai and the Rumble, which can both get some CC down and allow you to get that equalizer for a longer duration onto that as well. So hovering over that Xin Zhao, I like that, because of course you have to go melee range into a Xin Zhao to get some value into that one. Kind of a little bit difficult on the other side of things to try and make the most. So of course we do have Mir with him. He'll be pretty good at flexing around some different picks as well. Watch out, because he, well, wait, hang on, that's Casanto.
No,
First say back.
To be fair, I mean, this is the one team in the league I'd be like, Casanto can still technically go mid.
No, it just got me because I saw the Zeri and I'm like, ooh, Zeri.
I mean, Casanto can't go mid, so I'm just going to hold on to your thought, whether it's intentional or not, and see how they round out the draft. Now, we do have a duelist from El Yoya, and we see a skirmish comp being built if I've ever seen one. Yo, what a debut for you. This champion, a lot of people know that you sync up with it quite nicely. And Ari's in. All right, strong mid jungle for game one.
Thank you very much, Jojo. I get to watch my favorite champion get played into this one. We assume it's going to be, of course, into that core key into the mid lane as well. Last pick, potential support, potential jungler. The Maokai is a flex between the two of them. You might want to go towards that Rel for the extra engage, and indeed they do. So you have Rel, you have the Maokai, you have the Varus ultimates, all pinning people down for the equalizer to get huge value on the side of K-Corp. On the other side, they are trying to make it as hard as possible to get as much of that damage down. You have the Ahri that can dash out, you have the Xin Zhao that can pop that ult as well, and the Renata can bail out anyone who has been actually caught out of position. So you've got one side which is trying to respond to it, the disengage, and the other one trying to throw in all the damage in the right moments.
Well, as we're about to get into our third game of the day, our match of the week, it is the brilliance of Spain and France. It is the rivalry that, you know, last year split and split again, Nymera. The crowd came out, they bellowed, they set it up. Vamonos and Alonzi, both alike as my representation to take you into what should be a blast. And let's hope these skirmishes really power out. Welcome to our match of the week, our first one of the year. And we hope it delivers like they did yesterday against G2 and Fnatic alike.
First things first, into the early game. Well, that's first things first, makes like PC4 is. So I'm saying, oh yeah, let's watch out to see if we get a lane swap, and whether we get those 1v1s and 2v2s instead, and really get to see the lane matchups work out. We have a little bit more time to ruminate on, though, as we get the pause coming through.
We do indeed. One thing I did notice that fans might be happy to hear is that, you know, Rel is 100% present still throughout the day. Now, I did just realize that because, you know, not only watching through LPL, you know, watching regions like LCK, I feel like Rel is strong. But I don't feel like Rel has this same high-level presence as like, man, this is like the best support in the game right now. Oh my god.
I don't think we need to say much when the crowd's like this, do we? Yeah, it tends to do a bit of our job for us. It is an absolute blessing to hear these fan bases go at it, though. I mean, so talked about a lot with the desk, right? You know, and of course yourself on the way into this. Both these teams beat one of our big dogs in terms of the LEC fan bases, and these two are really the new blood. You can definitely say a lot about that and the energy which they bring. Bro, it's always nice to hear them.
You got a sign. Someone said you're the GOAT. Yeah.
Am I?
Bro, you've got a sign in front of the mat, in front of the
I can't believe I missed
Koi.
Oh, that's really sweet. Huh. Do I have to bleat now or something? Is that the GOAT thing?
That is.
I'm not sure I'm getting paid enough for that.
Well, we'll see. You'll see in a second. Behind the Movistar Koi fans. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see in the bottom of your screen, just a side note. It's a software driver issue. They're investigating. They're sorting it out. I don't know who it is. It's KC, someone in KC. And it looks like it could be Kana, question mark, as ref stands behind him. That's just my guess. There it is, look.
Thank you.
Look.
Cute. That is very sweet. It is a warm welcome from fans and gameplay alike.
Yep. Ew. And while we sort that out, a quick side note as well. We've got a lot to talk about in these two teams. I mean, we talked a lot about Jojo yesterday. I think he got a fair beat considering that his Azir game was fantastic. I don't think we hyped up Super and Alvaro enough considering that their laning phase was really good. And then I think Alvaro all of last year coming in and debuting in his rookie year, performed so well. And then his first game out of the bat, he's like performing like one of the best supports in the league again, you know?
And given the context that, you know, Mad Koi last year had a bunch of ERL rookies, made it to Worlds anyway, had a, you know, a very good showing. When you put that into context, come into this year now and you say, well, okay, where do you start off now? You've now added someone else to the roster who potentially fixes up, I think, the most criticized role within that roster last year. And Jojo, of course, there's a whole individual story there, but he's come in at a high level. He gets to play at that too. I really want to see how that enables and gives a platform to players like Alvaro, like Soka, who we know have a high potential on there too. And what better way to, you know, start that off with one of the most hype matchups they can possibly have within the region.
I mean, look, KC's performance yesterday. Like, when they beat down G2 at the end of the day, they did what a lot of people thought wasn't possible. They beat one of the best teams coming through, even though with the roster changes, G2 were, you know, questioned. They were still considered first, second. And KC actually took them quite convincingly as well. So, yeah, there's high expectations now set on these two teams. The winner comes out 2-0. And while, yes, Giant X are also 2-0, I have to be real. Like, after that game, I'm not going to be like, yeah, those are equal teams. I think
yeah, 2-0, but in what game time?
Anything less than 59 minutes is a big win.
And then it's just like a medium win after that.
Oh, yeah.
Does it start to have size scale?
If it goes longer than 59 minutes, we're going to talk.
Is there an inverse proportionality? What happens if you win in 16 minutes and 47 seconds?
Oh, my God. Well, but I don't know. We're going to be here. We'll be here or not. There is a PC restart on Kana, by the way. So it wasn't in Kana. That is being sorted out. I've been told there's about 2 minutes left, if even that. So let's hope. We've all been there. Don't worry about it.
I don't think I have. I don't think I've been on the stage like that before.
No?
No.
No, you
Not
haven't.
quite.
No,
There's still time yet.
Very different experience. Side note, I apologize to the Spanish fans. I said, Law told me backstage, it's not vamonos, it's bamanos, correct? Yes? Good.
Yes.
Okay. I apologize.
V is B
and
in Spanish.
And Law told me allons-y. Allons-y? Or
Allons-y. See, I only know that because David Tennant said that as the doctor. One time.
Okay. Well, I don't know anything because in Australia we don't even learn English. Like, bro, down there.
It's a modern miracle of science that we're able to cast together.
I had to come to Germany and learn English first before anything else, and now everything's just an uphill battle.
That explains a lot about our time in the LPL, buddy. Just I'll leave that one.
It was weird because in primary school they taught us Italian, and it's like, bro, you know how far is that? How specific is that? What are we gonna do with that? And then eventually, you know, you go to high school and they teach you Japanese, and it's like, that's relevant, you know?
Okay, slight tangent on the Italian. I have a fun fact about Varus, who's obviously in this game. You know there was you know there was a famous Roman guy called Varus?
Oh, yeah?
Quintilius Varus. He was the guy that lost 3 legions in Teutoburg Forest.
Where is that forest located?
In Germany. It's quite close to our current location. So if Varus ever gets ambushed in a forest, there is historical precedent.
Ah, okay.
Old Varus of Rome.
And what year was this?
9 AD.
9 years after some.
Can you tell that I looked up the Wikipedia page quite recently?
No, because honestly, I don't remember anything past last Tuesday. Like, so don't worry. Any history before then, absolutely out the window. I actually just started, you know, I started learning like general history in the past couple of years.
There's a lot to go through. Where have you made it to? Have you made it past, you know, like minus 10,000 yet?
I mean, I did start with the Roman Empire, as all people do. You know, there was that meme going around. My wife always asks me, she goes, when was the last time you thought about the Roman Empire? And that question I can leave as we throw it over to Shox as we try and fix this issue. Shox, when do you think about the Roman Empire? When last?
Ave.
Just now, because you mentioned it, but I was actually thinking about the Vamos thing. I looked it up this morning, and it's like we go, Vamos is like we go, and Vamonos is let's go. Yeah, exactly. And then he also tried to pronounce allons-y very badly, but now you're here, so you can fix it. But okay, there we go. Yeah, it's the stress. Hey, we didn't get your voice yet, Lore. We do have a little bit of a longer break as we're trying to get it sorted. But talk to me kind of about the atmosphere in the studio that you saw yesterday and that you saw for the win for KC and for, I guess, the excitement about what this year could be.
It is crazy. I mean, in any case, it can't be worse than last year.
But it's a great point. Love that. Love that.
I was really, really satisfied with what we saw from them yesterday. I do feel like they came strong as a team, and I visited their office actually 2 weeks ago, so I saw how they're working and everything, and you can see that the team really already clicks together, and it feels like they have more win conditions as a team than what they had last year, for instance. So let's see how today goes, because I don't know what we can understand from Koi from yesterday either. But the fans, I mean, look at them honestly in the studio. It's actually crazy.
It's amazing. You didn't visit their house yet. Maybe we need to plan
I will go there as well.
Plan that next. But I think we're ready to get back into the game. So let's go. Allons-y.
Vámonos.
It was good.
Yeah.
I said it good.
It's the effort which counts, right?
What
Probably.
I said it so good. I tried really hard. We're gonna have a talking. All right. When was the last time you at home thought about the Roman Empire? As we get into this match of the week, finally, who will be Caesar?
Don't really know where to go for that one now. Varus, give me back my legions, give me back my gameplay. We're back into it now as the pause is over. I know, I practice these things, believe it or not. Level 1 does signal that we are not having a lane swap, which I like quite a lot, because when you have a bunch of lanes which you want to hype up like this, and this is not what Targa wants to be.
He can't crash down over the wall, he flashes, but Super matches it, and there is a render spare. First blood over to Spain.
Targa with the overstep. Yike, now in a really weird position because he wants to get started on A camp somewhere, but there's a good chance he's forced off of this. Alvaro and Elyoya walking up to contest.
How annoying as well. As you said, it's all going to come to Smite battle. Patience is running out, which might move out, but Yike gets it. He's level 2, but as he runs away, Phase Rush the only thing that gives him heat. As you see Alvaro taking the full damage. Gatling Gun as well going to help out, and a Bramble Smash or 2. But no further follow-up. Alvaro gets on out, and Yike regains his jungle.
Yeah, that's really important for Yike, because when you get these weird level 1s where maybe there is an invade coming through, there's a good chance you're going to lose camps, which you by all means should have had rights to.
Yeah.
Getting that steal away means that Yike isn't going to be starved out of XP and gold, and especially falling behind against a Shinzao can get really, really dangerous, so that's important.
Well, with that skirmish going awry, with First Blood still going to Super, it's great, but remember again, Alvaro had to reset with that health bar, so it means he's going to be late to this 2v2. It does mean Kalist and Targamas seem to be gaining control for now. As we turn our heads a little bit to mid, and that Corki seems to be gaining control as well.
So we'll have to see what kind of platform that gives to both of these teams to make plays off of. Of course, the Poke Varus, very good in lane here against the Callisto. We've seen a couple of those arrows land already. Super jumping forwards, trying to get some value down. Of course, going for the lethal tempo with the Renata gives you that ability to kind of drop into the bailout, take really heavy trades, go beyond your HP bar, and then look for a maximum random amount of damage that you can. Problem is, you're going to hit that 0 mark very, very quickly against a Poke Varus because he keeps, you know, pelting you over
Very
and over.
true.
Legolas build.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a rarity, but, you know, seeing the Poke Virus here in this game is kind of lines up with what you're talking about, the range in draft of what KC really want to do, and, you know, I see it now as well. It is a rarity because I think on-hit has become so common with the current meta of tanks that we've seen in 2 or 3 different roles at this stage.
Yeah, it just feels like everyone's just had a race to get as tanky as possible, as quickly as possible, because it allows you to disrupt very well, particularly when you've got mid laners doing a lot of damage right now, and the AD carries kind of like backing that up too. Once you're in kind of like your jungle support top lane, you don't feel forced to go heavy damage after that point. Which is why, you know, we see now the Shinzao and the Xante are going to be really hard to chunk through in these later game team fights. So we'll have to see how KC manage their big combo to kill the important people in the backline and not have to deal with those tanks.
It just feels like we're in a football game. Like, it feels like, you know, both teams are there as Flash is going to match Yike right into the enemy jungler, but Elyoya can't get nearby. He's left Alvaro. It's a good handshake back as Elyoya gets a flash out of Yike, but now he's gone in deep. He flashes too, and Vladdy matches over the wall with Gatling Gun poking him down. It's one after one. Koi are separated, and they don't have numbers. A spear as well, not connecting until Super gets a double, but Kalist with the shutdown is big. He'll get his own reset.
Oh, yeah, I definitely echo the football sentiments. We'll definitely need to get a VAR of that one as well, because there was a lot to review in this one. So first things off, you don't have the Callista in range here at first. You're taking a fight on the bot side of the map. I suppose Koi are not necessarily choosing it themselves, but they don't have the Callista. I wonder whether they could have just left that Renata to die. Feel like they can then buy into a fight they're not really ready to fight. And the biggest thing here is that because of all of these random skirmishes, we're not actually getting to see the laning prowess of Super Alvaro and Jojo as well. It really has this about KC trying to just skirmish them away from their lanes.
Yeah, what laning?
Yeah, like, you and what lanes?
Seven pieces of blood in about 5 minutes. and Super's now decided he's going to play topside.
Hang on. If it keeps going like this, are we going to see Ruinous Atacon?
Ooh.
Keep your eyes on that one. I only just thought about
What a
that.
rarity.
But I'm just saying, it might be on the tables. Over a kill a minute so far. That would be a rarity.
I mean, I feel like we have to have 15 or 20, and it also takes into account the damage, remember, which... God, I hope there's a lot of that. So you're right, Namira, I'll hold my breath here as at least the early game gold lead for KC is something we should mention. Even with Super and Alvaro trying to get turret plating, you look and you see mid ahead here with Flighty up 300 gold.
Yes, for now, but he did just take a chunk there. Super Alvaro getting chunked out a little bit as kind of throws out the ultimate, trying to stop the priority for the grubs, which are going to spawn in 30 seconds.
That seems like a very quick level 6, by the way. I'm just going to throw that in there. 5 minutes that was picked up as Kana. You mentioned he's going to clear the wave. I'm now looking at Jojo. What's his wave going to do with Yike coming in? A twisted advance, flash away, charm. Hits a minion! You didn't like that. I saw your face as Flighty picks up kill number 2.
You see the logic. It's okay. Drag the Maokai under the turret. Get the charm afterwards. Now, Yike might be punished anyway, though.
Ruinous Atacon. I'm feeling it, man, because Super's going to get this kill and Yike's rendered down. 80 carries are going to be fed this game.
Blood for the Blood God, skulls for the Skull Throne this game. It is all action all the time. Exactly what you want to see between these two super hyped teams. Grub's going to go the way of Mobstar Koi, which they were aiming for in the first place by bringing their bot lane top lane. Not really the route I think they expected to get the Grubs, but they'll take it anyway.
It's going to give them one start towards that second part of the feat of strength. Remembering First Blood went over to Super, so that's how they kicked it off. Super just keeps swapping lanes. He went from bot to top and now to mid to get the push in, as Flighty's in a bit of trouble, getting poked out as well with good damage from this 80 carry.
So Super starting to really take control of whatever lane he's in. 4-kill Callista will do that. Honestly, a 0-kill Callista will do that, so the 4 kills make that much easier. However, a lot of this early game has come at the expense of mid-jungle of that Xinjiao and the Ahri. They are meant to be an early skirmishing, snowball off the first fight kind of duo. It is a problem that they're behind. I like the Dark Seal first back from the Ahri. It's always my favorite thing, getting those stacks. I am obligated to talk about Magi's when it comes to my main champion. But I think in this game, now you're going to have to see, well, okay, Jojo, you are behind the game, but you still need to find a way to skirmish your way into a relevant point. How do you do that now with lacking gold compared to where you should be in the game?
I mean, for Jojo, it's not a position we saw him in yesterday, especially on this Azir that had good laning, that had great stats, that led into great skirmishes. So the fact he's behind is going to give him a new test here in the LEC, as Koi will pick up the Dragon.
And also real credit to Karmine Corp for that, because I consider Jojo one of the best laners which NA has ever produced, especially in the mid lane role.
Oh yeah.
And we were talking about already Super and Alvaro having a very good kind of pedigree there too. It hasn't been about the laning of Mobstar Koi in this early game. It's been Karmine Corp trying to skirmish them, and the skirmishes have gone both ways. It's not, you know, the hugest advantage. In fact, it's dead even in gold. There is no advantage really when it comes to that. Sure. But I like this approach from Karmine Corp, saying, well, okay, you think you've got good laners, let's make it not about lane.
Well, yeah, it's dead even because, again, I already talked about mid, but 80 carry, 500 up for Super, by the way. As you said, it's a strong Callista who, now with Berserker Greaves, Pickaxe, Vamp Scepter, at 8 minutes, Super's dueling capability is going to be unleashed. And speaking of the Fate's Call, Fate Sealed, Fate Happy, whatever you want to call it, it's Fate Sealed, Fate Called. It's a Fate. He's got his ult. You know what I'm talking about.
You can have the 3 Fates at this point.
There's too many, man, there's too many things with similar names, like...
do you remember you had like Unstoppable Onslaught and all of the
Unstoppable Force, Unstoppable Charge.
Yep. Some words are just good to use.
Yeah, they are. It's good when you get like behind enemy lines, you know? It's like, oh, that's different. Sort of.
Just a little bit. Okay, so we do get ourselves this 2v2 on the top side now. Good thing about Varus getting towards this kind of items, you do get to kind of stop interacting within kind of Callista's active range. If you misstep badly enough, then of course the Callista can throw the ultimate, close that distance very, very quickly. But for now, playing at the edge of that Q range keeps you safe enough from this very, very scary Wrecking Ball Callista. Grubs coming up in a minute 30. See whether that will be the next kind of point of concern. Giving 6 Grubs over to a Callista with this many kills is a bit of a problem later on. I suppose you do have enough wave clear from the Varus to make it a little bit less scary around kind of protecting your turrets, but still not something you really ever want to give up.
But again, I mean, it was talked about, I think it was Jack backstage talking a little bit about it, how Callista now feels so much better to move as well. Early movement given with those shoes, and also with Super with the lead as well. Callista just has that much more control in the game, that much more power thanks to the changes once the game goes on.
Oh, there we go. There's the ult.
There it is, the Fate's Call. Got it right. The handshake, though, a bit of a miss onto Callista. He backs away.
Was it a miss or was it a slick sidestep?
You can say.
I think you can depends which side you're supporting in this
right.
one, but still, that is the big play you want to try and make to close the distance against the poke Varus, force him to interact, and Kalist says, no, I'd like to not. Survives that one, very important. If that kill had come through, would have opened up a very easy 6 scrubs, I think, inside of Mobstar Koi.
Well, does the pressure amount to enough? You can see Targamas is sitting on the edge, just looking for a bit of an angle. Jojo Pune, after dealing with the wave, and now having, well, he's had level 6 for a while, but having that angle, thinks about it, but Twisted Fans catches him first. Bramble smash, he's destroyed. Doesn't get to move, and now Elyoya is stuck here in a 1 versus 2. Vladdy hits the circle well and makes sure he's inside with Phosphorus Bomb as well. That 6 scrub dream, I think, is dead.
Welcome to the EU, Jojo. It's been a hard start to this game, 0-3. This mid-jungle is meant to be such a powerful early skirmishing duo, as we've mentioned before. It has not been about that, though. Karmine Corp stamping authority down in mid-jungle.
Kana as well knows Elyoya doesn't have ult. He just runs into melee range, flashes, matches, and overheats right in his face. Elyoya running for his life, slowed down, but in the way is Super. This fat 80 carry. You shall not pass with a rend in his way, a slow with the pierce as well. Super will run him down, and Mirwin will help put him into the ground.
Mirwin takes the kill, fully earned by the top laner. Definitely had the most damage in that one. But the biggest thing I noticed on the map here is that normally when you have a kill takes so long to be confirmed, normally you're trying to push somewhere else. No one was out on the map there for Karmine Corp. It was an opportunistic play from Canada to try and get a freebie onto Elyoya, but the rest of the team is not really on board in terms of finding something else across the map as Mobstar Koi rally to the aid of Elyoya. And now we finally get that grub spawns. This game has been so frantic, it's been quite hard to set up traditionally for these objectives. And actually, Karmine Corp, they're going to take one of these away, denying the full 6 grubs.
And I'm going to come back to what you said before. I really hope that this is the ruinous game, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
11 kills, 11 minutes, a lot of trading back and forth, a lot of blood.
I think we're getting close to the threshold. I think it has to be... I don't know whether it has to be 1 kill a minute at the 15-minute mark or slightly over that point, but I've not got to see one of those games yet. I'd be very happy to see it.
It's a solo queue, Atakan. We'll just wait and see. Elyoya might add some damage into the pile as Kana underneath this turret, looking to move up. The equalizer, though, forces Mirwin over the wall, but he spams the emote and he's out.
Mirwin gets the extended E range by going to the ally. I'm not sure if Kana saw that one happening. Maybe thought he could force the flash out instead, but it's going to be an ult down for Kana.
Well, as Mirwin backs away, you might have to be careful because Targum is setting up into position. Meanwhile, in top, Jojo, Pune, and Vladdy battling it out, but I mean, this is a Trinity Force Corki. Jojo pops the ulti, and he's got Malignant. All he needs is a good orb and a charm. That'll do it, but he's now run out of the ultimate. Jojo gets tagged on the way out, but Mirwin teleports in. You said it was well-deserved before, but this time, Elyoya makes sure it goes to him.
Jojo managed to get the calculation right this time, knows he can get in and get out. Gets himself kill participation from that one. Vladdy goes down. Not enough support on that side of the map. KC do have a cross map this time, though, while an extended kill is going up on top side. They're taking the dragon on the bot side as well. They now have themselves 2 of those objectives for the feats of strength. There are 2 either side now, so that one is very, very close to be completed by either team.
So it's probably just going to come down to the Herald that spawns in about 3 minutes' time. Remember as well, 16 minutes, the Herald spawn. Atakan 20, 25 for the Baron, of course, it's been the change. And I'm just counting down objectives because it's what League of Legends is these days. Is
Flash.
Let's look for the fight instead. Screw objectives, flash away, but the Rel, Magnet Storm, beautiful, but on the other side, I think Alvaro's ult was better. KC have to run away now because Super has rocked up. And Mobstar Koi, the fight turns on a hinge as Change Corruption gets through. Reset as well, but Jojo will find no one to come back to life.
Looks like a fantastic spot to use the Renard to disengage in the way that we warned Karmine Corp about from the draft. But with Kalist turning up at the end, the kills do end up becoming equalized at that point, so it's not the worst case scenario. Karmine Corp actually walk away with better health bars at the end of it.
They do indeed, and they're close to getting first turret in this bottom side. I want to know what's happening top because Mirwin... Mirwin's trying. Teleport's going to be burned. We don't see it on our screen right now because, again, KC pushing for it, but there you go. Feat of strength picking up by Mobstar Koi. And Kalist is going to be second fiddle with the turret pod.
Yeah, that's important, and that does mean the feat of strength, of course, won by the blue team. See at the top of your screen. Compare this game now to the last game that we had. One big difference I want you to think about is how, when something is happening, what is happening on the other side of the map? I think in the last game, it was a little bit tentative in terms of, oh, can we move there quick enough? Is something going to be achieved? And it ended up being this kind of stalemate. This time, both of these teams have been really gunning to get something going on one side of the map. At the same time as something else is happening on the opposite side. So they can try and play both sides and get something out while a play is happening.
I see logo top left, by the way, just to interject. That better not be voracious Atakan. I see it. being red.
We were we were this close to greatness.
It is just a logo, and that means Atakan spawning. So I'm just going to hold my breath and wait. That's all. I swear to God.
I think we might have just missed it, which is so sad to me. How close we were this close to greatness.
1 kill a minute surely should just be Atakan, you know, ruinous Atakan. I just want to see the 25%. As a side note, he is spawning bot this game.
Which is really important because, of course, whichever side it spawns on changes the terrain of the entire map, and particularly when you've got champions like Maokai who forces you to play against walls or away from walls. It'd be very important, of course, the Leona Rumble. That's the big one. That's no Leona even close to this game. But the Rumble and the Maokai love having walls around their objectives to pin people into those choke points. Can be very, very powerful. So watch for the future Dragon fights and how that might affect things with the extra terrain involved.
Well, playing around that terrain as well, remember the Fog of War acts differently, acts like a normal wall. It's something we've seen over day one and, of course, across LPL and LCK. More to what Nightmare is saying.
Did you just call, wow, that wall is a wall?
Yeah, that was a wall. The wall acts like a wall.
Is it blue?
It's... no, that would be bias. It is not. Herald has spawned, though. And so for Koi, as Super tries to get this push, you can see they're moving for this. Jojo's also backing with teleport available. And he's going to have Sork shoes in his inventory, ready to fight.
Yeah, this is a really good power spike to be fighting around. I think for Movistar Core, you have such a powerful Kalista. You have the Shinsei and the Aria kind of getting towards the apex of their powers as well. 1 to 2 items really where they start to come to play. New enough on this top side. See what he can do to hold that front line and back line apart from each other. K'Sante also very, very tanky at this point in the game. Charmland.
Over the wall. Jojo pokes out Targamas. That is their engage. Now into half HP. Kalist walks up. Chains of Corruption there, but Orb of Deception just to clear the wave, and there's not enough damage to burst him completely. Movistar Koi get themselves what they want as Charm misses here with Spirit Rush. Jojo struggling here in this game, but Alvaro is not. Look again with that ulti. 2 members berserk. Helps them get 1, and Mirwin can't die in the front line. Jojo gets a reset off it as well. The equalizer onto Mirwin is now the target. He's been auto, but not to death. Jojo misses the charm again, but Movistar Koi have done their due diligence. They've got their kill, and now they're clearing the wave so that that turret stays standing.
Now, it looks like the mid lane turret will just about survive. Elyoya hovering over the wall. It's a place to be sat waiting.
I was thinking about it.
That was a good turnaround mid-team fight from Karmine Corp. I thought as soon as Jojo kind of started jumping forwards, he played his range really well, so he couldn't get caught out by the Maokai W playing beyond that range. Really thought that something bigger would come from that, but they couldn't quite close down the kills, and it means that the Herald is taken, but Koi can't really capitalize on the opportunity after that.
You know, I saw Mirwin this morning, and he said unending despair. Whenever we saw tanks, he was just like, unending despair. Unending despair. Even though the item got nerfed, he likes that item, and that's going to be his first item. As you see here in this replay, this is why he could survive for so long.
Yeah, I think Jojo plays his ranges really well here. It doesn't get too close to the Maokai. It means that he's not really a threat, and the follow-up with that Renata long range just kind of splits the team beyond it. Thought that was going to be a good intro, but then Mirwin just goes a little bit too far, and as we come back to live now, Dragon's being started.
Well, Ren's going to make it a sure thing, and you can see that KC, they're not contesting this. They're just farming their own jungle, and as Yike does that, second Dragon of Movistar Core going to be taken away. Ocean sold this game as Alvaro looks for a pick, but Handshake goes a bit wide.
Jojo potentially could make a play there with Flash and ult. If he got a little bit closer, it could have been very dangerous. Really feel like Movistar Core now starting to feel like they can make a few more plays. Karmine Corp, they've of course got some really big damage on the Varus themselves. We talked about the Kalista being very powerful. I think the Varus, I mean, we'll see plenty of that now. Just about missed on the ult fault traded.
It is ult fault, as you just said, as Jojo going to use the last one after clearing the wave. But it was a turret trade as well. Over the wall, we just talked about Vision as ultimate use onto Super, but after the equalizer, Fate's Call might be the return as Super instead, or rather Alvaro, picks to get out.
Is he going to continue the play? No, he's not. Could have potentially flashed over, but I think with Flash Cleanse on Kalista, you'd just be over-forcing and potentially getting turned around on by that really fair to AD carry, but not a bad option from Karmine Corp. One of the big things I think that Karmine Corp are going to be looking for is to force out the occasional Kalista roll. It's not like this is the old Axiom Arc Lethality Kalista, which would have it up all the time. That was a really not fun build to play against, I'll tell you that one. But if you can get stuff like the Renata ult, the Kalista ult, the Shinsei ult, before the big fight comes through, what you'd normally think of as a, oh, great disengage comp from Movistar Koi, it doesn't function the same when you don't have one of those big ults. So Karmine Corp fishing for stuff like that might not mean much in this case, but the next time they do it and look towards a big fight, that could be genuinely game determining.
I mean, I'm looking at Super's ult cooldown, and it is slowly ticking away, right? It's further to your point that that is something quite important to get out, especially when I feel like Alvaro and Super have been pretty key to some of these plays. We talked at the start, and you specifically mentioned the draft and how mid-jungle functions, and repeating your point from the first 5 minutes, that's not how it functioned in this game. Super and Alvaro seem to be the key to this, and now with Gwyn's Rage Blade, we're just going to watch those cooldown summoners included here as to how they function on this duo as voracious Artican. What a surprise.
We were so close. We were so close. We could have had it all. Dragon now spawned all the same. Look, I'm just not gonna think about Artican for a bit. Dragon on the table. Maybe there's some poke that lands. Watch to see who can enter the river and hold it with enough HP.
Jojo with an angle hit, thinking about what he can do. He's only got a Fiendish Codex. That's the last buy since he last fought.
Glad he's on vision there.
He's got his ult available, and as you mentioned, that ward, it's actually got the new passive on the ward as well, so it is a 4-stack of a site ward, making it harder to take down.
That always just really messes with my brain, seeing the...
Behind enemy lines, or whatever it's called. But look at it.
Isn't that Quinn's ultimate, behind enemy lines?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Artican started up. So KC don't have vision on this. They should... Hang on, this is a giant rend, though. If this goes unseen for long enough, it won't really be an even smite fight.
They have spotted it with the blue ward, though, but it's about getting there. As you said, Kalist also burnt out by Jojo, so he's done his due diligence and kept the AD carry away. Nature's Grass going to come through late, but as you said, the rend could be big, but it's zoned away. Super not in range. Jike is jumping in, looking to get the steal here while Vladdy finds Jojo on the back end, but Artican is the focus here. However, Targamas went in without his team's focus, and now they're getting the render. Super gets a reset thanks to Alvaro. Revived, alive, is he? Yes, he is. Kana can't get anywhere near him. He'll withdraw thanks to Artican, but Movistar Koi, their AD carry, skirts the fight, and Kalist now about to bite the dust.
The spears run out on Artican, so it's not a clean take from Movistar Koi, but I mean, they win the fight afterwards, and the GAs are now all gone. There might have been one still now available because they died before they got the buff, but still, Artican goes down, but there are at least, I suppose, for Movistar Koi, no extra GAs to worry about in the next phase of play. This was an absolute mess of a fight. Those spears were really starting to get stacked up, but as you'll watch later through this, because of the equalizer, Super has to retreat, and he can't get back in range to just keep that cooldown running onto Artican. The spears fall out, and then suddenly the smite gets really, really hairy after this point. You don't have the uneven smite fight. The job is done from KC to kind of stop Super from going through that. Don't stop him, of course, from getting the kill after that point, but at least the Artican doesn't go over.
Man, the bailout clutch. Alvaro is having an insane game. I think Kalist as well. I'm going to give him some kind of praise. His range in these battles are quite large, but I mean, if I start praising one, I got to praise the others. Still a close game, a tense game. Artican was taken, as Nomura just said, but I think most of it's run out.
No, and this is perfect. Vladdy does have the GA. He died before it came through last time because it took a chunk out of Jojo. But yeah, we are now almost even in kills. We have 3 grubs apiece. We have, 2 dragons, 1 dragon to the other side. We are very close in gold. Exactly what I wanted to see from these 2 teams. It is a tense affair where we will finally get to execution in team fights, positioning from our key carries, a chance to really prove yourself mano a mano in the rivalry in the LEC, which so many people care about right now.
The rivalry that Spain, the Spanish and French fans definitely care about a lot. We've hyped it up, and I think we said it a lot last year. It's really exciting to see that, these cultures going head-to-head on the LEC brings out the best in some of the fans. As they've showcased here today, they haven't stopped cheering, they haven't stopped yelling. Whose voice will kill out first? That's the biggest question, as Dragon will go down to the bot side while this is happening. Jojo is going to try and look for the charm. Vladdy is going deep because he's got that GA available. LBO looking for the knockup. Is he trying to buy time for that GA to expire? Yes, but Vladdy will go under turret and find his end anyway.
Yeah, Vladdy takes matters into his own hands, says, okay, it won't run out if I choose my own place of my demise, goes down. Immediately respawns at the fountain, so it's only going to be a little bit of golden XP going over instead of the full kills worth. And of course, importantly as well, it doesn't give you anything like Dark Seal stacks. Also worth noting, if you die with the GA thingy on, you don't lose them either. That's not relevant in this game.
You have tested that.
Yeah, I have. Worth knowing though for future reference as well. And we are back to what is a very even game state. We haven't seen that much prevalence on looking towards the side lanes and pushing it out like that. It really has just been be at the scene of the crime, make sure you're ready to fight all the time, just like this.
But no follow-up. Kana not even thinking about dropping that ulti, as Kalist now down with his for a little bit.
And it's really important that everyone's kind of just hovering around this mid lane section. Because look, in a lot of other games, I say, look, use your map, make sure that you're getting in towards these side lanes. Because the fights are coming so thick and fast, you have to be on the scene. You cannot be unaccounted for the big fight. So imagine like everyone dies and you turn up after really no mates after that point, really.
True.
You've just got to watch like Baron go down.
Yeah, side laning these days doesn't exist as much as it used to.
It's just not a social thing.
No, it's not. You got to be present. You're right. That's why the party's always here. Kalist knows that, but Jojo Punt jumps in to get smacked in the face. He's got TP, but he's going to have to back soon. Nate just grass on the top side of the fight. You can see that Movistar Koi are getting battered. They ran in individually, and now Yoya has to pop the ulti. Alvaro as well wants to not only bail out, but tackle out KC as they get so much.
Exactly what KC want from this as well. We highlighted this earlier. The easier you can get some of these big ultimates from Movistar Koi, the better it is for your team fight.
Yep.
You can blow the Shinzao ult, the Kalista ult, obviously that was still up, but the Renata ult, stuff like that. It gives you so much more ability to play around stuff like Kalista, huge poke coming out from the 3-item spike. Muramana transformation completed as well on that Varus. KC very happy with that phase of play. Sadly, it doesn't lead to a big objective for them, but that's the kind of game plan they want. Just get these ultimates as free as you possibly can.
And continue poking out after the fact. I mean, Kalist is 3 items strong and doing so much work on this lethality Varus. Super was the one fed, but right now it feels like he can't get in range of Kalist and the rest of KC, who's starting to zone control this top side as Baron has just spawned.
Okay, so Baron spawning. Those ultimates on Star Koi coming back fairly quickly, a little over half cooldown left to be recovered from Alvaro's Renata. What else have we got on the board? Of course, the Dragon would be Sol, the next one on the table. I have to say, I feel like Dragons in general haven't been as game-winning as before. True. That's normally been with Atakan kind of winning the game, but this time it's, well, it was kind of nullified at that point. So you might see that be more important again. So you're never going to turn down an Ocean Salt. Kamikor can set up for that one as Kalista's once again potentially angling for something in the mid lane.
Mirwin is looking for his own too. Jojo, Pyun and Vladdy, though, have been fighting it out all game, but Jojo's just lost his Spirit Rush. Yet again, Jojo, the 0-5 Ari, having a really tough time in his second day of LEC.
He's gone for, you know, as big ult cooldown reduction build as possible to try and look for these plays, and I'm not going to criticize him for that, but it's just playing off of the platform of poor first few levels where Kamikor forced him out of lane. It's really not been the best for him, and now potentially has to answer towards Baron if KC keep on this without that ultimate. Won't be back in time for a fight.
Well, Baron is slowly starting off. Vladdy has perma Gatling gun. My ears are... all they hear is this Corky is TP going to start us off, and Baron is going to stop.
It is for now. However, teleport brought out from Mirwin removes some of the options for macro play from Movistar Koi. Can't keep it in the bot lane, and of course you can see right now bot lane is not pushed up anyway as it seems.
Because who cares? Again, side lanes. just not where we're at this time. The Gatling gun has stopped. Wait.
I'm happy.
Oh my god, it's still there.
Yeah, I think it was just off screen for long enough. Yeah. Sorry about that one, buddy.
Yeah, that's all right. It's been happening for a while, and
it's like, you know, some noise cancelling headphones, they have like sounds of like a crackling fire or a running stream. Now, fresh from Summoner's Rift, you have ASMR Corky.
Oh my god. Something to go to bed to. You want a Gatling gun? You got it. Man, League of Legends selling you know, okay, Google.
You got you an Ace machine
like
here.
Bedtime music.
Back towards the Baron again. Big ultimates available for Star Koi.
You ever think if you say, okay, Google or Alexa, someone's house right now listening to this broadcast?
Don't do it. Don't do it. That is so
Alexa, play Despacito as we run into Movistar Koi. Thinking about this Baron, Alvaro at half HP, but...
I like how you have this outward persona of saying, oh, you know, I'm a nice guy, very playful, stuff like this. I saw you in a hotel bully a robot by where he was going up to deliver food to another floor and he pressed all of the buttons on the lift on the way there. This is the kind of person
Don't trust robots that deliver food in hotels.
I saw what happened to with Skynet, that's what you're saying.
Oh my lord. Yeah, it's happening. Well, if you ever been to Chengdu, you're in for an absolute treat. Especially if you like robots. KC. Their angle on the back of this Baron is a little bit suspect as well because Koi are going to start it off, and you can see that not everyone's there. Targamas has to get into position. KC just thinking about how they approach.
And now Koi, they're going to stop stacking up those spears. They want to take a fight in a single direction, get the maximum value out of the Renata, block them out like that.
It starts with the Nature's Grasp, but Alvaro's ulti zones them off instead, but instead the engage is great. Targamas jumps on in and Super gets slow, but the Baron goes down. He got it in the end with his Ren, but can they escape with the buff? Alvaro is caught packing as well as KC have already gotten two. A third on the horizon as Mirwin has the flash, and Jojo, he got out earlier, but 3 for Baron is going to be the trade.
So Baron goes down, Dragon will go to KC, which I think earlier I said it would be the soul. It's not, it's just I got confused by the Atacant symbol as well. I love that. It will be their third Dragon. They'll be able to claim that one. I don't think Movistar Koi can really go towards that objective. And once again, we have ourselves another series of tight contests where KC do manage to skirt just past a lot of that disengage. I thought they'd be running straight into the Renata ultimate. Maybe if we see a replay of that big fight, we can see the angle of that one. Didn't quite get the Valley, which Koi really wanted out of that Baron fight.
Surprised again. I think that Ren came close. Let's watch in our...
Yeah, because you look here, right? Normally you think single direction, the wall's in the right kind of place. You can get a really good Renata ultimate. And actually, Alvaro's had some great ones there, but it doesn't really catch the Icon. So the engagers don't have to back off. They just walk to the side. They go in anyway. It delays it long enough that the backline has to then start retreating. Yes, they do somehow get the Baron very, very close to run stuff, but the Renata ult for me doesn't achieve quite what it wants to because it doesn't stop the engage actually coming through.
Had a bit of sound darkness. We just wanted to sit on that one for a little bit. Alvaro poked out. I mean, Kalist is dealing serious damage, but not enough here with the equalizer as well. Alvaro's going to get him out. Jojo again, the target tagged, but not dead for now. The grey screen stays away as Movistar Koi still open up mid. That's what they wanted to do.
Jojo has ult and he has teleport. He can recall to recover his HP. At this point in the game, his ult's on like a 30-something second cooldown as well, especially if you manage to... Actually, I'm not sure what his ult stacks at. Maybe that'll change things in that, but it's still going to be around like the 40-second mark or so.
Not long.
It's so not really that long, and it also counts from the start of when you cast your ultimate too, so if you use it, wait out the 10-15 seconds it's on, it can basically be kind of permanently up for your combat stats. KC not able to get it for free just that time, and we're now left on an objectiveless map, which means that maybe we can finally go to side lanes. Start pushing things out. There's no objectives to start go out against.
That's so cringe.
Yeah.
No. Let's go down mid, boys. See what that's like. Maybe a difference. I mean, a 21 kill game in 31 minutes, at least again. We've had some decisive plays here. We've had some attempted 5v5s. Not even attempted, I would say successful at some points, but Movistar Koi right now, they're sitting on their Baron for, well, it's not 3.5 minutes, that's for sure. It's only 30 seconds left, if you can see Red Bull Baron power play as Elyoya, he's poked, he's phosphorus bombed, but now with the Crescent Guard out, he thinks he's okay until he's caught in place. Perma CC'd up with Yike taking the kill credit, but look, in this choke, Kalist is having the time of his life. Only 18, but he's counting the stacks as Mirwin is going to be next on the menu, boys. Take it down with Jojo going late, but he gets out. A Spirit Rush gets him out of dodge, but he's the only one alive as KC punish hard.
I guess that's why we don't go away from the mid lane. Movistar Koi try it, they go into the enemy jungle, but it feels like the terrain just doesn't work out for them. It's a great ultimate from Yike to pin them into the bad terrain, and Karmine Corps end up cleaning up shop again. Bliss is going to be able to take down this turret, and I feel like KC from this will get a lot of vision control. They'll be able to kind of control this bot side of the map, which seems they're pushing in through both mid and bot lane, and then they'll be able to go towards a later Soul with the setup they've got off of this big fight.
So much gold after such a short play, but such a big play that finally gives the first major lead in this game as well. Especially when they already saw points. 6,500 gold up, and remember, Movistar Koi, they were the ones who got Baron, a negative Baron power play at the end of the day.
And so much of that lead is on this little Corki that was just on your screen.
Yeah.
A huge amount of gold towards that Corki. Considering that Corki has a hard time playing against sometimes these Ahri aggressive mid-jungle combos, which we've highlighted the whole game. We've phrased it as like a okay, Elyoya and Jojo haven't got what they wanted out of the duo. On the other side, Vladdy's got everything he's wanted out of this. And he gets so much damage done in this last fight too. Talked about the terrain being really bad for Movistar Koi. They're forced into it because Elyoya goes a little bit too far and trying to exploit this reset on the map, trying to get into the enemy jungle. That was a fantastic Mark ult, and he skirts around the Renata ult. Again, Vladdy finds himself in a perfect pocket. It's not only he's getting a bunch of gold throughout this game, he's using it well in these fights.
He really is, and again, this whole game, he's had it head and shoulders over Jojo. This guy that we hyped up after yesterday seems like nothing in the face of the Greek mid as KC backing away here because Fate Call's been starting us off. Targamas might be called out. Crush down there. Finally a rebuttal here from Movistar Koi as Targa only just gets out, but look towards mid. Mirwin is by himself on 4 people from KC. Butted in the head. And Movistar Koi now in front of this Dragon Pit need a way to get out.
Well, I mean, what are they going to do about their mid lane? The turn and burn from Kalist puts them into such a good position now to take the HP advantage, run down mid lane, and start hammering on this turret, get themselves potentially even a threat onto the inhibitor. And Movistar Koi, they just used all of their tools to try and look for that fight. They have nothing to defend this one, and KC, this is a big lead for them now.
Yeah.
Because they can start controlling this mid lane so much easier with the super minions coming in.
Yeah, I mean, 7.5K, it just keeps piling up. Baron in 40 seconds as well. Feels like it's going to be hard for Movistar Koi to contest. That Soul as well is an option for KC. Something I know you're talking about, Dragons, that maybe not prioritized much anymore, but with these longer games, you get to it naturally.
You do. We've been, I think, blessed by this game with so much action. Well, it goes long as well. It feels like it has just been haymaker after haymaker. Kalista's been doing so well at pushing up here and not getting punished, and he does it again.
He does jump up, and Jojo tries to punish him. Good charm, but Kalist stays alive. No bailout reset. As TP from Mirwin. He wanted to fight, but teleport takes so long. It's like getting in a taxi and going halfway across Berlin.
And they don't even have pocket change. They're just sat there trying to get the coins out to pay the taxi driver. And they tried to go again onto Kalist. They failed to do it. Now it's just desperation. Go towards the Baron, hope for something good. Maybe you can get something in the 4v5.
Well, it's all throws bar, it feels like, at this point in the game for Movistar Koi, as 4 members still sit strong, and the shielding good, the redemption helpful, but look at Kalist poke. They say, no, never mind. Kalist gets jumped on, but El Yoya can't finish the job. Kana going golden, buys time as Mirwin just tries to get to that backline. Chance Corruption stops him though, and now when he's all out, he's a squishy boy. He flashes away, running his space, but the rest of KC have got other things on their mind. A Super tries to pile it around, but against an Ocean Soul, he doesn't have the work anymore. Yes, he gets the Ren, yes, he gets the bailout, but Kana with his triple shows us again that this import was worth the cost.
Jojo is going to walk up and try and wave clear. 1 versus Super. Vladdy is having none of it. Starts to turn on the damage. They will at least get an inhib off of this.
Jojo smack talked EU, but he hadn't versed Vladdy yet, had he? That was easy. That was the ace. And in the rivalry of France versus Spain, KC, I said Alonzi, and I meant it here. For their second win, their 2-0 start in the LEC winter.
Berlin is blue today. Carmine Corps get themselves a really, really nice victory out of the big amount of skirmishes. They have to put their mechanics on show. I think Kalist continually holding that mid lane over and over, not falling prey to these aggressive players from Jojo and the rest of them was really key to the victory in my eyes. But Carmine Corps as a unit, team fought just much better than Movistar Koi, I think, over the course of this game.
Man, the KC fans up in action again, a 2-0 start. And I remember there were splits where we saw good KC starts, but like, this really does feel like it's their split. And remember, you can tell them that by voting for your key player of the game. Is it Yike, Kalist, or Alvaro? I would say Targamas is probably that instead. I was told to say Alvaro. Someone on the teleprompter.
It is on the teleprompter.
They want me to say Alvaro. I know he was good, but Targamas, of course, is the person you should be voting for if you want to vote for support. We're going to go to a quick break, and afterwards, Law is standing by with Vladdy and Targamas, not Alvaro.
Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move. Side to side, let's go.
Bro, I was outside with Lewis to take a walk. KC. And the KC fans were waiting for the KC, and they were chanting, Vladdy's gonna kill you. Vladdy's gonna kill you. Vladdy's gonna kill you.
Vladdy's gonna make fun of you, little fraud.
What's his wave gonna do with Yike coming in and twisted advance, flash away, charm, hits a minion! You didn't like that, I saw your face as Vladdy picks up kill number 2. I think that angle thinks about it, but twisted advance catches him first, Bramble smash, he's destroyed!
Play, don't be scared. We haven't seen the W still. I chase, okay? Look like he's in. Look, Kalista. No flash, no flash. Wait. Keep going.
And welcome back to the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in after the second win for Karmine Corp here in LEC 2025 against Koi, nonetheless. And we know that France versus Spain is always a matchup that we're looking forward to seeing. Targamas, yeah, congratulations on taking this one.
Thank you.
I heard that Jojo has been talking a lot and putting you last in the standings. Do you have anything to say?
I mean, after this performance he just did on Ari, I think there's not much to say, honestly.
Humbleness. And I mean, you guys did enough on the Rift, honestly, today. How important was it to win this game? Yike, you're the first, you're the latest newcomer to this Spanish-French rivalry. How is it to be on the winner's side?
It feels amazing. I'm very happy winning this game. Like, obviously, the G2 match yesterday was important for me, but this one is also very important. I think for the org, the Keiko versus Koi, it's going to be a big rivalry, and I'm happy that we won this one.
So G2 yesterday, Koi today, a very different look from what we've seen last year from you guys, Targamas. And I know that you were in the starting lineup for Karmine's debut in the LEC last year. How different are you feeling things compared to last year? The mood with the team and everything, what is different this time?
I mean, I think everything is different. I think in summer it was already starting to be good. Like, I have to mention that I was really happy working with Closer and Upsets. Like, I think they helped us a lot. And it's a shame that we couldn't make it to World when we were so close, right? Like, people often forget that we actually are one place away, kinda, in summer. But yeah, this year is completely different. I think the motivation is like insane. I think I've never seen this much motivation, like even in G2. And also the talents, like I think we have so much talent all around the team.
Yeah.
I mean, Kana, Yike, obviously people know Kalis is being hyped up, but I have to mention Vladi as well because he's not really getting any credit with like all the stars that we have in the team. But I think he's actually like already one of the best, and I think by the end of the year he will be the best.
And Yike, new jersey, new colors, new team, new responsibilities as well. You said in PGL last night that you were taking a bit more of a leader role maybe within this team. Can you tell me more about this and how different is what you're doing compared to G2?
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it because we played with Kalista and Vladi now, who are both new players, and Kana as well, who doesn't speak English fluently, so it's harder for him to communicate. So I said it's mostly me and Targamas taking like the leader role in the game, and I think we're doing it pretty good, you know, so far, 2-0. So I think I'm happy with us playing it.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think we're doing very good. And I'm just looking forward to playing more games because I think we're doing it good. I'm doing like mostly, I guess, early game stuff, and then Targa is talking a lot about macro, and is like very smart about it.
Targamas being a leader in the game, all the respect, but that's not what we kept on hearing last year. What changed?
I mean, I think I already talked about it a bit. Like, I think I kind of changed my mentality. It's not like I was not talking before, but I really just realized some stuff that I needed to do in game. But also, I think when you work with like very talented player, it's also easier to play and to talk, right? And yeah, I'm just really happy. Well, like with everything we've been doing. Also, it's like Kalis is also really confident in the comms. Like, I think that helps a lot when you have a carry that's he's only playing his first week of LEC, but he's already saying, okay, this game I will actually 1v9. Like, I think the 2 games, he was always saying, guys, actually, they can't do anything to me. I will 1v9 them.
Oh my God.
When you have a player that says that, you're already feeling confident. You know?
So confidence from the get-go. It showed on the Rift as well. Yike, what can we predict for this Karmine Corp team? What is going to be your style if you were to make expectations and predictions for the team?
I mean, for sure, I'm going to see it's like as an aggressive team, but I think our style, it's hard to say. I think we're like very, very insane mechanically. I think like team fights, I don't think a single team here could beat us. So yeah, we'll see what happens. But I think we're really talented that way.
Excited to see what's more for you guys. Last question, not really a question actually, but these guys were so loud that actually I feel like they want to talk to you directly. Targamas, Yike. I didn't get that, but I think it's best. Do you guys want to say anything to your fans today?
Yeah, I mean, it feels awesome to see you guys back after last year. We know it was like difficult for the fans last year, like not only the competitive side, but also the supporter side. So I appreciate you guys being like back in the studio and Riot also making it work. Et ouais, merci les gars beaucoup pour tout. Et voilà, on va vous rendre fiers cette année.
Thank you so much. We're gonna make you guys proud.
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible. You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. I think he's got it all. He's got the pizzazz.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move! Wait, is he switching lanes?
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Come along if you wanted a peek. I've seen your face around here. Come along, tell me under the table. What do you see? Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night. I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer. What will it be?
Well, it's a classic for the next game, but not as you know it, as G2 and BDS take to the Rift. This in the past has been a fun best of 5. It's been one that G2 in the past have definitely held ownership of, but in a best of 1. Exciting to see new forms here, as myself, Asterix, and Nomura take you through our second last game of the day.
BDS has obviously gone through a lot of changes, not like G2 hasn't, but I think BDS probably come out the side, which I'm questioning, have they kept their same identity? I think they forged a very good identity in their previous iteration, where I think they peaked, I think it's fair to say, as a top 2 team, maybe even within the LEC at various points. Sadly, it didn't come at the most important points of the split. And now the question is, all right, you have stripped out some of these parts. You brought in an entirely different roster besides your mid and your AD carry. Can you build that again as we get into this draft against G2? Both of these teams coming off of I suppose, an unexpected loss, especially for G2. Maybe, okay, maybe that's underselling Army Core a little bit. Both coming off of losses from day one.
Well, let's see where they go going into this game, because at the very least, seeing the Corki ban means we walk away from an AD carry, or rather mid lane of last game. Something we saw last game as a priority pick was that Kalista. Also add in the Rel, since I feel like Rel is a very big champion right now in EU. 100% presence so far.
Yeah, I suppose so. The thing about the Rel is, like, I don't always feel like Rel is like your game-winning character. It's just like the one which fits with everything that can also win you the game. So it's like there's never a point where you feel like, oh, I've got a Rel. It's like Rel's always powerful like that. Getting through these first rounds of bans, we're going to get either one of Victor or Kalista 3, which have been very, very powerful in the current meta so far, amongst, of course, a bunch of other things. But Victor gone, yeah. I mean, obviously, Kalista for Hansam are one of the better Kalista players we've had in our region historically.
So where do we go with the first pick? That Kalista's still up and available. I like that we are banning Victor. It just feels nice. Jace also first pick worthy. I'll add in as well, as when I think of people like Broken Blade, Caps, very strong, dominant solo laners. I like the idea of giving them some kind of presence early. Here is Vi's another one that historically we've seen banned.
Yeah, and the thing about Vi is that Vi just opens up so many different kind of combinations you can work with.
Yep.
I don't love Vi as a first pick, because I think you can punish her in the level 1, level 2, because she really needs level 3 to fight. So if you have strong early game plans, you can start to really push it down. But it opens up better Talia angles, better Orianna angles, a bunch of other things which can really empower your mid laners, and especially when you're empowering Caps. That's a good thing.
Side note, you can hear the audience. They're singing happy birthday because it is Broken Blade's birthday today. It's funny, there's like a massive line. 2 days ago, it was GB's birthday. Yesterday, it was Odoane's birthday. Today, it's Broken Blade's birthday. It's just funny that we've got 3 LEC birthdays in a row.
Yeah, it's really convenient, guys. Thanks, thanks for being born like that.
Yeah.
Skewboy hovers over his one trick. Fun fact, by the way, I only remember this in off-season. I cast Skewmon in the division below NLC in 2021.
Oh, really?
Back in UK LC.
Oh,
and he was still a Nunu one trick even back then, way before he even touched the larger ERL system and the LC. It's been a long time he's been playing that.
He pulled it out in the last of me of asses as well, from memory. So that dude loves the champ, and hopefully we get to see it over the course of the split or even over the course of this year, as that Kalista's locked in. So we come back to what G2 want to do, and it does feel like a very big meta read. That picture of Caps is unnerving. Holy moly!
He stares into your soul.
Big band, and then I look up a bit, and I see Caps gawking.
It's like the last thing you see before Akali R2s you.
Oh, wait, is it going to be the first? Nah. Okay, we get the 2v2 we saw last game.
We've not had I guess we've only had the 1 day of games. I was thinking, oh, it feels weird not to see an Ambassador.
We've not had Ambassador yet.
So we can potentially look forward to that as it goes. Well, see if it makes through the second round of bans from BDS, if it's already been harbored. The Kalista Renata saw that in the last game. Of course, didn't come away with a win, but very, very powerful as a duo. Of course, we know that the Varus can survive the lane against the Kalista, and actually did quite well at it. I think Kalista, normally you want to swap away from it. The Varus means that you can just stick in that 2v2 if you want.
True. Last time with the poke, it was very impactful, so we'll see this time if it goes back to the on-hit. As Sejuani's been another jungler in the LEC that's really been looked at highly. Our most played jungler now, in fact, as well.
I would have found it really funny if you said, Sejuani's just another jungler in the LEC.
I mean,
That's it.
It really is.
Objectively true. Congratulations.
It's crazy in LPL, which I know you've also been watching, that like we go to like game 2, game 3, game 4, and the Sejuani drafts start coming out in Fearless because they run through the drafts. Like these back to front or front to back comps. But in LEC, we're like, no, we're priority picking this jungler as our most popular.
And, you know, later in, when we get towards playoffs, we'll get to see, of course, Fearless over here as well. Yep. There is a very different flavor, though, when you go into game 1, you start thinking, okay, well, what are we viewing as S-tier picks? Sometimes when you get into later into Fearless, which again, well, it's less relevant now. Sometimes you try and pick something a little bit oddball because you can save something else later into the draft. This is just all of the S tier that you can possibly get across the place. We see a rare Cassiopeia ban, of course, against Nuke, who's played a lot of that in the past. One of the best anti-tank mid laners on the patch, if you really want to go towards something like that too. Also very good anti-mobility with that miasma. If you're looking for anti-mobility champions, I guess you've also got the Poppy, I suppose, if you want to lock that into support for Paris, but a little bit hard to play the laning phase, though, if you go up against that Renata.
I will say, though, there is one thing I'm seeing that is left open for someone like Paris as well that could be picked up on 4, which say whatever you want about the Kalista Renata lane. Paris is a fantastic rel, and we have just been seeing rel over and over again. Again, reminding everyone here, 100% pick ban presence, so Let's see if it slips through. Let's see if Dylan Falco pays the respect to BDS.
Last bans coming through. Going to assume that we're going to see support picked up now, and then we'll have counter pick for Nuke in that mid lane, just knowing the matchup against Caps. You don't really want to give Caps a good angle. We know that. Sure. Come what may, whatever happens with G2, if Caps has a good matchup and a good way to play, that is also quite another picture in the background with the hand reaching out. Oh. It's like his vibe checking you through the picture on the wall.
We really went all out for the pictures this year, didn't we?
Yeah, we did. That's where our creativity's come from.
BDS missed a ban, by the way, as Seraphine gets locked in. So I'm just going to assume right now this goes to Paris' support.
I mean, it would be a little strange to see it blind picked into a mid lane, so I assume it would be picked into that bot lane. Of course, if you get the E landed from the Varus and then the E lands from the Seraphine, it then upgrades the E. If it goes from a slow, then the E will then root, then stun on the second. There's a whole chain of things with the Seraphine. Can be very powerful, as we do get Birthday Boy Broken Blade getting the Ambassador in the top lane.
What a treat. Hey, you know, what'd you get for your birthday today? Yeah, pair of socks, new pair of underwear, and Dylan let me play Ambessa. What a treat.
It's a fine present, that one. Really has been fun to see this champion make his way onto the Rift. I think that, initially I thought, oh my god, this champion's going to be so OP. Kind of feels like an AD Silas, which is, of course, the AP and the original locked in for Caps in the mid lane.
A lot of spinning going to happen here in the solo lanes here by Caps and Broken Blade. So G2 full on in the skirmishing this game. Holy moly, I'm excited to watch them in action in the first 20 minutes as on the other side, BDS have got good scaling here, Nightmare. What would add into the mix of that?
Well, you are playing against a lot of melees, and the Orianna can do really well. As we mentioned this kind of in the last game, described it's kind of the minefield. You have to kind of run through this really difficult terrain. The Shockwave can be very, very powerful if you start trying to dive into it.
I've just been told in my ear that it wasn't a misban by BDS, by the way. It was a Gragas ban. So, no. BDS did not forget a ban. It was Gragas. It was just an issue on our side. As we get into game, and G2 versus BDS, you got to remember, like, BDS's story last year was a little bit sad in the sense that this is a team that was third in winter playoffs, third in spring playoffs, third in summer playoffs, got to season finals, and didn't make it through. G2 were always in their way. And then if it wasn't G2, it was Fnatic. And then if it wasn't Fnatic in winter, it was MAD. So they had a really rough year where we didn't see any international representation after 2023 when this team made it in the in the qualifying match against Golden Guardians. So for BDS, it is a bit about redemption. As for G2, as happy birthday, Broken Blade. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. I think he's 27 today. Woo. I talked to him yesterday. It was 11:45 at night when we were recording something special. 25, I've been told. Production just slapped my wrist. He looks great.
Wow, I talked to him yesterday to definitely confirm this fact. Oh, no, I got it wrong.
I think I remember because I said to Broken Blade, I'm like, oh, you're like 27 tomorrow, right? And I think he corrected me. I think he just laughed me out. We were playing a quiz game, so I'm sorry. Yo, BB, no harm, bro. You look great. 25.
Just don't look to Jake if you're looking to get your facts checked, folks. Go elsewhere.
Yo, as far as I know, people like Dagda's like 40, you know? But Dagda, you look great. No, he's not. Chat, I'm not telling you how old he is. It's none of your business. It's rude that you asked. As look, the G2 crowd, they're hyped up. They want a good year out of these guys, and especially yesterday after losing to KC.
Yeah.
I mean, they need a good bounce back here against BDS.
Now, one thing which is kind of interesting to me, again, actually, is so yesterday had a bunch of lane swaps coming through. They're obviously very prevalent within the meta now. The last two games that we have had, though, have been actually standard lanes instead. We've been opting towards them. I obviously like to see a good balance of both. I think it's healthy for the game that we don't just have all of just lane swaps. I like them. They're a good strategy to bring across, but having stuff like, Hansama, BB, and Caps getting those kind of standard lanes, of course mid lane tends to be standard lanes anyway, I think it's really important to kind of showcase their skill sets in that, because that's how they've ruled the LEC for a long time. It's really good laners.
Yeah, true. I mean, again, seeing the 2v2, for everyone at home, just getting that rejuvenation, outside of lane swaps is something nice to bring you in for game 4 of the day. Is Hansama and Labrov having a pretty good time in their natural lanes, as you'd expect, as Paris on this Seraphine trying to play through range, using ice as well with Hail of Arrows, but they're pressuring up. They're looking for that handshake that seals the deal and gets the early summoners out. While Broken Blade doing the same thing, and yeah, on this Ambassador, as game sounds come back to us, Just a quick reminder, first one of the LEC so far.
And that Ambassador going to be really important in a number of different ways, because G2, when this goes later into the game, I mean, they're basically 4-ish melee / low range. You know, the Calista sometimes counts as both of them. Cavs takes a hard trade there.
Yeah, really hard trade, actually. Nuke, nicely done.
Well, imagine that late game where Caps is trying to dive in and do a bunch of damage and trying to survive through it as well.
True.
Much like we saw that last game, you're going to have to make it through stuff like that Shockwave. I think it's also important to note that the Seraphine brings, I suppose, a similar-ish ultimate to the Renata in terms of don't step in it when it's thrown at you, and it goes through the entire team fight.
Yeah.
Like similar kind of genre to the Nami tidal wave as well. The thing about the Ambassador, particularly for the Broken Blade, making this point come full circle, you blink to them. You don't have to go through that. You just end up kind of, you know, teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid, and then you just kind of run over the team fight that way.
So whoever at last hits as well as Ego, there's that handshake, as I said, in the 2v2, trying to find the moment. Paris in trouble and dead. Hans Mama with his first blood.
Well, I said I enjoyed watching the standard lanes, particularly for G2, powerful laners. That's why you might want to lane swap away from something like a Calista on the other side, immediately punishing that 2v2 early into the game. First blood, the first feat of strength picked up for G2.
And look at the CS lead on top of that as well. 500 gold and then some is the lead for this 2v2. Will be... Oh, it is nice to be back. Broken Blade's going to miss the cannon, but it's his birthday. Give him a break. He's fine. He's doing
you know
well
what? I actually didn't even notice that. I was looking at something else. So
all I do is notice cannons now. You know, after playing like a solid straight year of top lane, it's just cannon.
Do you think that is the League of Legends version of bird watching, cannon watching? You know, you just turn up and like, oh, that's the lesser spotted cannon.
It does interest me where people would think I'm a bore by talking about it. So yes, it is probably exactly bird watching.
Yeah, I know. Sejuani has that problem all the time. Bristle, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I explained my own joke and therefore invalidated it.
Yeah, I mean,
sad. I've lowered my own standards.
I would have gotten the Quinn. You know, the Quinn would have been good. I would have. I've really been with you for that one. But, but yeah, don't worry. I explain my jokes all the time, and they don't get funnier from there. You kind of just deal with it and hope that people move on.
Buddy, I've known that for years. You don't have to. Yeah. You don't have to go down this road again.
I explain my jokes not making sense. That's so much worse. By the way, you can see what's on your screen. There's a dragon going down. I don't need to explain that for you as well as TP used top.
Yeah, and the big thing about that TP being used top is that it's answering the dominant Calista, switching up for the Herald, not the Herald, Grubs, that one much earlier on. Because this is just one of the easiest ways to work around these kind of powerful winning lanes. Even if you swap away from the winning lane, and in the case of a lane swap, we've seen this a bunch, of course, over the last couple of days, they go towards the side of the map where they want to take these big objectives. Because you have that Ambassador and the Calista who can really push down lanes and threaten to use those Grubs well, taking these early objectives is very, very powerful.
Yeah, and look, getting the starter feat and strength, I know we talk about it a lot, but just keeping you at home informed that you need all 3 Grubs. The only week that we remind you is all 3 Grubs taken in the end as well. And we switch our camera back to mid because the good thing about BDS right now, I'd say one of the few good things with all the other lanes going awry, is that Nuke is holding his own and playing the range matchup real nice.
Yeah, I think Orianna currently is the best laning mage in the meta. Like, it's kind of been the case whenever Orianna's been around because of her clockwork wind-up and the ability to kind of blast hit with autos whilst also kind of hitting you, multitasking. Things on separate CPUs or something. The cores of the CPU. Yeah.
Okay.
Liza just going to do everything. Doesn't get the shockwave though.
Caps had enough, only just enough for the abscond duck.
That is absolutely exactly what he needed, though. Get caught by that one. Nuke sadly not able to get anything more than that. Still has himself that early lead, as you're saying, though. Which means that he'll potentially get himself a better first back for the first really big fights of the game.
Well, we just keep switching up to this bit of a slug up in the top lane. Now that top has been kind of forgotten, though, with Grubs going down. Next thing to really look at is that spawn in 3 minutes of the next round of that dragon that'll line up in the same vein as well of Hansama, who's now back in bot, ready to battle out this 2v2. As Ice moves into lane as well. Tries to just step up. Remember, he is going on hit Varus this game, so he's not going to be able to poke out the same effect that we saw Kalist last game on KC.
Yeah, and that is going to be a very different flavor for the big team fights because you don't get to play from your Q range against stuff like the Vi, Silas, Ambassador trying to just pile on you. You also don't get something like an Edge of Night, which you can sometimes get in those lethality games as well. Not that it's great against Fight anyway, if it was that build, 'cause spikes it off before he hit with the ultimate. Not the nicest interaction, but all the same. Yeah. Ice is going to have a hard time, I think, playing out these team fights. I think if G2 just end up dunking down on Ice and Nuke doesn't get a big shockwave, your DPS is gone. In fact, that's a really big worry for BDS. They have one consistent damage source in the Varus. Orianna can struggle to be that, especially in the mid game before you get tons of damage up. If BDS lose Ice, I think the team fight goes quickly with it. So watch out for that in our first big fights to get. Obviously a little bit off that yet.
I mean, I feel like in 2 minutes we might get a bit of an answer for it, because first item should be coming through when these on-hit 80 carries really start feeling their flavor. And that's one thing as well that a lot of pros are talking about. A lot of analysts here already have started mentioning these 80 carries just fight so well, these early objectives, especially when objective control is the name of the game right now in League of Legends. As Ice has Chains of Corruption, but a Fate's Call is available for Hans Summer. They spot the pig around the wall, but Hans doesn't care, goes in anyway. Scumon's also on the way in, but 113 just jumps on him. Hans flashes away, but a Permafrost about to reach. Ulti instead connects it, but saved by Scumon. They then re-engage. Hans dives away and kites his way through, avoiding the piercing arrow. Ice flashes, but I fear he's one auto away, and LeBron hits him with his little pistol and takes him down as Parus runs back to the turret, and G2 played with fire for that nasty skirmish.
Yeah, G2 knew that BDS knew that they were going for the players. The next level. They see that 1-1-3 is there, but they managed to call down their own jungler as well, and they say, all right, let's brawl, let's go for the 3v3, and they absolutely come out on top. We already said it's going to be a difficult game for Ice to play later on, giving over so much gold and losing your own gold as well by not being in lane to farm this up as you're dead. It's definitely not going to help your case later into the game.
I'm sure we're going to watch this in a second, but I feel like Scumon, right in the nick of time, played that so well. And the new jungler of G2 stepping up big to give Hans Sama, the carry of G2, at least in this game, a bit of extra leverage.
I think we're starting to see why Callista's banned so much.
Yeah.
It's really not nice to play against the early game. And you already said, hey, AD carries fighting early game, kind of their thing right now. So a lot of the AD carries in meta. And yes, if Scumon can start to help kind of leverage around that huge laning advantage now that the 2v2 has, it's really good for him because he had a weaker start, I suppose, than that last game where I think a lot of people were raising some eyebrows at the smite key at several key moments.
Yeah, but that was against Yike. I mean, that's the problem. Like, G2 kind of just said, yeah, Yike's our jungler, isn't he?
But it's nice to have like those visible, yes, I could be proud of this, people could be excited, but sometimes just the dopamine hits really well. Grub started from BDS trying to stop G2 getting a full house of it.
Yeah, speaking of dopamine, does Scumon want a little piece of this pie as Lebrov and Hans Summer feel like they want to sit on the edge and get something out of it, but no. Instead, all three grubs given over to BDS. They've got their own piece of the feats of strength as well. So 3 means that G2 are denied the mites.
However, one of the things which I'm not the... Hang on, that's going to be a bit of...
sneaky.
Okay. How much can they get out of this, though? You do have Scumon there. Doesn't have Flash. It'd be hard to make that. And Labrov will show himself on the way out. Going back to what just happened around those grubs, because I think it is important to talk about this.
Please.
I don't think that every team in Europe is very good at kind of saying, no, I'm not going for this objective. Let's do something on the other side of the map. Due to that, they don't go and do what I call Safari League of Legends, where, you know, you look after out of the left window and you'll see a wild grub down your right window, and there's a dragon. You don't do anything about them, you just watch the wildlife. They choose not to go towards the grubs, they instead push bot lane instead, get Broken Blade, a bunch of plates, gets himself the Eclipse on this back. He's happy with the gold he's got in addition.
I guess the difference is, you know, it's like a safari with a gun, which, you know, you shouldn't be doing that. You know?
No, absolutely not. No. Why would you even mention that?
Because there's too many objectives to take.
It's like, wow, this is like Graves' Jungle all over again.
It really is.
Why would you even mention that?
Because you said it was Safari, and I thought, yeah, but we're killing the objectives.
I, for one, believe in the conservation of dragons.
I do as well.
Leave it alone.
I am for saving this dragon.
Oh, endangered species. Oh, I feel really sad now. Why have I? This is not the time.
Into this, you know who I am.
Yeah, I have. No, observers, no.
No.
It's just a small.
Oh my lord!
It's only been alive like 5 minutes.
He kind of withers.
That's a 5-minute-old dragon baby.
Oh lord, we're thinking about that. Shockwave used by Nuke, by the way, didn't get any connection while Broken Blade's about to get first turret. Yeah, as Dragon's going down. Side note, Broken Blade unable to find it. He gets on out at the public execution, but no one dies. For 113, he calls his emergency service, finds himself a jungler in his face. Broken Blade starts lacerating out, and he gets his spacing. Scumon is a hero.
Is that Broken Blade or Houdini? You tell me. He makes it out. Escape artist with the public execution. Does get trapped under that turret, forces the fancy moves, but BB, the birthday boy, gets himself a mighty fine clip out of that one.
Skewmon is just always there. What a pain. Like 1-1-3, always trying to set up. As Broken Blade teleports back in, he wants his first turret, and you can see the damage is there. The cunning sweep. Sundering Slam follows suit and trying to get Irrelevant out of lane to again get this first turret that'll get the feat of strength.
Yeah, and well, Irrelevant doesn't have ult now to force a real all-in. BB should be able to just walk up here and start taking down this turret. Irrelevant, in fact, actually might need to be a little bit afraid of his HP bar as well. Tries to clear out the wave. BB will soon get this turret.
I mean, she's so broken. When you have Shield Bash here,
yes.
The reason why I believe Broken Blade does not have Demolish.
Yep.
The fact that you go Eclipse, you've also got yourself a Repudiation as well. It's just always a shield.
This is a bit of a spoiler for tomorrow. I'm going to talk a bit about the tank builds in the pre-show over that one. But there is a big thing about the top laners right now is going Resolve Runes really helps you in a bunch of ways in laning phase, but it also converts your ability to, you know, from being tanky to also doing damage to the towers and stuff like that with Demolish, or doing a bunch of damage to the Shield Bash, especially when you get stuff like Fimbulwinter too. It can be very, very powerful.
Okay.
And BB there with the Shield Bash, especially after the buffs it got last year, it got like an extra 1% HP scaling, very powerful.
Shockwave comes through though. Caps is going to be safe for now. Not enough burst in the tank for Nuke as he runs out of mana as well, but that used as an attempt as we look towards top. And right now it ain't about Shield Bash, it's about bashing heads of BDS. Skewmon's here again in the face of the pig, and you can see BDS are just cunningly holding their position because Hansummer with the next wave is going to find another turret top.
Will do. It's one of the, yeah, again, this is the wrecking ball of the Kalista with Skewmon in the back pocket. And I think you've really been highlighting Skewmon so far in this game. You're absolutely right to do so. He's just making sure he is there with the important, powerful parts of the map. Plays like this.
He didn't back away. BDS both left, but Paris left plays lonesome now. He flashed away, but even with a bit of a la-la-la-la from Paris, it doesn't matter. Skewmon flashes as well. Escape artist in the G2 jungle. Now with another Vault Breaker. Yakety sacks from BDS as they try and chase its spy. That is uncatchable. Lebrov, question mark, nah. You don't kill people from G2 this game, apparently.
Extra combo comes through from Nuke, can't finish anything. That has got to be so gutting for BDS. You're standing there just like, oh, definitely an easy kill onto BB. Okay, well, Skewmon's definitely got to be dead here. You know, put all of his ultimates into the play, just can't get it done.
And then look at what's happening bot night mirror. I mean, because of all the attention from Irrelevant top, where they tried to stop this other turret going down, and Bessa gets solo time. Another birthday gift, I guess, this time from BDS, as they put their attention towards topside still, and Irrelevant had to back away and match him.
Yeah, and again, it's just another kind of example of G2 being really good at saying, all right, if something's happening somewhere on the map, there's an opening somewhere else. Yep. Caps is trying to force an opening here by himself.
It's been the most quiet Caps game I've seen in a while, but now he's into action as level 11 with a hijack and a permafrost, or rather, Glacial Prison in his inventory, just as Herald spawns.
Caps very happy to make some plays. What are you doing there, Ice? He's flashing out is what he's doing. A bit too far off.
Well, now that that flash is down, Herald feels like a foregone conclusion as Broken Blade just wants to dance around a little bit. He almost took down that inner turret bottom with the next wave. Again, that would be another falling objective.
So, Herald started up on this top side. You see that Skewmon, of course, contested a little bit around this. Has the level advantage and good gold lead. Onto 1-1-3 currently as it stands. Black Cleaver will really help Bessa get some extra damage too on that Kalista. Are they looking for a fight though? BB doesn't have teleport. They shouldn't really be looking for this. Again, it's mainly just allowing BB to push up, get some individual gold, and make sure BDS are behind on the map.
They also get the inside track towards mid as well. So for G2, giving this up, maybe it's all for the credit that comes with the golden bot. Comes with a bit of damage towards mid. Caps getting to push out top.
Yeah, and I think the reason why G2 are okay giving up the Herald, I mean, obviously it's good for BDS to have that objective. I'm not saying it's never a bad thing to have an objective.
Herald is nice.
But it's going to be a little bit hard to use it, because if you have to overextend to use the Herald, G2 just pounce on you. You cannot disrespect G2's engage, especially when their teleports are coming back up. They're both on both these solo laners now as well, and you're getting stuff like, you know, flash ults going into the equation. BDS, though they have this Herald, the thing for me is them using it safely, responsibly, not just get pounced on by G2.
Maybe opening up the mid turret feels like the natural setup here, especially when BDS are fighting from behind, opening up the map. Against 4K gold G2 right now that have had such a great setup in this game. I mean, BDS, so many plays that have gone awry. We've already mentioned it over and over again. The Skewmon keeps getting away. G2 keep getting away. It's Broken Blade. Damage coming through now. They also get away with the blue buff as Dragon's just sitting there waiting. It's a Chemtech Soul this game, but G2 are going to start off the stacking.
They are, and of course with Kalista, it means it's kind of like a foregone conclusion if you get to sit on that one at first. Of course, we've got Atakan will be the next big objective after that point, coming up in just the next few minutes.
Which Atakan do you think it'll be?
Well, with 3 kills in 18 minutes.
I mean, to be fair,
yeah.
if there was a lot of trade, like a hell of a lot of trading in lane, with 3 kills it's still possible. However, it's not going to be.
I aspire to have the amount of copium you've just displayed there.
Last game wasn't copium though, I will say. Last game
no,
was
that was
like,
genuine hope. We were standing like, wow, we've got
There's no way that wasn't a rip when it's
minutes. Yeah.
I think it's so rigged.
I just want to see one game where we get the 6 grubs and then the Runus. Hang on.
Oh, yeah.
You got to be careful for that. But if you get 6 grubs and then the bonus kind of objective buff on it as well, Towers die in about 6 autos. Very, very fun to see how much damage you can do across that.
And again, the 25% buff. It feels so broken as well. You can get the Dragon stacks up as that Herald that you talked about, it is actually used bot in the end. And for BDS, some standing gold that's being taken down. They're shortening that gap ever so slowly.
And I think the important thing is here, BDS, they don't overforce on mid, where I think G2 would have been ready to respond. BD is going to walk up. And also they send 3 people to the Herald here on the sideline and say, look, okay, we have good vision control here. We're not letting G2 just going to teleport on us. In fact, they go to the lane of one of those teleports of that Ambassador, and they make sure that there's no opening for G2 to just kind of instantly pounce on them as they use that Herald, which was one of the worries which I had. So good job.
Worry's gone. I mean, BDS backing away safely as well, not caught out. It's not like they lose anything on the map as well as they left Ice towards mid.
How far did 113 just blast plant? He just did like the double super blast plant.
He did.
I like to think of those blast cones as like the ones which have been watered with proper energy drink. They do not look normal.
No, they do not. You know, they're not. They're not, because Chemtech Soul. They're definitely not. What is in Chemtech? I mean, okay, by the way, I want to apologize to everyone. I haven't watched Season 2 of Arcane.
You haven't?
Because,
wow.
because first of all, I was away.
Yeah.
And I started watching Suits. Because I thought one day maybe I'll be a lawyer.
What?
You know, I was the lawyer for the Shy for years.
Yeah.
That dude I represented in court many times.
How did you feel about that Worlds Finals where you got a record-breaking low KDA? How did that?
Yeah, but. My client, he didn't want to comment at that time because I think he was being injured by his team. But that was because he went through a year of injury. And also, it's not his fault, bro. Like, look at T1 were very good. Anyway, Season 2 of Arcane. I haven't watched it, but I hear it's very good. I hear it's better than the first season. And obviously, like, when I came back to League of Legends after my holiday, I'm like, yo, Victor looks a bit weird.
He looks a little bit.
It looks a bit weird. Paris, you look strange being there. That TP by Broken Blade going to tell you exactly why. You see with that Lacerate, he's getting into position. He's starting to spin. Ice doesn't have a chance here, but BDS have taken 2-2 members with them. Good shutdowns onto the Kalista as the public execution fails, but the Shockwave does not. BDS are doing better in this fight than you'd expect. In a 3v3, Nuke's also got space. G2 are losing this until Broken Blade comes down, shuts down, and takes them all out with him. Irrelevant's trying to do the same thing, but again,
baby,
just can't kill Ambessa, the birthday boy with a birthday ace.
Look, Varus goes down, you don't have your DPS. BDS, it looks good at the intro, there's a fun shockwave, but they just don't have the staying power and the anti-tank differential, really. Ice, he's trying to stick around to protect Paris, but realistically, that's the mistake which puts him out of sorts. He doesn't have the flash up, he can't really get away from this, he gets completely zeroed out, and even though there is a good shockwave, your Varus is gone. You don't have the damage after that point. G2, they know that even if it looks a little bit messy after that point, they just have the better stats and the better champions for the job.
I mean, it looked close, but it's a 6.5k gold lead after that win of a fight as well. Broken Blade is almost 3,000 gold ahead of Irrelevant. And I mean, Irrelevant's a great top laner, but here in this game, like, the Ambessa's been the one who's stayed in lane, the Ambessa's been the one who's played the map better in sides. This is a performance we've ever seen, one out of our first Ambessa of the year.
Yeah, and it's going to be really, really important to see how our Broken Blade can get onto the Varus. Again, fantastic pick there, because again, the primary objective of G2's team fight is to make sure that Varus is just not happy. Give him the Roman treatment, I suppose. As we get towards this Atakan potential starting up on the bot side of map G2, they have even more gold to spend than ever, going towards their third items shortly after this point, and Irrelevant is a little bit caught here.
There's good damage coming out as well. Caps almost gets the drop of him, but enhanced Blast Cone, Red Bull Blast Cone. Wow, we need to throw that in. Red Bull, if you'd like it, we can put you on a Blast Cone as well, as Atakan's going to start off. It's exactly the one you thought about, by the way, as Broken Blade zones off, and BDS just has to walk into this. It feels like this Atakan could be doomed.
BB just hanging off on the side, has eyes on ice. Really hard for BDS to get into the right terrain here. BB's just sitting there. There's got to be such a danger on that Varus.
I mean, Caps sung a note, and it was a good one as well. As he zones them out, you can see the other one in reverse from the Seraphine means a bit, but the Berserk, the Shockwave in return. G2 in front of Atakan, that's shredding their health bar. It's getting destroyed. BDS now take it from under their grasp, and this is why you don't team fight while you're trying to butcher Atakan.
Oh my word, Nuke just absolutely destroys them. Just gets a huge shockwave, and while I thought, okay, it'll be about the Varus, I mean, if you get a good ultimate like that, you can absolutely win your team fight. So BDS, they get themselves the Atakan, they get themselves a lot of gold from those big kills as well. They'll get themselves a Dragon. Huge turnaround for BDS.
A massive one. I mean, they're also going to stop the Dragon stacking, or rather, that soul point that G2 about to acquire, and yeah, it's still 5k gold lead, but BDS, you're going to watch here how they just nuked this fight.
Now, I sometimes have some really fun, like, nostalgia flashbacks. I'd like to remind you of one that we made here, homegrown within Europe, the 4K ELO Shockwave.
Oh, yeah.
Lord way back in the day. Maybe channeling a little bit of that as we get this group up around the Atakan. Yes, you are taking a load of shred here at 4-man Shockwave with regards to Nuke.
Very nicely done. It doesn't mitigate the whole game, but they've got Atakan, they've got the GA buff, and now let's see if that second life gives them the ambition to pull off one of these 5v5s that's not in front of a spiraling death thing. What is Atakan? What animal is Atakan if we're on the safari?
I think, if they're on the, look, I actually think the lore reason it's a demonic thing, but I don't know about the actual. Yeah, there's some special instructions.
I kept asking people, I thought it was Mordekaiser's wife, but apparently it's Mordecai, it's like a...
Yeah,
someone close to
I think there's some
Mordekaiser.
stuff in Legends of Runeterra which goes towards that, and there were some special voice lines with LeBlanc, I'm pretty sure, but I didn't look enough into it.
Well,
I thought that the Playboy players would be doing that.
I'm going to leave it as Mordekaiser's wife. We have Yorick's wife, we have Mordekaiser's wife. Okay?
So you're going to have like the League of Wags, like the wives and girlfriends?
I'm going to have Nikrit talking to me in DMs saying, actually, and you're more than welcome to correct me, Nikrit, if you actually know what's going on. As a handshake, waiting, Transcorruption stolen by Cap with the hijack, he sends it out and it roots. 1-1-3 in front of turret, but they've got themselves the GA. They're unfightable at this point if that was English. As outer turret goes down, inner turret the next siege, and I mean, BDS are clawing their way back in. Slowly but surely, a shot back into two-man this time. Seraphine ulti is good as well, but look, perfect execution from Broken Blade in the backline has done the perfect thing. It's taken the juice out of BDS, but under turret, he's just burning GAs. But Broken Blade is burning the grey screen. Ice tanked the turret, funnily enough, while Irrelevant in the all-out is trying to get that inner down.
It's a decent force with the Sejuani ball delivery system. I don't often see it with that champion, but it works out well, especially with the Seraphine shields giving so much extra tankiness to Sejuani to just go completely ham in these fights. They take down a couple of kills, they'll take the gold from that. Sadly, doesn't lead into something like a Baron, which is the gold standard, I suppose, for the Atakan, where you get a really big objective after that. They are going to go towards it now, however, there is going to be a teleport on BB. If this fight goes long enough, or rather the take goes long enough, you might be able to teleport in to clean things up. BDS wants to make sure this is down sharpish, and especially with fire on the bot side of the map, there's in fact going to be no contest. BDS do get themselves the gold standard Baron after the Atakan.
I mean, this G2 is in dire straits. They were up 6,500 gold, almost 7k. They are now dead even at 26 minutes in the game. This feels like it's been a massive throw. I mean, we have seen globally Atakan throws LCK, LPL.
Yeah.
Now, definitely you can put that into LEC as G2 going dead even after that early game. Feels like it's absolutely rough.
Just walking up towards that turret, not much done. 1 with 3, gonna go engaged onto. Very tanky though.
Again, what's the emergency number here? As I call 1-1-3, he flashes out and Broken Blade as he teleports in with his taxi. Now ready to find his play. 1-1-3 is not going to heal up, remember. It's not Warmog's meta on the Sejuani anymore, but still has a lot of health to play with in his own jungle. BDS looking for a play with their Baron as G2 back away.
And Nuke looking towards those choke points yet again. This was the scene of the crime which led to the 4 deaths of G2 around the Atakan. BDS still just trundling forwards, trying to find any angle they can.
Nuke's also now 3 items strong too, by the way, so Shockwave is going to burn a little bit more than we saw it in the last play. Which, as you said, already blew G2 apart. G2 are also angling to see if they can get the remnants of BDS. They see Nuke, they see Irrelevant, he gets out with the distance. Public execution missed from Broken Blade. That's the ulti down for the Ambessa as BDS still try to get their way up this lane. G2 scattering off as a 5-man unit, and the rest of BDS are finding their way back in.
Yeah, and G2, you know, we said the composition, yeah, just get onto one of those carries. Maybe the Varus just pile onto them. The Ambessa ult is so important for that. If it misses, though, it means that they don't have the tools to stage off this range advantage and, of course, gold advantage now. Well, close enough to it. BDS looking for the siege.
You know what's even scarier than shockwaving? Yeah. Not shockwaving. Because Nuke just sends the ball in front of them, and G2 have to pay the respect because 2-3 members like it's been before, and the game could just be over.
G2 in precarious point. Of course, even enough in gold, but they've lost the last big fight, and if they lost that from gold advantage, how does it go after that points? G2 could actually be staring down the barrel of a very awkward start to the LEC. That's a big ult, though.
It is indeed, but who's the target onto Irrelevant in front line as the response from BDS seems a little bit better, and the takeover does nothing. BDS walk away. They've already got half a health damage here on the inhibitor turret. They'll walk up. They'll threaten from another lane.
BDS just deathballing now, using the Seraphine on multiple items, just keep that extra ability to go forwards, take an extra tower shot with the extra heals and shields. They're going to get themselves towards the third dragon. So BDS close towards that Chemtech Soul, which will make it even harder for them to actually die in the big fights. Worth noting as well, I think this really is important about Chemtech basic dragons. Sometimes we talk about the soul in terms of, you know, under 50% HP, you get extra damage and healing. The base dragons give you heal and shield power as well as giving you tenacity as well. Both of them actually very huge in this game.
Oh, yeah. You have a Seraphine and Orianna part of that. That's great. I mean, Cassante as well, for some reason, shields allies. Who thought that was a good idea? Well,
Cassante players.
Cassante.
I think that Ahri should shield players as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they should also get like an Elder Dragon when you get 225 stacks. I hear that's really fun.
That is a good idea. Let's put an Elder. I like my job. I will stop right there. Let me just say to everyone out there that it does feel like, for G2, Nymera, it does feel like G2, have they run out of time? As BDS just scaled with an Enchanter and a front-to-back comp with an on-hit 3-item Varus and an Orianna that's on to her 4th item.
Yeah, unironically, I think it might be at that point now because of the Chemtech base dragons. 2 of them, an extra, was it 6% per stack?
6% each, yeah.
With the double shields going onto the Varus, if your job is to kill the Varus, it gets, you know, 12% plus harder on that. Really, really difficult to cut through that. Ice on the on-hit can kill the tanks, and if you don't kill him in melee range, gets 1 kill. Worth noting, Varus also gets a really powerful reset from his passive now. Gets a champion takedown. It's not as visible as the Jinx, but it'll do a hell of a lot of damage.
Yep.
G2 cannot miss their opportunity onto the Varus, and this timestamp might just end the game.
And you have to look at Irrelevant as well as he steps up. He's taking no damage right now as Broken Blade. His angle good, but what does it mean? They look for Nuke, he goes golden, the hostile takeover launches through, but for BDS again, this could still be their fight if they find that shockwave. I'm looking onto Hansama, good dissonance here as the ult used by Cease and Desist. Well, it's a bit of a mosh pit for Broken Blade, even though he finds his way in. I feel like G2 need a miracle from Hansama, but he's dead. Nuke's still alive as well, as BB has to 1v4 this, because Lebrov's out, Hans is dead, and G2 fall to the wayside. They've run out of time, and BDS know it.
The heals and shields are too much. BDS walked down the mid lane. BDS walked down the mid lane.
It feels like right now Nuke's playing like BDD, at least at his peak, I should say, because this Orianna, insane shockwaves you mentioned all game long. BDS playing the team fights much better, and at 31 minutes, they're now going to run into the base. Nexus turrets be damned. Lebrov will watch as it comes down in ashes, and G2, the team that won championship after championship last year, that were always EU's representatives, are now starting winter 0-2.
Hand in hand. It has been a difficult start to the week for G2. Of course, one last chance to wrap things up with a win tomorrow for week 1, but that is not what you want from a team that has come off such an exemplary year regionally within the LEC. BDS taking a win here definitely puts pain into that.
I mean, for BDS though, let's be real, this is a brilliant start considering that they really needed this win. They've revamped their roster as well. We talked about it, like this is a big change when they're taking a risk on players like 113 when they've only got Nuke and Ice left remaining. It's good to see that those players step up as well. Remember, you can vote for your key player of the game. Is it going to be 113, Nuke or Ice?
I mean, the shockwave from Nuke was so critical, but look, Look, I appreciate the frontline ball delivery of 113 as well. Ice was the key part of the team fights later on. I mean, it's probably Nuke, but it was a team affair to keep the carries alive.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have a quick break, and afterwards, Law is standing by with Paris for a small interview.
And welcome back to the stage for the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in for the very first time with BDS Paris. Thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, thank you.
What a game.
Yeah.
Not an easy one, and there's a specific moment that I want us to watch together. It is the four-man shockwave that completely changed the game. Bot lane, tell me the communication and how this was the turning moment of the game.
The communication was kind of easy because in this meta, if you start Atakan, you lose 90% of the fights. And we knew if you fight front to back, we will win every fight. They were not playing good according to their team, I think. And when we know they're in our front, we just like, okay, this is our fight. We should take this fight. And my nuke, my laner just swerved it.
Your nuke, you can say it. But you have to work for opportunities like this. And I feel like finding angles like this against G2 players is not going to be the easiest thing, but you made it work in the end. So from the game yesterday to grabbing this victory today, what do you think of your LEC debut?
I'm happy. Like it was yesterday. It was really winnable game. In my opinion, like I didn't play good. I didn't perform well. Today also I had some oopsie level 3, but at the end it was a draft that we practiced actually. I think our coaches like gapped in draft so hard. It was like a really good draft and it was hard to lose with it.
There's a lot of expectations on your side, Paris. I think you were one of the most expected players in the LEC this year. Give me one word that defines you and that fans can rally around you and get hyped when it comes to Paris in the LEC.
One word.
What defines you the most and the best?
Aggressive.
Aggressive?
I will play aggressive even if I die, like level 3, but I will make sure I play aggressive and look for fearless drafts.
All right, fearless draft and more wins for you guys. Thank you so much, Paris, for the interview. Best of luck on your third game tomorrow. That's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're going to have Nuke at the analyst desk right away on the other side.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wait, is he switching lanes?
Welcome to Marriott Bonvoy. Where can we take you?
From Berlin to the finals, Marriott Bonvoy will be your check-in at every checkpoint. Discover over 30 hotel brands here and around the world. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Welcome back, everybody. We're about to dive into our last game of the day, which is Fnatic versus Vitality, but not before we crown our Kia player of the game of VDS versus G2. It's Nuke. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Getting big props from Paris as well, saying it's all thanks to my Nuke.
I mean, his surfing pick was kind of smurfed as well, so yeah.
It did really well, yeah. I'd love to talk about mid laners a little bit. We're going into Chayak versus Humanoid, and Chayak is, of course, why are you laughing?
Well, I mean...
Because Humanoid didn't do well yesterday?
No, it's because he played against Chayak yesterday.
Yeah, okay, good point.
So you know,
yeah.
who better to ask firsthand? Because I actually think that Chayak was mega smurfing yesterday on his Talia. I think that he made it very difficult for you guys. And personally, I was very surprised about that, because when I had scouted Chayak and just watched his games, I always thought that, yeah, he had the level, but I don't think that he was any better than maybe some other mid laners. And then I saw yesterday, and then I was mega surprised. So Nuke first-hand experience against Chayak. How was that?
Sorry
about that, bro.
Okay, I still think the game was Omega free win from the condition we had, and we did like a lot of mistakes.
Yes.
Like team fight execution. I think we didn't like understand correctly what we had to do each other. Yeah, I guess he got the good performance against me, so. Yeah,
but that is hard, right? For like, because you were a rookie once upon a time as well, and it's probably so good for his confidence that he got.
Yeah, like. It's kind of like the first game you play ever on LEC, and you do like a good performance, you get MVP Kia player of the game. It's like it builds up, you know, like it really sends you to this state of mental.
What is the most important thing you think as a rookie mid laner in your first split?
The most important thing, probably like to not be a passenger. What I mean by that is that the game is like so, like especially mid lane is so complicated in a way that you can do so many stuff to like just hold the game.
Yeah.
And as a rookie, you need to not like just wait, you know, to actually like, because if you face good player, those players will like squeeze you. Those players will take the advantage that they can into you. And
I mean, good thing that mid lane is the alleged best paying role in all of League.
Alleged.
Pro League. What about coaching and drafting, GB?
Well, yeah, I mean, we can take a look at the Fnatic draft from yesterday. I mean, you were talking about Humanoid as well just there. He had a rough one against Humanoid, or Jojo specifically. But in this draft, what I find the most interesting is, of course, what people will notice is that they let Skarner through. Skarner, a little bit of a broken champion right now. But I also think the philosophy was a bit weird because you know you're letting Skarner through. So why are we banning another jungler at the same time that's going to be higher prio? Now you just wasted one of your free bans knowing that they're going to pick this anyway. So that was like the first one where I was like, well, that didn't make sense to me. And then you pair, the first pairing you have is MF Ivern. Ivern really likes an AD carry who likes these extended team fights where you get the shielding and you can play the team fights. MF want fast engage that allows us for that ultimate to come down, and we just never really saw it.
Let me ask Nuke, and I don't know if I'm going to get a straight answer, but this is pro level, right?
Yeah.
And every day I see, or we see, let's say, at least one, most of the time 2 or 3 drafts that are literally unplayable because of what happens. Now, a little birdie told me it's because of the players. Okay, let me explain.
Okay, yeah.
Because maybe they're not as comfortable on the things that would be the ideal pick. What is the situation?
I think a good coach overall would like see the strength of his player and just try to build a comp that makes sense no matter what. So it's like, for example, if you have a player that is not comfortable on this champ, like a certain champ, and all the other are comfortable on like different champ that is not really good with the previous champ.
Yeah.
Some people have to adapt in the draft, and sometimes some like you will not pick a champion you like, but it's just for the good of the team, right?
Yeah.
But at this level, with confidence on a specific champions, I often think about this because if you're casting ERL, it makes a lot of sense for the specific players that's kind of learning the game still on a higher level. But if you're at the LEC and you're not comfortable with the champions, that should be the best of the patch. Shouldn't that be like kind of bad as a player?
But you need so many hours. That's what I always hear, right? Obviously, you like to be able to play it in this situation.
I mean, for example, mid lane, I'll take my role. Like there is Victor, Corki, and I guess
Ari was played as well, but
yeah, but like the most OP one, Victor,
that's true.
Corki, and Azir or something like this.
Yeah.
I think those 3 champ are not like really hard to like learn. So if as a mid you cannot like learn those champ and actually pull it off on stage, then there is a problem. And then it comes to like work and everything.
Okay, we have a little bit more time, and I was asking you about, of course, Fearless is coming up, but that is after the best of 1. So is that something you kind of already have to think about, right, at that point? So is it in the practice? Like trying more stuff, I mean.
Okay, yeah, I mean trying more stuff. I mean, as a player, I always like to play like those champions that like controlled, like those type of thing, and I was like a lot of times on my comfort. And actually, I really love Fearless because it will just force me out of this thing.
Yeah.
It will be like, it's like a relief. I will like play the other stuff, and I really, in solo queue, and I'm not known for like a mage player in the past, and getting back to this old life nostalgia.
That's actually a great point. A lot of people change their style because of pro, and because you just have to be put on Azir duty and on Orianna duty and on whatever. So maybe we'll see a new page for some of the mid laners. But bringing it back to this game and Fnatic vs Vitality specifically, Fnatic had a hard time. What do you think about the roster they put together and specifically like the bot lane change?
I mean, bot lane change is like, okay, they had like 2 Korean, so there's still like, even though they know English really well, I think there's still like the language barrier overall. And Mikix is a really good player, Upset is a really good player, and like facing them in Scream as well, I know this is a really good team. I guess Mad and Coit was probably like a one-time thing.
Yeah.
I hope they will show what they actually are, because I think they're really good. So yeah.
But I also think, funny story since we had a little bit of delay. On the other side with Vitality's bot lane, I met Kasi in the bathroom. And,
as you do.
As you often do. And we were talking about that little dive they had. He did reassure me this time around that, the oopsie dead hilly one they had on top side. They had got into practice tool. They had made sure they know how to dive again. They had got the entire team together. They'd utilized it. And they got it ready now. So, there's hope for the Vitality early game with dives again.
It's the Czech battle, of course, of Humanoid versus Karzi. Also, Nuke, it just came up. Are you okay doing the draft with us? You really don't have to.
Yeah, all good.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
I never know about like state secrets and stuff, right? But you're used to it, I know.
Yeah.
So cool, let's dive into this draft. After, basically, Grabs has to redeem himself, Goldborg.
Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, I really like this respect band that's coming through with the Elise. Elise is obviously a flex right now. It goes down in the bot lane as well, and Hilly is definitely the kind of psychopath that would pull that pick off. So yeah, on blue side, you definitely have some access to that.
Yep.
But honestly,
So
red side, Cassante and Victorban on red side, you already have all the broken AD carries still available. You always also still obviously have the Scanner, so there's going to be a lot of OPs ready here.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if Corki is letting open.
Yeah.
I think a team like Fnatic can use Corki really, really well.
Oh, Mac was late. Excellent.
And we did see Corki finally be played in mid lane today as well for the first time. Like the strength of that pick obviously is his flex pick as well.
Like flex pick is good, but overall I think just Corki mid is the best because your champ relies on XP actually. So you just put it mid, like bot lane it will be still fine if you have a really good counter pick on mid, but mid it will always be better like data wise. Let's see what they ban.
Well, they're definitely thinking about it. Skarner's still open. We have just talked about it earlier. I mean, Vitality, they are definitely just giving it to them.
Okay.
I mean, okay, so I was theory crafting yesterday that there had to be a reason that Fnatic let it open. Like, there had to be some sort of counter to it.
Corki, Zyra.
You think so?
Wait, but they banned Zyra, no?
Yeah, but that's what Fnatic did yesterday, right? But now the Skarners come through. Well, that would be even weirder than if they banned their own counter pick. They would have been ready for it. But yeah, Corki available, Varus available, Ashe available. Ashe actually doesn't have any prior in Europe compared to Asia, but it's really interesting.
I mean, the nerf, like the fact that for example, okay, Ivan Corki, I think. Like Ashe got nerfed in a way that, like, especially because in the past Kalista was answered with Ashe like most of the time, but now it's like harder because Kalista dashes was changed according to the slots. So
yeah.
So that's why I think it's not that.
Yeah, it's not the same counter anymore, Reddit. Yeah, I was speaking to Jack about it as well, and he was giving the same explanation to it.
Will you be disappointed if they don't pick Corki here?
A bit.
Oh, it's a Z.
Any thought process about Azio or Corki?
The thing is that Scanner is like doing so much damage and has so much utility, right?
Yeah.
If you paired it with Corki, and let's say you go like Corki Ramble, if like I don't know exactly the top situation, but if you can find the AP somewhere and like play and have Corki early damage, like Azir will get stomped in lane. Azir cannot win the lane. Skarner will probably like always channel into the Ivern, trying to look for him, and they'll just have a really good team competing from there.
Even with Ezreal being picked up, if they were to pick Corki mid, do you think their damage profile is still fine enough?
Yeah, they're doing a lot of damage, but they're just totally dropping into Azir. I guess it's still fine because...
Maybe it's comfort for Chaya.
Yeah, it's like comfort, I guess, for the second game. They just want to give him a good champ, and Fnatic is probably thinking to... I don't know.
Makes sense.
Yeah, well, I'm so puzzled myself because, you know, you go through all these power picks we currently have on the patch. We're not seeing the Varus, right? So we're going Ezreal over it. Rel I actually think is fine, but the thing is there's still so many good counters into Rel that you can definitely go in for. Yeah, Rel Def 1 at the moment, that's for sure. Alistar has proven to be very successful as well. And they're just going to get Corki themselves. So you get Corki down in the bot side. That's going to be fine. Like, Ezreal can maybe answer push level 1, but like as soon as those items start coming through from Corki, he can totally take over.
I mean, usually when you drop into Azir, you're looking more like melee champ, right? Like, because they will ban like I guess the mages of Humanoid, which he's really good at. And he showed probably he has a Yon. I think Yon Skarner is a really strong combo and it's also good into Azir. We saw it today. Talia as well is banned. Talia was a good pick. Yeah, I'm not sure what he will pick on mid.
I think you just have to ban supports here as well as Fnatic. Right now you have Ivor and he passes really well into melee supports. If you get a Root, Leona, so you could just save you that E to have that extra extended CC afterwards. Alistar as well at the same time. Like, you need a front line right now. Everyone's just range. Yeah, there goes the Alistar. I think Leona can still be fine here as well if you go in with it. Even Braum can act as a sort of engage tool when you have an Ivern, because all it requires is one Ivern Q to hit. Braum can just dash himself in there. The ultimate comes through. His passive comes through. And then you're actually CC chained a lot quicker than you normally would be.
They have so many auto-attackers as well, so Braum will totally make sense. It's really good. And they banned every mages on mid lane, so I'm really curious what he will pick. What will pick?
Do you think Humanoid is the sort of player to just ego it and just go Akali into a Seer here?
Oh, true. Okay. He will pick Akali. Like, he will go Electrocute Resolve and he will go Akali. Into Ivern is good. Into... Okay, this is actually good. Okay, he will go for this. But I think they should have like sniped it, because like if you drop into Azir, like I said, it's melee, and RNA is actually not that good. I think into Azir, it's my like view of the game.
Yeah.
Talia was also, I think, not like crazy because they're playing like Ivern, Corki, Azir. Azir in total is fine, even though she's winning, but you have a lot of playmaking option. But it will be Akali, like 100%, or...
Well, if you say 100%, you mean 100%,
yeah,
right?
Okay. Like, he lacks Akali, I know
Okay,
it.
yes.
I played him against him in solo queue. Okay, they actually have the mod, like... Okay, they have Scan Aurora, we have a problem.
Okay.
Well, we're getting the combo between Rumble and Rel right now. You're getting a bit baited by the homers.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
But it's
Okay.
a classic. Don't worry about
It's
it.
Yon.
Yeah, it's Yon.
I mean, we saw GX with this sort of composition earlier with the Wombo combo against Rogue, and that looked very miserable
Sick
to play
game.
into. Absolutely sick game. I mean, could we do with another 60-minute game here?
Wasn't that like 100 minutes?
Oh, it's
Oh, no. Wait. No, I'm
100
stupid.
minutes!
I'm
Holy!
stupid. Yeah, I'll take it. Anyways, what did they round out the comp with? Never mind. It's Ambessa. How strong is Ambessa?
On a good hands, and I mean, they played it against us today, but I think
Yeah.
our team was just so strong 5v5, it was hard for her
Hard,
to...
yeah.
But I think the champ on good hands and into Rumble, it's also a good matchup, should be really deadly.
Okay,
I'm up.
let's see. All right, we've got a deadly Ambessa in the top lane. We've got a much better draft
Yeah.
out of Fnatic, which is good. GB, who are you giving it to?
Well, I think Fnatic has some really good skirmishing tools. Like, through some of the CC you can get through with Razok and Mickey teaming up and skirmishing around a Yone, just like early game-wise, there should be enough CC that you can blow up anyone, even with early game Iron shields. But I think if you can stabilize on Vitality, you got some really good shields to play through.
All right, let's see. Hope for a 100-minute game, right, casters?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. 200 minutes. Let's push the boundaries of how far we can get a League of Legends game. Let's go further than Jin Air did back a couple of years ago. Actually, it was like 4 years ago. I remember Glad playing.
Longer than that. It was a really long time ago now.
It was a
Pretty
while
sure
ago.
It was like 2019.
No, but Teddy was on that team, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's where he got the moniker of the Fountain Laser. That was the game. If you remember that.
That was a game. They won. Did they win that?
They did. Yeah, SKT lost the longest.
Oh my lord.
3 CS records were all broken. Well, anyway, let's not do that then, please.
Throwback to people who are too young to understand what happened about 5 years ago. But for now, 6 I should say, we're in our last game of the day. Week 1, day 2. The Fnatic fans, bring the energy back. I mean, I feel like we lost a little bit of when Movistar Koi, I keep almost calling them the wrong thing, and KC were in the studio before. Vitality on the other side, pulling out a win yesterday against BDS. I mean, as I know you and I were talking off stage, Chayak had a really good debut, and a lot of people were critical on this guy because this mid laner, as we thought, like, wasn't to the caliber of LEC. And that was a big surprise yesterday when his Talia was the best thing on the Rift.
It was huge, absolutely huge. And yeah, you know, I don't think it is wrong to raise eyebrows at certain roster acquisitions. You have every right to do that as people who are familiar with the European scene and ERLs and whatever. Always keep an open mind, though, for players to surprise you.
Yeah.
Big stages tend to change people in different ways. I mean, Shox was talking about this with Nuke just before this as well. You know, pro play changes players, and different stages of pro play can do that to different levels too. Is that a bit heavy?
No, but it's right, though. You are right.
Yay, that's my favorite thing to be.
Well, unfortunately, it's changed Linces in this game, but at least this time, it is going to give Linces the position to pair. I mean, there was criticism for Fnatic's draft yesterday where that pairing of Razork and Upset with the Misfortune and the Ivan, it just didn't feel like it made sense. I love that GB talked about it on the desk because it really highlighted how, like, Fnatic's day one, not only in the drafting, but the gameplay as well, it just didn't all come together. And it's a new Fnatic, remember, they've lost Noah and Jun, they've lost their core bot lane that started becoming a real big strength. And I think especially with Jun, now Mickey X, you know, from G2, has to fill that gap.
And also, you know, Fnatic changed coaching staff quite visibly as well. You know, Grab's on the roster, that's a big change. I think that, of the European coaches, he's one of the ones with the largest following and the largest reputation for that. Of course, that can take some time to come to fruition, and it's hard to always know when you're looking on the outside in. I don't think it's wrong to highlight it, but still not going to give everyone the props of what they do behind the scenes. But actually, I'm not in the room with them. Into this early laning phase, though. Again, no lane swap in this one again. We saw a lot of them yesterday. I think it was 4 out of 5 games yesterday had a swap. We've had, I think the majority haven't been. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't go back and check for the.
That's fine. I mean, again, not seeing one and not seeing one last game, it's a breath of fresh air, and you know, actually getting to see what happens, especially in that top lane when we have 2 melee matchups going against each other. That's exciting.
Yeah, and it's really important because most of the time in lane swap scenarios, so many of them, top laners are set behind the curve of the game compared to every other lane on the map. They have a little bit less XP.
Shattering Strike. I mean, Arcane Shift from Upset was the damage that came in. Hilly not going to get hit by a Mystic Shot, and that's an all-in that uses the Cleanse, that uses the Ignite, that uses the Flash.
Ouch. You know, back in the day, Corki Leona was a really strong duo because Corki could pop every single bit of the Sunlight passive with Gatling Gun because it has such a high tick rate.
Yep.
But, I mean, Ezreal right now, really, really powerful, and Ral forces it away.
Cheeky from Mickey, but he's under turret. He's got Zenith Blade, lucky to be only just out of range, but still the burn. You talked about the Gatling Gun. It tears him to shreds for first blood.
And luckily this time it's also not blowing her eardrums as well. Gets that first blood. And Hilly, of course, a player who has been so popular within our league, but the last year has been very difficult for him. Yesterday had a difficult early game, great late game. This time starting off very, very strong.
Well, Mickey diving a little bit too deep. It's going to bite him in the bum, and that first blood goes to Hilly. That's the only retribution for Fnatic, only saving grace really, but start off a bit of strength here at 4 minutes in as Vitality punished that Fnatic aggression that we saw them trying to pull out as they started being sneaky, getting some of the flashes out.
That pushes that wave in. We're spotted walking up to that wave. So Fnatic gonna have to start with their bot lane not really achieving what they would have liked to. I think any kind of Ezreal lane, you're expecting to, at minimum, survive and get farm. Giving over kills in the lane, it's like, okay, Ezreal lanes don't tend to need to do that. Mickey going forwards, trying to find something in mid lane.
Good crash down, and remember as well, Shifting Sands hasn't been used by Chayak. He now finally gets out, but good damage that comes out after the Soul Unbound goes back for Humanoid.
Yeah, now that is just after the teleport came in from Chayak as well, so with a minute on Grubs, Dragon spawning, this might affect the way that Vitality have to set up for the next couple of objectives. Chayak will, you know, he's popping his resale potions, but having to use them and being in lane on a little bit less HP, especially with Humanoid, maybe being able to make a play around level 6 soon as well. Not what they wanted.
Hilly, again, Xenoblade comes in, and there's been a lot of action in this bottom side. I'm glad we're continuing on, especially with Mickey with the crash down. Hilly is not afraid to take damage here as Kazi now steps up to the plate. Gatling Gun now down, and Upset's really not landing these key abilities, so Vitality feels like their health bar is a little bit healthier than you'd otherwise think.
So good stuff from the bot lane of Vitality. Razork's here though, make it into a 2v3. Not exactly what you want to go towards. Of course, Fnatic picking up the Skarner. Skarner's been so strong in the new patch. No idea how this champion has gone through Worlds to the state it was, and then doing this again. Gonna get some help here into the bot lane.
Yeah, you're about to find out exactly why, aren't you? Waiting for the drift in. Mickey with the disengage, but you can see there's enough damage done to Hilly. He flashes away. It was the only summoner left up and available. Rock, and then a hard thing from Upset. Nicely done with a Mystic Shot.
Well, he hits that skill shot, doesn't he? That's the important one. Gets himself a kill onto the board. That means that, and particularly when you have both of these AD carries going towards the Triforce Muramana, this early gold really does unlock you earlier to get towards that 2-item spike. It's one of the strongest points an AD carry player can play towards right now. Good gold in the hands of Fnatic, and we did say bare minimum is survive, pick up farm. They've done more than that now.
And Mickey, I mean, some of these engages finally landing well, or at least finding something. Razork with a flash into the wall. Disrespect. Kazi stepped up to the plate, and that barrier won't save him. Upset gets kill number 2, and Razork showing up the scar as Hilly just walked on in. What is he doing? Vitality's bottom lane not paying respect to Razork being here, walking up to the lane, dying again, then again, and now Hilly again.
What was the information like there from Vitality? Because they walk up to the lane and think, well, you know, we're safe to go up here. Linsus is not heading towards that side of the map. No one's hovering it. They must have just assumed Fnatic were leaving the scene of the crime, but they obviously weren't. Lose another couple of kills. Have to assume that Vitality were working off of incorrect information, because that is really bad couple of kills to give up.
It really is. 1k gold lead for Upset as well. 7 minutes into the game, Fnatic's bottom lane are off to the races.
Now, I was sat there like, man, first blood over to Hilly and Kazi. That's great, especially given how the early game went for Bailey last time. And then we could, you know, talk about, you know, how Upset and Mickey, they were the ones who were maybe underperforming in that, but it's gone completely flipped the other way again. And now we're going back to this one more time. So, I mean, Kazi spots Razork here. He doesn't have the flash anyway. I think he had time to walk out of that plate. That to me feels like just a misstep from him. He has information. He has the information.
He did have about 3 seconds to work with there.
Oh,
so
2v3, no, 3v3.
Take what you will, as, yeah, back down bot. Guess what, Razork's here, but Daisy's in on the way, but it won't matter. Hilly has stepped up in the lane, and it's another kill over to Fnatic. This bottom lane has died 4 times in 8 minutes.
Really, really not what you want from this bot lane. They got given that first blood after a mistake from Mickey. It felt like that was a good punish from them, but
look at the wave.
Just the last couple of times have started to snowball in on each other now. You know, doing this once, like, okay, whatever, it's the best of one. You can sometimes make mistakes like that, but this is significant game-changing mistakes now at this point, which is giving so much gold to this Ezreal. He's going to absolutely pop off soon.
Oh, Fate Sealed used by Humanoid in mid lane. Meanwhile, Hilly has finally made a roam, and this time it's going to be great. Onto Chayak. The flash is burned by the mid laner of Fnatic. Ignite as well. Looking for the soldier to get the damage, but Humanoid will get out. His teleport not up and available for a bit, so a bit of an advantage back on the map as Equalizer placed down. Oscarinen's got his chase. It's a 1v1, but it might turn into more as Knucknucker has a bit of support on the way from Chayak, but Razork in the way. An Impale at hand as well. A rock thrown and an Impale to kill. Oscarinen gets the kill himself, but Hylissang is now in the way. However, Chayak's too low. Linces is an Ivan. Humanoid's helping out. Hilly might die for a 4th time if he stays in the fight. He wants a re-engage with the Zenith Blade. It's there, but Oscarinen has just recharged. Hilly is dead again. Humanoid gets out with his life as well. Chayak's run out of mana, and Vitality, it just keeps getting worse and worse and worse.
And it's also just playing into the hands of Skarner Gaming. Skarner is so good in these early level skirmishes because you're tankier than everyone else on the Rift, and you do a hell of a lot of damage whilst you're also a tank at the same time, which you'll see at the back end of this replay. Starts with Oscar catching out Knucknucker as he's going down towards the mid lane, roaming into River. Rumble getting a good chunk out of them, but just look how much value Razork gets out of this Skarner early game. Has level 6, is tanky as heck, tanky as he needs to be, and just continues to roll through these Qs again and again, just tanking the skill shots for his teammates, and they don't have to take damage as well, backing out, waiting for another cooldown, and re-engaging again. This Skarner is getting so much value in this fight.
And look, he's getting value again in topside. Oscarinen's in trouble, you think, but Knucknucker has no ult. Perfect execution, excuse me. It is up and available again after that last one. Grass taken, but the Electro Harpoon, the poke damage enough, and I said Vitality can't get a break, and I meant it.
Razork is putting Vitality to the sword.
Linces!
Hornets having their wins clicked. Linces, what can he do here?
Then Daisy in. Razork's like, look at me, look at me. Oscarinen flashes away, and he will get out.
But Linces not got any help on the way, just trying to be a bit annoying on the way out, as Oscar really needs to give himself a reset after this point. This game has absolutely fallen apart in a handful of minutes as Hilly walking forward again.
Can you get a 5th death, Hilly? Yes, you can. Humanoid. It's taken 5 deaths, 10 minutes. Daisy under turret. It's 8-1. Vitality are breaking apart.
You have to stop the bleeding at some point, folks. At some point, you just have to just
Yeah,
hold your friend back.
Just
hold them back.
Cut off the arm, I think. Cauterize the wound, like there's a leg missing. Kazi's gonna die here. There's a Magnet Storm, and Humanoid is strong enough at this point with a recurve bow. Barrier used, Mickey doesn't really care. I mean, turret ramping up is still there, but Humanoid just walks out with it. Turret shot not gonna connect part 2, and I mean, this is just so rough.
Yeah, I know that Mac was saying, hey, we want to start play. It might have been Pat actually. Was saying that, oh, we want to play like an LPL team. That's not how you play like an LPL team, folks. I know that we have these preconceived notions. That's not how you do it.
They've watched like the old Rare Atom games, you know.
Oh man.
They're like the old Ultra Prime from 2022.
Why do you mention them? They were the first team I ever casted.
Yeah, I know.
I used to come with a fun Rare Atom fact for every cast.
Oh god,
I'd bring out stuff about like Revidio.
I remember.
Yeah, a lot of them. Francium, only like a gram of it on the planet's cross to any
Really?
moment. Yeah.
Francium. Is it in Paris? Where is it? What is Francium?
It's an alkali metal. It's very reactive. It's very cool. Yeah.
Is Chayak dead here?
We'll
Let's find out.
No.
Redemption. Thank you, Ivan. Well, Humanoid is fed, and guess what? Rumble's fed, and Upset is also fed. There is, right now, a 4K gold lead for Fnatic at 12 minutes. And yes, Vitality are taking the Dragon. But right now, if Fnatic fight, I think Vitality will be destroyed.
Well, Razork has Flash, which is a bit of a problem, because you can try and stop him getting in, but he's already very fed. The Unending Despair makes him very strong in his extended fights as well. Vitality putting Daisy as kind of a forward scout, making
Hilly's
going
in.
forwards.
There's a crash down here. Remember, Razork has that unending spare. I know you just talked about it. Hilly's getting slowed down. Is he going to die a 6th time? Arcane shift forward from upset as Vitality just back away. And the reason that I feel like they're okay is because Fnatic, a lot of those key ultimates were down at the time. So Fnatic can't follow any further forward.
Not just yet.
Did Corky break the sound again?
We shall
The sound barrier down. Hilly. Solar Flare down. Impale gets to. Magnet Storm as well.
Stop.
Shattering Strike. Hilly is dead again.
Oh, man. Look, at some point, Vitality, their comms have to be, look, we have to calm down. We have to stabilize. I understand the mentality of saying we have to play our way out of a deficit. I do understand that, but I feel, hang on, ult on the screen.
Yeah, perfect execution. You got an Ivan with redemption, so Oscarinin is fighting a losing battle here. At least this could be an opportunity for Vitality's top lane to get something, but he's run out of space. Now Overheat just about to come through, and auto attacks galore for Oscarinin, who only gets one off and walks away. He won't bite off too much.
And the top lane is going at it, but all that it is HP bar chunks at this point. Herald spawning in 2 minutes. It's not really been about the objective play. It has really been about so many kills going over. Oscar, I think, will just spot teammate of Nako in the background. Yeah, I think I saw that on the spectator there. I hope I wasn't betting myself. I think that was the case.
But regardless, Oscarinin, the wave's getting pushed in. Hilly is up here, but this time this play looks pretty good. He flashes his Zenith Blades, he gets the Shield of Daybreak, and it works out. Shutdown's finally there. But Nako's being slowed down for that TP you just mentioned. And guess who's coming? It's Humanoid flying in, who's got himself a Fate Sealed up and available with Flash. Vitality safely under the turret after securing their 2nd kill.
Good work from Daisy to delay Mickey going forwards. Could still look for something. That's a lot of bushes. You got to assume someone's in one of them. That's what Hilly going back under the turret there. So Vitality get at least 1 clean kill. Don't give them anything for it.
With the Soul Unbound, Humanoid was close to getting enough damage across, but didn't commit the ulti in the end. Nako is going to back away while this level 11 Yone is going to push in the wave and try and get this first turret top.
However, on the other side, of course, Triac pushing in towards the bot side, 3 grubs apiece, and it is a Nash's Tooth Azir in that bot side. Very powerful at killing turrets, something which was very prevalent in the last couple of years when Azir that Mickey going towards
look at the time. Would you look at that? How time flies. It's time to kill Hilly again, is it?
I was wondering about it. Not going to be completely followed through, though. The Strike does get the first turret on that bot side. I mean, the feats of strength, despite all the kills going against them, the feats of strength go to the side of Vitality.
Well, it's amazing that Vitality actually got him in this game when things were going so wrong. Impale is great, you're right. Mickey's going to also buy time. Upset's now here. Missing Mystic Shot doesn't matter. Mickey gets killed. Lince is dead. Fate Sealed. Yes, it is. Ladies and gentlemen, you guessed it. For 500 points, Mickey, dead, was on your jeopardy.
Going under the turret yet again. Public execution, trying to get some kind of mobility.
Mickey will die. He was taking up for so long. Now Humanoid gets turret ramp up. Fnatic, you might be throwing this as shutdown given over to Vitality. What a game to end the day. As Upset won't connect. Razork's like, I'm going back in, and why shouldn't he? Triac flashes out of the way. And I mean, Fnatic, I said we're throwing this, but they're still so strong. This Skarner has 11 out of 13 kill participation, will not die, and this game is just silly!
A new challenger approaches like every 5 seconds, and you know, we were saying maybe it's time to just put a hand on the shoulder of your friend and say, okay, just calm down, try and stabilize things. That has just not been the case. This time it's Fnatic that are really initiating, though Lince has no flash, and if you can ever go on an Enchanter instead of the people they're shielding, it's always a bonus. They get that shield down nice and early. They try and get onto Hilly here too, and this is where things start to go a bit awry. It's a lot of cooldowns put onto the Leona. And I'm like, continues to be. And they put a lot onto Hilly, but it means that they don't have the Yone ult now for this dive. You have Nako who just gets to grow through the entire cooldowns they have, and Triac, who's just taken that bot turret, gets a load of gold for it, gets to back, get a load of items, and go in towards this play again, and actually get some good value for himself as the only person with a gold lead for Vitality in their role in this game.
I mean, I just wonder what's next, because this game's just been so chaotic. It's like they've got, you know, their headphones on listening to What's Your ETA just over and over.
Is that what you do?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just, you start 1 and 7 and you think, you know, I'm just going to put on my K-pop and just roll with it.
Well, it's absolutely time to go crazy again as Razork is here with a lot of tank stats, 2 items, and a lot of damage.
If Hilly wins this game, it would be crazy. As under turret, he's just always there. He's having a rough day of it, and like I guess that's just it. Under turret, Chayak now next. That Scorpion won't take any damage from the turret. And I mean, Vitality this game are just being broken apart. This is like mental diff at this point.
But the problem is, you know, like you have to play around a composition where you want a death ball later on and group up. You are not at the timestamp where you can just stick 5 people in one lane, play around a Leona buffed up by Ivan's shields. You have kind of fallen apart in the laning phase enough that you haven't earned the right to death ball yet. Vitality have gone a little bit down to Cloud, a little too much, a little too early. Fnatic are just happy to keep forcing fights when it's not the full 5v5s. They're happy to just skirmish with the Skarner, the Yone, the Ral, and they're doing really well at it.
And shout out to our tank supports that have gone Bloodsong first. I know can be quite normal. It's just like the amount of skirmishing, we're going to amp that up a little bit more as well. Now, you see Atakan, by the way, it's probably going to be the same Atakan despite this early game, question mark. But you know what I said on Know It before?
Yeah.
Hilly reset his gold value. He got a kill. He killed Mickey, and now he's worth the usual amount. So that will be fun. Oscar's in trouble. Redemption helps out, but look who's here to save the day. It's Mickey, his public execution #1. Narco finds Oscar, gets a flash out of him, 12 for a bit, and lacerates him to death. Mickey can't Magnum Storm, but the TP means that he's slowed down, and rather that Magnum Storm just bought a bit of time, and Nako's now dead. He might be able to dash, but Humanoid can do the same, while Razork is dealing with Linces, gets his flash from the Impale. That was a shutdown on Nako, by the way, the best performing member.
Yo, what? That's a 1v1?
Can he win it? Let's find out. He's going to back away because he does not want to find out.
No, I'm a big fan of people who believe in support combat. Hilly, really good. Dude, that would have been a bit too far, buddy.
God, you didn't connect that. I don't think that would have gone well.
Yeah, that's where supports go to die, Jake. They go to the Raptor farm up north state. they go there. They never come back, funnily enough. Humanoid can take himself that turret and the top side.
I just think I've still got that song in because yesterday before the game, you know, I was listening to the JoJo song, right, and it was stuck in my head.
Couldn't tell all the references you had there.
But you know at the end, you know that meme where it's you know the end of JoJo the anime where they play that song.
Oh, Roundabout, yeah. To be continued, yeah.
Yeah. When Hilly throws the sentence blade and it connects, and there's like that gray screen of to be continued. I feel like it's a perfect fit, no?
Yes.
I mean, this game, absolutely wild. It's like, what time? It's 10:40 right now. You know, a lot of people's bedtime has been passed. And they're sitting here watching the LEC. They thought, you know what? I'm going to stay up late tonight. It's a Sunday night. And Berlin, you know, Sunday's not normally for partying. I don't think it is. But here in the LEC studio, we've decided it is, right?
In Berlin, kind of every night's a party night, I will say.
I used to hear like fireworks outside my window on a Tuesday night all the time. And I think, what are these people doing? Don't they have a job?
Yeah.
Like,
I have to. So I spent New Year here, not this last year, but the one before that. I felt like I was just under bombardment.
All the
the whole
time.
street lit up. It was great. Fantastic. Very unique, but I didn't necessarily feel safe.
I've heard there were people on bicycles over the New Year firing fireworks. Like they thought they were Harry Potter or something. I saw that online. I thought, what is happening over here?
The great thing about you is I can never tell whether it's just a really funny joke or a funny anecdote. And I'm left guessing quite late into the story whether
it's not an anecdote, but it was something I experienced online. Well, people, I mean, that's just crazy, though. What a city. Well, this is a game of equal proportions. That public execution, yeah, it connects, but I mean, Fnatic are all here. Razor's going to make sure he doesn't get away. However, Nako and a good stun out that comes through from Daisy does make sure that Razor can't follow up. And Fnatic, they're 5-man topside right now, while Hilly's helping the Dragon, or rather the bot wave, I think, go down bot while they're just picking up gold.
Look, hang on. Wait, he's going to get the gold. Wait, are you going to get the cannon?
He's just...
No!
Oh, God.
That would have made it so worth. He gets the XP from anyway.
He's getting roses.
This game's got a little bit off the rails. I will say serious credit to Nako for trying to kind of get something in the individual strength, which he does has. The 2 items have done a lot. That has made a big difference to Vitality to at least have something to play around. It's going to be a really hard game. It is continually going to be a hard game.
Oh, yeah.
That Ambessa is actually doing some good enough work to give some hope in the top lane of Vitality, and that's a good shuffle.
He's caught out as well. Solar Flare used up, in fact, but he's dead. He was on a ward. Vitality with a pick in front of Atakan, but still not strong enough to take it.
And that's no Zonya's in the inventory of the Azir. Goes to the Shadow Flame and instantly bursts out. the support of Fnatic. Mickey goes down, and again, that's something. And it's right before the Atakan. I suppose, look, no matter how bad a game gets, we have learned Atakan can do a lot for you. G2, sorry about that, guys.
That was a throw.
Yeah, Nuke sends his regards.
With a bigger gold lead than this, by the way. All it took was a shockwave.
True. So, maybe we can see that again. Vitality, as we said, probably went a little too off the rails, a little off script in the early game. Fnatic just loved to skirmish with them. Razork forcing the players continually. Fantastic show of what the Skarner can do. White is pretty much permabanned on red side every game. No one ever wants to let that through as a first pick. And Razork's showing exactly why.
Razork had so much agency in this early game. Razork, comparison to the Ivan game yesterday. Completely different man. And
haha, how does it feel like now, Ivan, player?
Yeah. I mean, it is hard with what you saw Fnatic put together, but this time around...
Like, can a tree do this?
Absolutely not, but a Scorpion can. As Fnatic is starting this up in full vision, by the way, so it is going to be down to Atakan, and let's see if Fnatic look for the turn.
I mean, you can start using Daisy to scout out. That will help. Chak has his ult not quite available. That is important. That shuffle could be all important.
Chayak with flash available, it's everything, but Mickey gets revenge and sent up, impales good, but Chayak as he flashes away, he's being poked down. Redemption used pretty much on no one. Linsis doesn't get Kazi any help, or Hilly, who's now looking for number 9, while Vitality are getting picked apart at the seams. Guess what just dropped down? Well, Fnatic are going to find Hilly. And Nuko, the only one left standing at the end. We all knew this was going to be the result, but Vitality, I guess, a worthy trade, while Nuko's the only person who really does any damage.
Sadly, he doesn't have any teammates to really help him with that. Is another E going to come up? I don't know if you can stand under that turret, mate.
Woo! He doesn't care. He's going to withdraw. Oscarinen trying to do the same thing as well. Nuko with good dodging, but
oh,
the public execution comes in. Oscarinen is fed, and he'll just go back to base after the ace.
Nuko survives the first time, goes in for another piece of the pie, and comes away. Sadly, nothing between his teeth. Atakan goes down. Fnatic knew that was the one way that maybe the game could go awry for them. Takes that objective, doesn't give Vitality a chance to use that smite, goes straight in to that duo. Mickey finds a really good angle here. Doesn't get onto Linsis, but gets onto Chak. We're saying, okay, that shuffle could be really important. Don't get to use it. Instantly engaged onto. Well, he doesn't die at the start of this fight. He's in no place to shuffle at this point. And another good thing about Fnatic here is that they're not grouping up for a huge AoE wombo or anything like that. Of course, we saw the dangers of that in that last game. We go out to the split map, and there's an Atakan, which makes it even easier to force plays.
Humanoid forces out the ulti as well, so no play going to be granted by Vitality. As 8k gold lead now the score, and you know, this has been domination from Fnatic. Let's be real, this has been much of a clean game, and I think Fnatic dotting the I's, crossing the T's, putting a bit of faith back into the faithful, as yesterday was a bit of disappointment as Fnatic debuted.
Yeah, so they have all of those GAs. This will be the way to really close out the game. Atakan into Baron, going on to Mickey, but this is really helping force a fight.
It's a great fate seal. The Solar Flare onto him, buys time, but as he goes back, remember, he's still got Atakan if he dies here. Mickey does as well, as they're the two low members. As Fnatic use the rest of the front line here to continue on. Razork wants an impale. It looks like it's up and available, and he's looking for his target. Now only finds one, but Upset is the damage source that's sitting comfy behind. Hilly's going to die 10 times in his day 2. Fnatic running away with Baron right up their alley.
And Upset's still alive, doesn't have the GA anymore. There are a couple of people around. Upset currently 8-0-7, by the way. You know, we've talked a lot about how Razork and Mickey have been forcing the fights really well. The important thing about this is that when they have been forcing fights, Upset's been right there behind them. He's always providing the damage. And here again, you get an engage onto Mickey. He doesn't give a damn. He's got the Atakan GA. Upset immediately jumps over. All of the CC has been put onto the Ral, and Upset's just continually firing at Qs. Yes, taking out Daisy here, but just being in the right position to follow up on the main targets who are tanking the CC, and getting himself into position to do some really good damage.
Well, it's a clean fight. I mean, using the GAs as best you can. Razork on this Skarner, again, has been a bit of a highlight here. What more can you say? You know, it feels like I've been bullying Hilly, but I will say, early game, not what we want to see. You know, Vitality fans out there as well, hoping that the changes, the bring up of Chayak, you know, Linsis with a late season additional, rather, summer edition. Chayak is dead. Yes, he is.
Oh, yeah, Rumble's a champion.
Well, I mean, he's 2.5 items at 26 minutes. It's not that great, but it's still strong.
And I'll say, look, at this point in the... Well, okay, it's been like this for a while, but definitely at this point in the game, you need to make risky plays. You don't get the... You haven't earned the right to make the easy plays. You're too far behind, so try going up there, trying to push out something. Yes, gets caught out, but what else are you going to do at that point? Hilly misses the Zenith Blade. Sadly can't get upset away from that lane to be pushed.
God, I mean, upset on Ezreal. Tell me something that ain't great as Fnatic find topside turret in the meantime. 13.5k gold lead. That's what we're looking at right now. Vitality haven't even lost their base yet, but Oscarinen's about to make it so with his push in bot, with Upset who's about to find inhibitor turret. Upset, he's forward under it. He cares not as Oscar opens up that bot side. Now, guess what? Mid is about to drop. He arcane shifts in again. I'm just watching Upset play with his food. Utter domination.
Yeah, he's got the Shojin, you hit 2 Qs and he's basically back and he's going to jump forward again. Shayak engaged onto.
Hilly is the first one in. He's dead once more, and Shayak, yep. Domination's not even enough. They wanted a big game to finish off, but Fnatic are just giving them the rest of the breadcrumbs. 7 deaths in total as they're under turret, and Humanoid will make it 8, but who cares? I mean, Nucko's trying his heart out, but when your team got destroyed in the first 10 minutes of the game, what do you do? It's just over. Fnatic are going to find their first win of the LEC. They struggled yesterday versus Mad Lions Koi, excuse me, Movistar Koi. I keep making the same mistake, but Fnatic will not. They'll destroy the turrets. They'll break the Nexus. They'll end the second day of the LEC Winter Split with a win. They're first over Vitality.
I think I'll be the first to say, more of Razork on Skarner, please. That was a hell of a game from him. Upset really doing well to just follow up on all of these engages. Fnatic skirmish when they needed to, and Vitality, I don't think they had the communication to say, look, we have to stop and stabilize. It just felt like the game kept going away from them as they kept trying to bite off more than they could shoot.
Really did. What more do you say than the fact that Fnatic had it through bot? They had it through Razork. All he had to do was repeat gank, and how easy was that? Again, you want to see him on Skarner? Well, how do you want to see him as your key player of the game? Oscar, Razork, or Oscarinen. Or Upset, excuse me. I mean, I think it's Razork. I'm just kidding. Look, there's bias from me.
If you're gonna do this, like you can vote for Razork, or Razalkius. You know, what are the names and conjugations can you have?
Razork. Especially, you know, from Ivan to yesterday to the Skarner.
Yeah.
There is a reason the Skarner's not available. And yeah, I think Fnatic fans know it as well. That will not be available again. That Skarner will not be up again. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you. And yeah, it won yesterday, of course. It is now 2-0. And that is going to be permabanned. There's no way. There's no way. It's kind of like the Rel. Like the Rel that a lot of people...
You really have a thing for Rel this split, don't you?
I have a thing for Rel, yes. She's permabanned or she's picked. Actually, she's picked 7 games. 8 games now, I think. All games of today. There was a Rel. What a surprise. Actually, not that high of a win rate, but yeah. By the way, Maokai's 3-0 actually in jungle, as I'm looking.
Very interesting, Jake. I'm enraptured by your stats coming through.
I mean, what do I say after that game? That was a massacre.
Yeah, it was. And again, the big thing which sticks to me is it did just kind of feel like Fnatic just saw the openings and just continually skirmished. They knew that they could do that. Vitality never had that like friendly hand on the shoulder to say, just chill out a little bit and wait for things to stabilize.
Yeah, I mean, because there's nothing you can do at that point when the bot's so far behind, when there's 5-6 deaths at like 8 minutes into the game.
Here we go again.
It's really rough. I mean, seeing Upset on something like Ezreal as well with playmaking, that also helps out, despite the failed dive, despite the failed first blood. And that's one of the first...
we'll give him 1. Come on, the rest of the game, I think, makes up for it.
Okay, 1. Take 1. I'm just watching... Yeah, the refs typing Game 5 remake. No, that's not happening. That's not happening. I see Law waving at me. Yeah, cool. Hi, Law. We're going to send it down to you because Mickey X is standing by in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. We'll see you tomorrow after that.
Thank you, Hysterics. Thank you, Naimira, of course. And Mickey for joining me after your first victory, second victory. I'm lost here. Yeah, first victory. Well, it feels weird seeing you in black and orange, honestly. I think it's going to take me some time getting used to this. Tell me about the off-season, everything that happened and how you ended up in this team.
Well, it was a bit unexpected, I guess, even for me. But yeah, I guess I ended up on a pretty good team anyway, so I'm pretty glad that's how it went down. And it also gives me some extra motivation to win against the other team.
Of course.
in one in particular.
Yeah.
So yeah, all in all, it's all right. Yeah.
And how has it been working with these new teammates? Because when I think about Fnatic, I see a lot of potential, but I also see a lot of different strong voices and strong opinions about the game. Is this something you have tackled already, and how is this organized?
I mean, for sure, that was kind of evident in our first game, where we kind of did a lot of oopsies in the draft because everyone was like talking over each other. And even in game, it was a bit hectic because it's always a lot different from scrims.
Yeah.
Like on stage, everyone wants to talk. So sometimes some people get even more hype than they usually are. But I think just in general, we have 5 very good players. So as long as we can get on the same page, I think we'll win against everyone. So yeah, just a matter of time until we get there.
And you talk about draft, I have to talk about Grabs, the reunion here under other colors. How has it been working with him again? And also, do you see any differences either in your approach, the way you receive the feedback and everything he gives you, and your relationship overall?
Yeah, I mean, I'm very glad that I get to work with Grabs again.
Yeah.
I think he has changed quite a bit since last time. Or I guess also he has like a bit of a different role, where in G2 he didn't have to be as strict, I guess.
Okay.
Because sometimes after a while, people didn't want to take him serious, because like if you're more like a friend at the start, then it's hard to be strict with people after it's like the joking goes too far. Whereas here, he can be strict where he needs to be. So I think that's good. And yeah, overall, I think he's just good at like learning fast about what priorities we have in drafts and making sure that everyone is held accountable for something they said previously.
Yeah.
And just giving us like a lot of freedom, but also stopping us when it's like going too far. So I think he's doing pretty well.
Yeah, and we saw the readjustment from yesterday's game to today's game, way less messy from your side. I have a game question that I wanted to ask you, because of course, watching a lot of LCK, I saw Beryl, Lehans, and Keria playing Elise supports. I think it's a really interesting pick, but I just want to know what you think about it.
I think these are the 3 players that like to play for fun. So I think that's the main reason they're playing Elise. I think maybe like once I'm a bit more comfortable, like in playoffs and stuff, maybe I'll consider it.
All right.
But right now it's more like it's kind of like an AP pike. You're like pretty strong early, but then you kind of fall off.
Fall off, I see.
But I mean, it's for sure interesting, and it does have some places in draft for sure. But yeah.
Something to keep in mind, maybe, to spice things up later. In this split, we have Humanoid for PGL waiting with Shocks. Do you have any message for your mid laner?
Good job, Marek. Keep it up.
Keep it up. And Karzi is there as well. Do you have anything for Karzi? You just played against him. I guess
you got destroyed.
All right. We'll just leave it there. Miki, thank you so much for the interview. Shocks, take it away.
Excellent. Karzi.
I have nothing to say to this. I can't even defend myself, at this point.
Yeah,
this destruction.
It's pretty bad, this one, unfortunately. Humanoid, though, great stuff. Was necessary, I guess.
I mean, yeah, I don't want to go 0-2. I think if I go 0-2, I might just like retire.
Okay.
Because, yeah. But thanks to Karzi, because you saved my career, and yeah, I will still keep on going.
Is this the first time he saved your career?
No, he saved me many times before, but no one knows about it.
Oh, okay. Well, I think we see it sometimes. No, I'm just kidding. So, Karzi, you've got the cute corky plushie there. Second time you played it. Why was it not as successful as yesterday, you think?
I didn't work at all, during the game. Not even once. I didn't wiggle my ass,
Oh, yes.
So that's the biggest issue, I think.
Yeah.
Because it senses it means that I'm nervous. I'm not myself, since I didn't do such stuff.
Yeah.
So I was very stressed in the game, and it could have been seen. I was not myself.
You don't notice, but there is the famous wiggle. We have our replay, our OBS guy who actually films it. Okay, that sounds dirty, but he films it every time you shake your ass on Corky, and it was not the case today. So.
I wiggled it once, actually, when we were coming to lane with Hylissang, but after the minion spawned, there was not that much time anymore, to wiggle.
Yeah, I see. Hey, Rob, do you know what it means, the third wheel?
Yeah, I'm feeling it a little bit, I'm not going to lie, yeah. Like, at least they gave me the nice little cute tippers, so I'm all right. But yeah, I'm feeling a little bit left out over here,
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry, my bad.
We'll take you on.
Well, I want to pull up the tweet, actually, from Vitality, because it was all about the Czech matchup and about that the loser would pay for the club.
Oh.
Yeah, do you remember?
I remember that one. I was scared that it would be about kissing, because we had a bet that the loser would have to, we had a bet that the loser would have to kiss the winner.
So we had a bet that the loser is gonna bow in front of the other. It did not happen because I guess you were too nervous to do it, but I'm giving you the chance to do it right now in front of everyone watching. So, please.
I did not agree to that bet. I agreed to something else. So it won't happen.
I love that you said the
It is what it
kiss,
is.
like the loser has to kiss the winner, but that means you're kissing anyways.
Yeah, but the loser, the winner should initiate. The winner should initiate.
Okay. Okay. Anyways, we've got a new patch and stuff. We'll talk about that, I guess. As a mid laner, how has it been? You think?
I think for me it's pretty much the same as before. Nothing really changed for me. A lot of the boots are not even worth upgrading. Some of them, and some of them are. So I hope they kind of change it so they are all like worth upgrading. And that's it.
Okay, great job, Riot, for mid. Karsi, what about for bot lane?
I mean, for bot lane, it's kind of the same still,
Yeah.
I'd say. Like, the meta didn't shift at all because early game matters way more, or not way more, but people think that it matters way more now because of the feats of strength. So
Yeah.
everyone is just playing the same stuff, like Varus, Kalista, sometimes Ezreal, sometimes like something like Jhin.
What's the biggest change you've kind of felt then in the patch?
What is the what?
What's the biggest change that you felt, like in the game? What do you think has actually changed the most?
Probably the Atakan, like the GA Atakan is very oppressive because like once you get it, you can, if you play smart, you can get maybe even bigger lead than with Nashor sometimes.
Yeah.
Because you literally respawn, like you can trade your life for 3 people and then it's like they can't play anymore, you know?
Mm.
So I think that's the biggest change for sure.
Okay. Yeah, it feels kind of similar actually. Outside of the Atakan and then the snowball that can trigger, but we'll see. You're playing with some rookies. I was looking at the player cams a lot because you were very far down in this game. It was really bad, but I always see you smiling, and I also saw Chayak smiling. And how's the atmosphere, and how do you deal with such a big loss this early on, and when you're trying to evolve, basically?
I mean,
Serious question.
Yeah, in games like this, I don't think like it was looking really, really rough in the early game, and there was not that much of a win condition, except for like enemy team inting,
Yeah.
and they were really close to inting.
You were
it.
playing versus Fnatic, yeah.
They were really close to inting it at the Atakan sequence, where we almost it was 50-50, I'd say. So I mean, in games like those, I just prefer having at least a little bit of fun than everyone being depressed, because that's what usually happens.
Yeah.
And I think we increased our chances of like coming back at least by a little bit by having more fun than just being sad or like less energy because we are behind, you know?
Yeah. Marek, I think last year, that's a problem Fnatic had, I think, a little bit. Like, there were games where you were ahead and then you couldn't close out, and then there were games, I think, maybe where you fell behind, where you should have been able to come back and you didn't. And sometimes, I guess, the mental was questioned of the team. Do you think that was an issue, and do you think that there's like a new approach this year?
I mean, I think for sure we have failed to end the game while being hit many times in a row, and I think with each game that it happened, it made us like more nervous when we are again in the situation where we should win.
Yeah.
And then, you know, because we are all thinking, oh, it might happen again, we might throw, and then I think because of that we played worse. It went with us the entire year, and I think this year it's gonna be different. I think we know how to close out games, and we are a different roster, so it's like it doesn't happen again the same thing. It doesn't count what happened last year, and yeah, we'll see. I mean, we almost threw today, but it was calculated, I would say, so it's fine.
It's pretty far ahead, yeah.
And what's it like having 2 new voices on the team, in Upset and Mickey? Like, what are they bringing to the table for you?
I mean, it's been great. I think Upset is talking a lot in the game. He's shot calling a lot, and Mickey is as well. So I think it's like a breath of fresh air, and they are both very experienced. So I'm enjoying it right now.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel like you had a bad year last year as a player?
Yeah, I think it wasn't the most optimal year, but this year will be different.
Because I heard you make that remark about retirement, like immediately into the PGL. So like, I'm literally every year I'm afraid we're going to lose you to NA.
Nah, I'm not going anywhere.
Good, because NA is coming to us now. Jojo Pyun is on Movistar Koi. He's trash talking. Have you seen it? Is it nice?
I've seen it, yeah. I mean, I guess he...
Oh shit, you played with him yesterday, of course.
Yeah.
That wasn't on purpose at all.
He was the victim.
He's really proud.
He was the
He's really
victim.
proud of winning a best of one, I guess. We'll see in playoffs.
Okay, there we go. How excited are you about Fearless that's coming soon, you know?
I'm excited, but at the same time, I think a lot of games will be decided just by having a bad draft, like us yesterday, I think, because it's like no one is used to it now, so you might just run into situations where the draft is just really bad. So it might take some time for everyone to actually figure out how to fix that. So maybe the first split or two might be a bit random.
It's only in winter, I think. But Nuke came. I asked Nuke about it. He was on the desk, and I said, like, what's this going to do? And he said, for mid laner, so maybe it's also for other roles, he said, oh, I actually think it's going to make me think about champions again and play those different champions again that I used to play, that I liked. But then, you know how it is in pro meta, right? It has to fit within the draft always. So is that kind of exciting for you two? Or?
Yeah, I think for me, for sure, I have a lot of champions in mind that I think are like not A tier or S tier, but could be played. So I'm going to bring them out, and I'm kind of excited to play them again.
Okay. How about you?
For me, I feel like it's just going to be... I mean, for bot lane, it will just be every AD carry except for Twitch, I think, and Kog'Maw probably.
Yeah.
Being played.
You could play mages.
Yeah, I'm going to play some mages, that's for sure. But
Promise?
I don't think for AD carry it's kind of boring, I'd say. For supports, it will be interesting because usually it's just Leona, Nautilus, Alistar, Leona, Rel.
Yeah.
So once those are out, I want to see what happens.
Okay, we'll see. Let's take a look at the standings. Fnatic is back up there. They're 1-1. There was this brief time when the game was coming back. We could have gotten G2 and Fnatic at 0-2, but alas, it's only G2. Dagda, it's kind of a shocker.
Yeah, a little bit. Like, I knew they'd take some time coming together, trying to get this new roster up and running, but it just really hasn't worked out for them whatsoever. And then I think big surprises are like Giant X, how great they've looked, and also KC looking fantastic too.
Yeah, who do you think we need to pay attention to that is currently already at the top of the table? Like, is KC legit this season?
I think KC is for sure at the top.
Yeah.
It's not a surprise to me that they are winning because we have been playing them a lot, and I think they are one of the top teams. So, yeah, for me, it's not a surprise at all.
Okay, and Vitality, Karzi, you only need to get top 8 now. Is that gonna work?
That's so harsh.
He's 1-1. I would prefer something better than top 8, but like, we are gonna make it. Like the other teams are not so good, and I think that we have very good chances at beating people in BO1 because we are a very explosive team, I'd say.
Yeah.
So.
Which teams are not so good?
Like Fnatic, for example, but we lost today. So. So yeah, we'll see. For sure, top 8.
For sure,
But
top 8.
My goal is like top 6.
Okay, sick.
Aiming higher there. Calm down.
Lofty goals. I forgot to crown our Kia player of the game. It was Razork. That's nice.
I mean, he's playing Skarner. Like, let's be honest, this champion has been unbalanced for, I mean, ever since he got reworked.
Yeah. But you forgot yesterday, though.
Yeah. It's not going to happen again, trust me.
Okay. Yeah, how's that grabs? Like, was it a conversation? Like, did it just happen and then you were all like, oh, we let Skarner through
No.
and we picked immobile champions?
Yeah, I mean, so we for sure wanted to just play the Ivern into it.
Yeah.
I think our opponents today did the same mistake.
It happens.
I guess maybe it's not optimal. Yeah, I also should have just picked a different champion because, yeah, Victor against those champions is really unplayable, I think.
But it's your Victor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna have to pull it out another time. Not yesterday. It wasn't good.
Okay. Victor! Anyone know that meme? Probably not. Anyways, no? That's awkward. Do you want to look at this?
I know it.
You know it, right?
I know it.
Okay, good.
Good save.
You don't know it. He doesn't know.
Okay, is G2 going 0-3? They're up versus SK tomorrow. Oh my god. Well, they can't both go 0-3.
True. I mean, if G2 lose to SK as well and go 0-3, I think this might be one of the biggest upsets in G2 history, right? Because this is always a team you look at as like, hey, they're going to be one of the top teams. To go, is there ever been a time they went 0-3? I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Hayden?
Yeah.
Our stats guy's probably Googling it actually probably at this point. What do we got? We've got Fnatic up versus Heretics. Doable.
I think Heretics win.
Okay.
Why would you say that?
I don't know, it's just my guess.
Who's gonna carry from Heretics against Fnatic tomorrow?
Camelo.
Wow. All right. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, you lost to an LCS mid laner, might as well lose to a tier 3 mid laner, am I right?
Nah, man, I'm not losing tomorrow. It's too free.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
sorry. I'm sorry, guys. But
And also, I don't mean
it's
any
too free.
disrespect to Camilo with that. I think it's really cool. I forgot. Who are you playing tomorrow? Vitality.
Medlands, I can finish the cycle.
There is a big rivalry between Karzi and Madlands, if any fans don't know. So what do you have to say about it?
Yeah, tell us.
Huge rivalry.
Big rivalry.
Tell us.
Especially between Karzi and Elia.
There is no rivalry between me and Elia. Please do not message me. Do not ask me any questions.
I mean, Niski left. They got to message someone. Like. No, but seriously, they look pretty good also, yeah.
Yeah, Medlands look pretty good, but I think we kind of have to beat them because Fnatic lost to Medlands, we lost to Fnatic, and we have to beat Medlands to finish the cycle of Medlands 2021.
Oh, I see. My producer is saying, it's Movistar Koi.
Movistar Koi, sorry, for me it's Medlands.
Yeah, I know.
But it's
My bad,
MKOI.
my bad.
Sorry, guys.
It's all right. Thank you so much. I'm going to sign off, so it's really the last chance if the kiss is going to happen or not. So...
No.
Okay, there we go. Just had to give it one more chance.
Yes.
Karzi's heart is breaking live on air. We're going to sign off. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for the last day of week 1 of the LEC. Goodbye.
Feels like a few. No, instead we get ganks like this. That was clean from Stan. The hard read, Gen X. Feeling like Dr. Seuss after that. Running Team Heretics on the descent. Flakid ready to pop off, fully stacked on the passive. Rahel taken down as well. Good initially onto Lot. Lot does have an ulti of his own. Larson pushing back.
Block ulti, I don't know if he's gonna try.
No, nice. Go Drake. You can smurf and keep it up, okay?
No. Nice. I'm looking for it. They're burning. Corki, no flash.
No push.
Penta.
No push.
There's no Penta. Trying to body block. Patrick poking. Any damage they can get to stick. Now the follow-up. Clean. Wombo combo. Closer immediately in the back line. Everybody withdrawing. Oh my. But they're just getting started. It says I'm getting leashed for them.
Bro, I was outside with Lewis to take a walk, and the KC fans were waiting for the KC, and they were chanting, Blighty's gonna kill you.
What's his wave going to do with Guy coming in? A twisted advance, flash away, charm, hits a minion! You didn't like that, I saw your face as Blighty picks up kill number 2.
Look at this, no flash. Wait. Keep going. We are just going. Okay, nice one. No flash. We win this. Really good. Okay, so we kill him as well. Okay, slowly. Go.
Keep taking
Nice. Good. Good. We came in. Red. We can take over, so I can finish over, okay? Finish.
Lindsay doesn't get Kazi any help or Hilly, who's now looking for number 9 while Vitality again picked apart on the scene himself, and the second day of the LEC went to split with a win.
The perfect teammate. They take it all. In knockback, instant combo punching. What? It's Big Pop. Oh my God. Claps. Everybody, you know the story. You know the legend.
Let's move side to side.